Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, Web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Jason Charles Miller, and today I'm going to be your musical intermission or interlude, if you were. Anyway, I'm going to play some songs that are sort of gaming inspired in between games here. And this is one that I wrote with my friend Amy Vorpal for the show Foreververse, right after we had played a game of 7th Sea. This is called In This Town. In this town, they don't know your name. No one cares, you gotta make your own way. After every word that you say in this town. In this town, people pass you by. They look at the ground before they look you in the eye. You can't tell the truth from a lie in this town. In this town, you learn how to make it alone. In this town, you forget how it feels to be home. In this town, you meet the end of the road. In this town, they'll never let you go. In this town, they'll feed on your fear. Show them you're weak and you'll just disappear. Your soul becomes a cheap souvenir. In this town. In this town, you can't get out of back door. Nothing's enough, they'll just keep taking more. You're not the only one keeping score. In this town. In this town, you learn how to make it alone. In this town, you forget how it feels to be home. In this town, you meet the end of the road. In this town, they'll never let you go. Fishes walk south by the sea. Church is over there. The market's in the middle. But my place in this town might always be nowhere. In this town, you learn how to make it alone. In this town, you forget how it feels to be home. In this town, you meet the end of the road. In this town, This next one, I thought I'd play one. This is on my album Uncountry, and the song is inspired kind of equally by the gold rush of 1849 and the Fellowship of the Ring, when our heroes go to the old forest and have to battle the tree. This is called The River. Down by the river, another day panning for gold. Can't even remember what I got to sell my soul. Well, it's all kind of blurry, can't see through the haze. So I'm down on my knees just praying for better days. Well, I know it wasn't love, and I know it wasn't money. Might as well be religion, 'cause my hair feels kind of funny. And I know it wasn't strength, and I know it wasn't power. 'Cause I'm going blind, getting weaker by the hour. Just another memory, every wave's another sweet song. About the years gone by and the tales are right and wrong. So I looked into the world, yeah, I looked down deep. Then the darkness looked back and said your soul is hard to keep. Yeah. So I jumped into that shape of cold. There's a man river for my simple soul. As she dropped me to the bottom, I lost my last breath. Then I put him in a stranglehold, and I dug him out of that deep dark hole, and I ripped my spirit from his willing hands. Oh. Down by the river, running away from the shore. Ain't gonna turn my back on the river no more. All right, well, I will be back later. Thank you to Luke Gygax for organizing Founders and Legends. I hope you guys are having a great time. If you like what you heard, I have a show every Monday night on my Twitch channel, which is just Jason Charles Miller. It's called Miller's Music Mondays, and I have new music guests every week, sometimes from mainstream music to everything in between. And then I have a songwriting show on the C&E Games channel for Idle Champions, and that's every Tuesday at 1 p.m. These are both Pacific time, so 7 p.m. Pacific on Monday, 1 p.m. Pacific on Tuesday. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying this great day of gaming, and I'll see you soon.
I sat down with Luke Gygax to talk about the legacy of his father, what it was like to grow up in that house while D&D was being created.
I see my father as the driving force behind a revolutionary game and genre that impacted and changed our culture. I don't think that many people know that. And I want to make sure that this amazingly expanding new audience of gamers who are attracted to 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons because it's so great and playable, that they know about the roots and history of our game and the way my father, as well as all the other folks who were involved in the beginning, whether that's the three Daves, Dave Arneson, Dave Wesley, Dave McGarry, and Jeff Perrin, who were all collaborators in that zeitgeist that kind of brought all the ingredients together. And my dad gathered them up, packaged them, and transmitted that idea to other people so they could replicate it in those first 3 little booklets of original Dungeons and Dragons. I just don't want people to. I want people to be able to trace their roots, their game, back to those origins and understand it a little bit better and gain a little bit of appreciation.
Why do you think D&D had such a massive impact, not only on the game industry but also pop culture at the time?
Well, it caught on at the right time. It's the Vietnam War is just ending. There's a lot of malaise, and what better than to escape from the world into a world of fantasy where you can be a hero and you can change the world that way, and that's exciting. So I think there was something there in that. But what's the critical factors for Dungeons and Dragons is that it was a totally different game. Role-playing games didn't exist. In fact, if I recall correctly, it was a fantasy war game played with miniatures. They didn't even know what the title they were going to call it, and it broke the mold. If you were going to play a war game, it was you're looking back in time on a historical situation generally, and it's prescribed. These are the forces that are there. Here's your commanders. It's not a person that you're playing. You're playing units, or even if you're playing something, it's a fixed character. You're the shoe in the Monopoly board going around. What Dungeons and Dragons did is it said, okay, well, we don't have a board. We don't have a beginning and an end. And oh, by the way, you're going to play a character, and the game can go on one session. You could just have one session, or you could have a game that goes on years. And there's the idea of this referee, who later becomes the dungeon master, is building this world. They're bringing their own fantasy world together. There's these guidelines that are here, but really it's coming from the dungeon master, the referee at that time. That person is going to create this world, and then the other people who are players get to contribute to it, and you kind of weave this fabric of a story that becomes the campaign, that becomes this world that you play in and you share. And I think that was very unique. There's no boundaries, there's no board, there's not a set beginning and ending. What other game had that? I think that's the revolution. I think that's why it appealed to people. And it still does today.
What kind of dungeon master was your dad?
He was a good dungeon master, but I think he was more earlier. He was definitely more. Let's get to the all right. You're down. You're at the beginning of the dungeon. Let's go. And I'm gonna describe things to you. You definitely. Well, I guess I'm taking all this sort of stuff is for granted that this is how everybody did it. I remember reading through B2 recently when I wrote one of the forewords for it for Goodman Games, and they redid it. And I remember reading the instructions on how to run the dungeon was like listening to my dad talk, because I was like, well, wait, this is exactly how he did things. I think he gave advice like, don't let them see the map. Be somewhat vague if they don't know the exact measurements. Keep in mind there could be various things like that. So when you were down there, it was up to you. Part of the game was the exploration portion of it. So you had to figure out this dungeon the design of it, find any areas that looked suspicious. Like maybe, well, why is there this 60 by 60 area that there's no apparent entrance to, but there's a whole bunch of passages all over everywhere else. This kind of stands out. This is atypical. You would have to figure that out and go, okay, maybe there's a secret door there, or, you have to do a little bit of the exploration of the unknown, figure out kind of the puzzle or the rhyme or reason to it, what's hidden down here, because there's going to be things hidden. So that was part of the game. And also, not just throwing the dice, but talking about what you're going to do and describing a technique or a tactic, because there wasn't skills that you could fall back on. So if you wanted to do something, you kind of had to say, well, this is what we're going to do, or you don't really have a skill in this area, but if you can tell me what you're going to do, maybe I'll give you a little bit of a bonus to figure it out. So I think those were some of the parameters that were the expectations that he would have when you were playing. You had to be thinking, you had to be on your toes. You couldn't, you just had to be aware of your surroundings and everything that was going on when you were there. So typically, if you're in a dungeon adventure, you'd be like, okay, you descend down the stairs and you open, you force open the door because you had to roll to open doors because they're all swollen dungeon doors. And then you go, you step out into a 10-foot wide corridor to the east and west. Your torchlight sheds, 20 feet down the passageway in each direction, and you could look around and describe it, but then it would be 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, door to the south, passage continues, west, or whatever the case may be. And you're mapping and figuring it out, and when you defeated a creature, you had to look for the treasure. It wasn't always just, it has, this magic item there. You had to be, it was an investigation. It's the problem solve. It's puzzle. It's solving a puzzle. So that was the expectation. There wasn't a lot of freebies. I guess he was a parsimonious dungeon master. So yeah, when you earned it, when you got something when you were playing with my dad, you earned it. And it felt good. And to lose those items or use them frivolously, you thought about that because you weren't sure if you were going to get just anywhere a potion of whatever it may be, extra healing or flying. You couldn't go buy that stuff. There was no buying magic items. If you wanted to sell magic items, people would buy them from you, and then they'd go disappear and you'd never see them again, right? But yeah, there was no magic store and things like that. So I guess there's old school in that sense a lot of times. Later on, when he was writing for other things other than Dungeons & Dragons things, and the expectation had changed, that folks wanted more a setting and descriptions and things like that. Well, sure, he did that, and he would. It wasn't always my most fun playtests when we were playtesting all the various shops in the bazaar or something like that. It's like, can we get to the no, you gotta check out this part of the merchant sector. Like, oh man, okay, but it adds those more layers and a little bit more of the folks who want the interactions and the shopping and some more of the role playing and talking between the dungeon master and discovering things that way, that sort of stuff. So it evolved over time, but in the early days going through Greyhawk, it was more puzzle solving, problem solving, strategy, figuring it out.
What was it like for you to share that with your father? To watch D&D evolve and also to have a one-on-one D&D campaign, as opposed to how a lot of people play, which is in a group. But I run a game for my wife, and that's incredibly fun, and a lot gets done very quickly. Yeah. What was that like growing up?
Well, for me it was normal because that was what my dad did. So I thought it was unusual when I'd go to someone's house and their dad didn't play games and maybe was gruff and was, working in the wood shop or downstairs, with tools and stuff. I never did any of that. My dad was not a handyman, so that was unusual to me. But it was pretty neat. My dad was my best friend, so I would, when I got home from school, sometimes he'd often work from the house and was doing writing or whatever, or he'd come home and he'd continue to work. He had a pretty solid work ethic. He was always writing. He'd be up in the morning, probably about 6 o'clock, grab a cup of coffee, and a lot of times he'd go and start writing on his typewriter, tick, typing away, and then kind of take a break a little bit later and then come back to it, or if he had to go to the office or whatever it was. But I think he was, I think he'd wake up and he'd have some ideas that he'd want to write. And same thing when he'd get back from the office, or if he was there, and I would sit in our study, and it was the 70s, so it was a wood-paneled study with leather-bound books and some comfy overstuffed leather chairs and his desk that he's working at. And I'd be flipping through the Monster Manual or whatever, Fiend Folio maybe even is those things, and or reading the Dungeon Master's Guide and looking at the pictures and reading through, and I'd have a question. Maybe I didn't understand something, and I would ask him a question, and he's typing, and he would ignore me, I would think, and then like 5 minutes later, he would answer my question. I'd be like, "What?" He's like, "Well, you asked me, this specific question. Here's the answer." It was just his train of thought. He was very focused, like laser focused, but he kept that question over here, didn't let it distract him, and then he would answer. But I would sit there for hours pretty much every night looking through stuff and just hanging out, and then sometimes we'd play games. But I did play in larger groups. When we play tested things, they would oftentimes be at our home, like Sajkanth, the Lost Caverns of Sajkanth, S4, I believe. That was fantastic. So that was so big, I did some solo adventure through it, and then with various other people in there. And that was fantastic. We had my friend Jerry Savage. I knew him as Sonny Savage because his dad was also Jerry, but he goes by Jerry now. So Jerry Savage, who's a retired Army officer, ended up it's kind of my inspiration to join the Army, was Sonny. And then now he's a woodworker, and he does all sorts of neat woodwork and special stuff for GaryCon's neat items. But David Koontz and Richard Koontz, local guys. Jeff Dolphin, who was just a neighbor kid. So my dad would and sometimes Jim Ward or Francois Frodeval from France, who did the French D&D stuff. Whoever was visiting, he'd bring us all in, and we'd have this diverse group, and we'd go and we'd play test it, and it was a heck of a lot of fun. So yeah, I had a great childhood. Now that I reflect upon it a little bit more, and answering questions like that makes me think about it. But yeah, it was pretty cool. But that was kind of the way it was. So I didn't really know that at the time. That was just my childhood.
Not only growing up in the 80s and seeing that massive popularity of D&D, but now you see this resurgence that's happening right now. What has this experience been like for you? You're like proud of your dad. How would have your dad reacted to all of this?
I'm very proud of my father, and it's I always have been. He was kind of the guy I wanted to. I idolized him a little bit, and I think many children idolize their parents. But I certainly wanted to live up to those things that he'd done. And then you struggle through the teenage years, and it's a little difficult to be a child of somebody who's known for something or very good at something. It can be challenging. So I had to wrestle with those things. I went and did my own activities, and I've kind of come back to gaming later on after he passed away. I realized I'd done a little bit. I've done the Lost City of Gaxmore and a few modules and some small activities in the gaming arena, but I hadn't really done much. But I realized that's something I wanted to do. It's something I think my dad wanted me to do. So I run GaryCon every year in his honor and his memory, and bring people together and my family, and we celebrate his life. And it's a great way to remember him and to make a time that would normally be sad into a time we look forward to and gathering together and sharing camaraderie with people. And so that's been very positive. And I use that, and I write modules for GaryCon. But I don't really publish them. I sell them at GaryCon, but that's a very small distribution of a few hundred. So it's not for financial, it's not a commercial use, but it's more something that he wanted me to write. And I figured, okay, well, I'll do that, and we'll do it at GaryCon. So I'm very proud of my father, and I think that he would be very happy to see that his game that he created all those years ago, the game that he was so driven to create, that he believed in so much, that he got together with his best friend Don Kay, who took a loan against his life insurance for $1,000 in order to have the money to publish Dungeons and Dragons. that game is still going over 40 years later, and it doesn't just have, he didn't sell 10,000 copies, which he was pretty excited about, like, hey, I might sell 10,000 copies of this. This is a great game. It sold millions, and it's brought endless hours of joy to people, and I think had a positive impact on thousands and thousands of people throughout the world. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Thank you, Luke, for being on D&D Beyond. I'm Todd Kenrick, your host. Thank you so much for watching.
The scent of sulfur is thick in your nostrils. The stalactites shudder above you as the huge red dragon beast rises from its pile of golden treasure. Something you can only describe as a grin splits its elongated head. Enormous teeth glittering in the dull amber glow from the lava pools. You ready your weapons as it prepares itself to strike. Roll for initiative. Battle is about to be joined. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
I have been playing D&D my entire life, but now we are seeing D&D is having a new resurgence. I spoke with the staff at Wizards of the Coast about why this is happening right now.
Dungeons & Dragons provides two fundamental human needs.
We, ever since, we were primitive sitting around campfires, we've been telling stories to each other and listening to each other tell stories to each other.
Humans have always been storytellers, sitting around the campfire doing that. We want to tell stories, and this gives us a framework.
There's really nothing out there that can perfectly emulate it digitally.
Whether we like it or not, we crave human interaction. We're not all very good at it, and a lot of people need some help. And Dungeons & Dragons gives you this safe environment to communicate when you're not necessarily the best communicator. And so it fills these needs for people who maybe are having anxieties over it.
Storytelling is complicated. It requires intuition and improvisation when you're doing it orally. And when it's shared storytelling and the players are contributing to the story, there's a sense that you don't really know where the story's going to go. That's a wondrous thing to see this story evolve in the moment, in live time. It's like watching The Lord of the Rings. If The Lord of the Rings didn't have a script and the actors were just in the world reacting to real situations, you don't know where it's going to go and you don't know how it's going to end. Those things are decided by the players and the DM in the moment or by the fate of the dice, and that is compelling. D&D's resurgence, I sort of attribute to two big things, neither of which is me. One is the people who grew up playing earlier editions of the game are now in very influential positions and are sort of the leaders of cultural movements now in the world. They're running companies that are driving game experiences that are getting out there to millions upon millions of fans. There are people who work at Blizzard, there are people who work at Cryptic, there are people who work at BioWare and in Hollywood.
A couple of years ago, we celebrated our 40th anniversary. And with that, we really re-energized and recharged Dungeons & Dragons and started telling these really big annual stories set in the Forgotten Realms.
A theme that we embraced in our work on the system for 5th edition was finding what's best, not only in 3rd and 4th edition, but also 1st and 2nd edition, and also basic D&D.
With the advent of technology now, shows like Critical Role, which is on Twitch, have demystified the game. The live games that we do at the PAX shows have demystified the game and shown that D&D is, above and beyond anything else, entertainment. And the barriers to entry don't seem as high anymore.
My favorite thing I've ever read about Dungeons & Dragons was a mom who wrote this op-ed piece about how Dungeons & Dragons taught her how to communicate with her autistic son because it taught her the framework and gave her son boundaries. And for the first time ever, they were able to sit down for a couple hours and really communicate back and forth. And Dungeons & Dragons enabled that, and I think when you have something that is so special and touches people on such an emotional level, it's always going to be popular, and I think right now people are just craving more and more of that connection with other people. But at the heart of Dungeons & Dragons now, in this generation, it's really just storytelling, these big, epic adventures, and how friends are going on and being successful together, and the stories and the memories that you form doing this, and also the bonds of friendship that kind of get formed along the way.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, play test, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.
Given the tremendous impact of D&D, there's a little bit of pressure when it comes to maintaining the legacy of D&D and also inviting new audiences to experience our favorite hobby. I spoke with Kate Welch, Jeremy Crawford, and Mike Merles about that responsibility.
The job I have is essentially answering the question of like, okay, you have this thing that's existed for more than 40 years, and how do you keep it going into the future? And the way I think of it is, it's easy to fall into sort of, I see it as a trap, of thinking of it as like, I'm a museum curator. We have this thing, Dungeons and Dragons. And what we want to do is put it on display the way it was, and put it behind glass, and preserve it, and never let it change, because that's what it is, and that's what it should always be. And I think that's really the opposite of what I want to do. When I think of that sort of caretaker responsibility, I think of it a lot more like there's this playground called Dungeons and Dragons that people have been coming to have fun with their friends for years. But the people coming are going to change. Every generation has its own likes, dislikes, what they're dealing with. And so that playground has to remain relevant, but it has to remain Dungeons and Dragons.
In the last couple of years, D&D has made its presence so strong and so known in my life and in the lives of so many people. You know, the popularity of D&D has been tremendous in the last couple of years, and I feel like I am sort of an exemplary individual of that rise. Not that I'm exceptional, but that I'm a wonderful example of what D&D has brought into its fold in recent years. And anybody who's a D&D fan can tell you stories about how positively it's impacted them and the kinds of things that have changed in their lives as a result of Dungeons and Dragons. And I felt that very strongly too, and happened to have the right combination of skills and luck to be able to make it my job.
D&D is infinitely expandable because of that core nature, that it's a storytelling platform. Anything within its high fantasy framework is really possible. And so for us, often the question isn't, how can we expand, but in which ways are we not going to expand? Because the danger could be that we expand so far with the design of the game, layering on rules, giving you, a bajillion new options, etc., that we could get to the point where everyone loses sight of what's that core experience. Why did we come to D&D in the first place? Why do we keep coming back to D&D? Why does it forge so many friendships when people gather around the D&D table? So for us, often the question is, all right, we have these 20 directions we could go in. We need to pick just a couple of them. Which ones?
So it's all about what are the fundamental things that speak to us as humans that this game fulfills, that cross boundaries of generation, not just generations, but gender and culture and all that stuff.
You always want to be able to retain old players and make sure that they have the content that makes them interested in staying, while also recruiting new players, attracting new players. So there's this balancing act that exists. But unlike in video games, the swath between old players and new players is pretty much as wide as you can imagine it. The people of all ages and all races and all backgrounds are playing Dungeons and Dragons now. And so you have such a huge crowd of people that you want to try to appeal to. And in addition, you want to try to get the new people who've never tried it themselves before. So there's a lot.
This is not a lot of pressure.
No, there's a considerable amount of pressure, but it's also such an honor to be able to be one of the people that's trusted with the stewardship of this. And it really is a stewardship. It's not I'm not coming in to try to make new Dungeons and Dragons. I'm not coming in to try to wreck what's already good. It's very much you are entrusted with a responsibility to keep the game as good as it has been, while also trying to make it better. And it's a lot, but it's wonderful.
People like D&D because we know they like feeling empowered. So how can you take that concept and make it something that's more empowering, gives you more forward momentum? To make Mordenkainen not only a character that you might interact with, but think you might follow in his footsteps. He's got an agenda that he's going to go out and enact that you could react to. So this idea that it isn't enough just to sit back and passively hope things get balanced. It's you have a specific threat that you think is going to come to pass if the balance is put out of whack. And you are now going to go out because you believe this great tragedy that might befall the cosmos if the balance is violated. And you're going to go out and with extreme prejudice take out anything that might threaten the balance. Because literally the cosmos is at stake. And then hopefully that's something, people can relate, you can think of in terms of fantasy or the stakes in the world, with, politics being so divisive. And even though like the Cold War is over and all that stuff, it still feels like, we're always just on the brink of catastrophe. Playing into that, because that's what this generation's grown up with, that's what they've seen. And giving them threats and motivations that make sense to the character, always thinking of the character, why they do things, and building something that's internally consistent. The Mind Flayers, it used to be, especially in the early days of fantasy, there's a real sense of mystery. And I think that people still want a sense of wonder, but I don't think they necessarily want it from a sense of mystery. I think they want it from a sense now, especially because of video games and movies can now show us these worlds. I think they seek it more in the sense of scope and majesty, rather than no one really knows how this works. I think that's sort of played out. I think that's another area where you've seen this kind of change from Mind Flayers going from being just mysterious to now having this past that casts them as these horrible villains, but who in their minds would tell you, no, we're the victims. We were the ones who were defeated by our slaves. Oh, poor us, right? Like, that's wrong, but it's how they see it, right? And building out these things that are more painted in grays rather than just absolutes, that are more about the sense of wonder the Mind Flayer evokes isn't the sense of you don't know what it is and who can know, but the sense that they are thousands of years old. They're a relic from a time we can't even comprehend within D&D. And they have these plans that are horrid but are vast in scope. And using that to build more, inspire that sense of wonder, inspire creativity. More of that, enough to then spark what you will now take as your next step, the adventure that you're going to feature a Mind Flayer as the main villain or whatnot.
Thank you, Mike Mearls, Jeremy Crawford, and Kate Welch for talking about the stewardship of D&D. I'm Todd Kenrick, your host. Thank you for watching.
You have heard tell of a kobold queen with visions of a world made new in fire and rage. Driven by prophecy, she has filled her followers with the raging passion of her cause. Now, you step forth into her burning realm. Dark shapes move among the rising embers. Thick-skinned beasts belch gouts of fire. It's an ambush! Roll for initiative. Battle is about to commence. epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
I spoke with several people on the D&D team about where they got their start and what it's like to be shepherding D&D and see it evolve.
Since the launch of 5th edition, we've done a number of stories now, and what I try to do with each story is to take something that has been in D&D lore, that is part of D&D's history and past, and bring it forward.
Not speaking specifically to Dragonlance, but the future of other realms is we're always being very thoughtful about how we bring in other settings or other realms. It is a big connected inner universe. We're always listening to the fans. We know which ones are the most popular, and we intend to be as thoughtful and deliberate about the other settings as we have been with Forgotten Realms.
So in the case of the Giants story, for 5th edition, we found in ancient lore from an old book called Giantcraft, this idea of an ordning. It's sort of like the structure of giant society. And in Storm King's Thunder, the basic story is, well, what happens if that ordning is shattered? And the giants basically have to go out into the world and earn the respect and favor of their gods to create a whole new ordning. And what that does to the small folk of the world when the giants are stomping around doing all kinds of bad stuff.
Every book we release is a challenge because we're always learning something new each time, and we're running into different problems every single time, but we're finding solutions, so we're getting faster and better.
My cousin, who was much older, he was like 24, and he and his friends were at the dining room table playing Dungeons and Dragons, and it was the first time that I'd ever seen it played, and they'd been playing for years. And so I just watched over their shoulders and just thought, like, how cool and how crazy it is, all this cool stuff they're doing. And my mind just kept spinning on all the different characters that I wanted to make and all the different cool weapons and magic items they had and how I wanted to do it. And shortly thereafter, I weaseled my way into the table, and my cousin started letting me play with them.
I would basically volunteer and help the magazine staff pour through the magazine submission slush piles and kind of help them clear the decks. And so they got to know me. They kind of got to know my professionalism, and I got to know what they wanted. And eventually, TSR was bought by Wizards of the Coast in 1997, and a position opened up, and one of the first people they thought of was me. So they offered me a job. I came out west, and after fighting with the American border guards to get across, I landed here and have been here for the past 19 and a half years.
Some of I think personally, the most exciting thing about working on these books is kind of the end, when we start, like crunching and we start getting everything together, and it just starts piecing together the art, the layout, the content. Like even as I'm reading through the content itself, when I'm just supposed to be laying everything out, it's just so amazing, and it's such a good feeling because you get this rush, like I can't wait for everybody to see this, because so much time and effort from everybody inside the building, outside of the building has put into this. And that's the most thrilling part, I think, when we're starting to do that final pass on it, and then Jeremy and Kate are looking it over, and I'm like, yes.
The math of game design is wedded to storytelling, is wedded to art, is wedded to beautiful layout, and it's when all those things come together and are sort of singing together, that's when I get most excited, because that really gets at what's special about D&D, is it's a little bit of all of these things working together, and toss in, people joking around and eating bad snacks, all of that, from sort of the heroic and the highfalutin to the low and the ridiculous.
For those that do not know, and they crack open these books, and we've discussed this before, but it's kind of unique to, you've got a character that's very famous, Melf, who has several spells named after this character for some very specific reasons. And we also have Mordenkainen. Is it true that Mordenkainen is effectively your father's character?
Yes, Mordenkainen was my dad's character. He named him after Väinämöinen from Finnish mythology as a wizard, and that's how he came up with that. So most people were playing fighters, and my dad wanted to be a wizard and cast, weave arcane magics and control the world that way. So instead of being Conan.
Did you ever get to play as Melf with your father playing Mordenkainen?
Mordenkainen was an NPC that I interacted with a whole bunch because Melf worked for as a member of the Red Rampart Guard. He was worked for Mordenkainen, helping him. Even though Melf was goodly and Mordenkainen was neutral, he believed in maintaining the balance, and so I could see the utility of that. And in a world such as Greyhawk, where evil had advantage in many areas, the people who were seeking a balance were often working on the side of good. So I found a way to be able to ally with Mordenkainen and advance his efforts, as long as they aligned with where Melf was going with being good. Melf was really a goody two shoes, and he felt very self-important about advancing good and how important he was to this cause. So he had a big ego.
I mean, Mordenkainen kind of strikes me as very much the dungeon master NPC, right? This is someone who's sort of neutral, but causing you to get into trouble, the quest giver, right?
Yes.
And Melf being the hero in all of this. What has it been like for Melf to show up and you can continue to play this character for almost 45 years with, celebrities, friends, people you would never think you would have maybe ever met, and for you have this so many years invested in a single character? What is that like? You have spells and
it's really an honor.
Very smart reason for those spells, by the way.
yeah, we have talked about those before. But yeah, that's playing Melf is just, he was my home character with my dad. So it's a lot of great memories there. And I have learned to appreciate Melf and capabilities in different ways as I have matured, right? I started playing him as a kid, right? So now as an adult, I see different facets and different ways to implement his skill sets. And maybe not always be neutral greedy, instead of NG, my abbreviation was neutral greedy. I was I was definitely a treasure seeker. I wanted to get that power so I could defeat bad guys more. So it's a little bit more nuanced play, but what an honor to be able to sit at the table with, all these folks and help create some really wonderful adventures, some super high quality DMs and just great story arcs. So I've enjoyed the ride, and I hope I get to continue doing so for many years to come.
Thank you, Luke Gygax, for being on the show. We have more interviews with him coming up later. If you'd like to support more D&D videos like this, go to my Patreon page or just subscribe on YouTube. Thank you so much for watching.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Jason Charles Miller, and I'm back again as your intermission music, I suppose. So go to the bathroom. It's fine. Just turn up the volume so you can hear me when you're in there. Anyway, go get a snack or something before the next game. I'm going to play some sort of game-inspired songs that I've written or co-written over the years. And this one especially ties in with today because this was written in a hotel room at GaryCon last year with my friend Christopher Lindsay. And this is called Hey Dungeon Lady. It's for our favorite DM. Demons walk the halls, you got so close. What happens when they're gone? Traps were laid and glyphs were cast until clever road came along. I've been all across this dark land looking for the reason I still stand. Do I fit into your plan? Hey, dungeon lady, won't you let me in? Dragons dwell in caves beneath your halls. Golden gleams on their scales. Once the worm is dead and gone, gleaming gold always fails. I've been all across this dark land looking for the reason I still stand to unfit into your plan. Hey, dungeon lady, won't you let me in to your heart? Hey, dungeon lady, don't you tear my world all apart. When your monsters all go home, and you live there all alone, I will be the one who's waiting when all of the rest have gone. Yeah, I will be the one who's waiting when all of the rest have gone. Cool. I'm gonna do one more for you guys. Let me grab my notes. A couple years ago, I was on a show on Geek and Sundry called Foreververse, and Amy Vorpal, another songwriter, was on the show with me. So we wrote one song together, and then we just inspired each other to get together and write a new song every week about what happened on the show the week before that. And the show was an RPG show. We just decided to write songs about it. So I think just to keep our chops up, or our songwriting chops. Anyway, this is a song we wrote after we played an intense session of Werewolf, DM'd by Mr. Ivan Van Norman. This one is called The Rage Within. There's only one way to survive. All the demons feeding on your sins, it'll tear you up inside. Wicked evil rage within. You try to kill it, pierce before you fall. But it's the only reason you have a life at all. The rage within, feel it sinking in. The rage within, say goodbye to what you've been. Everyone's an enemy. You can't recognize your friends, so you show them all the end with the rage within. Demons taking hold, you're a victim of a parasite, the possession of your soul, overflowing with the will to fight. It'll choke you till you're bleeding, you can't breathe. Bare your teeth and red's the only color that you see. The rage within, feel it sinking in. The rage within, say goodbye to what you've been. Everyone's an enemy. You can't recognize your friends, so you show them all the end with the rage Thank you very much. Thanks to Luke Gygax for organizing these great games and days of gaming. I'm Jason Charles Miller, and if you like what you heard, I have a show every Monday night on Twitch at 7 on my channel, which is just my name, 7 p.m. Pacific. And then I have a songwriting show with Idle Champions on Tuesdays at 1 p.m. Pacific on the CNE Games channel. And what we do is we actually write a song interactively with the audience. And every week we write a song about a different hero in Dungeons and Dragons. So that's kind of fun and a fun time for people to participate, and we all write it together. It's super fun. Anyway, thank you so much. See you next time.
The mighty red dragon swoops in over the battlefield. The wind beating from its wings nearly knocks you over. As you stand in its mighty presence, you realize there is no hope for any of you.
Well, I'm out of spells, so I'm just a 10th level dude.
And I'm still unconscious. So if one of you could please go into my bag and get my healing potion, that'd be great.
Then I smash the lizard. Raging, charging, power attack.
Roll your worthless attack. Your pitiful attack glances off the dragon's scale, and it opens its mouth, casting you in the molten glow of its inner heat as it prepares to release its fiery breath upon you all.
Wait, I haven't gone yet.
What weapon could you possibly have to defeat the great dragon?
The greatest weapon in all the realm, forged by Norse Foundry to defeat all evil.
No, it can't be.
Take up a fight against evil with the finest weapons in the realm at NorseFoundry.com. And be sure to watch Dragons and Things every Friday night on Twitch.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, D&D friends all over the world.
And I hope those of you who are staying up in America, you've had a great day at GaryCon and you'll stay the entire night with us.
Yeah, and what a first day. What a first day. Brilliant. So many people were here watching or playing games online. It was fabulous.
Yeah. When you talk about first day, Jens, I have to correct you because that was the second day already for...
Oh my gosh!
They started on Thursday. For us, that was Friday.
Okay.
It's a bit confusing with the different time zones and being online night and day and stuff. And
yeah,
but it's great. We really enjoyed our stream last night or last day.
I really did, yeah.
And we're so glad to see you again. So, can you tell us a few things that we are doing today, Jens?
Yes, we will start off just after our good morning chit chat with the Jovial Joust, with a trivia, a role playing game, trivia tournament head up thingy where you can test your trivia knowledge against other nerds to be the best nerd, the alpha nerd. The one who wins everything. And if you people there in the chat think you are ready for something like this, then just leave us a note. After that, we have the Artists' Hours, where we have two wonderful fantasy artists who are drawing Gary Gygax in a role play situation, and you can be part of it as you just shout in via the chat some ideas what should be in the picture. We left things open.
We did that yesterday already, and it was amazing. We had Gary Gygax on a pedestal, summoning a monster or something, on turning.
And the very best thing, he had Elminster's robe, but with Hawaiian shirt pattern, as Gary would have loved it. Yeah.
Basically, those were your ideas that the artists just,
put your ideas out there.
And we had another one with Gary behind the DM screen as basically a 5-headed Tiamat, because the artist said, well, that's the best way to DM, because if you have 5 heads, you can do the 5 most important things of DMing all at the same time. And the audience had wonderful ideas on how to actually illustrate the GM screen that he had. They said that there would be terrified players on the GM screen, and you can see those pictures pretty soon. Actually, we'll present them again tomorrow in our last art chat. All 5 of them. We have 2 more sessions today. We have 1 more session tomorrow, and then we'll present them all. And we'll also offer them as printed cards that you can buy later on, and the proceeds go to charity. But I think it's a wonderful way to remember Gary in these role-playing situations, and in these things with ideas that came from the audience, ideas that really immortalize him in the mind of every role-player.
Absolutely. And we have to say that 2 of the 5 things a GM has to do is eating and drinking, which was very, very funny. Well, we had some game rounds where there were presentations of really cool role-playing games. Like, we started off with a Dragon League's game. It was Dragon League's...
Yeah, Dragon Legion, but yes.
Dragon Legion! Dragon Legion. So sorry for that.
We had a really interesting horror game from Sweden, Vaesen, for those who have never seen it.
I had the chance to take part as a player, and it was so cool. It was so funny. Really great. Really great.
And we also had a Fading Suns game, which was extremely cool as well. So today we have 2 more, as you already said, 2 more art chats, and we have 2 really exciting workshops, and I'm really looking forward to that, because those workshops are something for every gamer here. In the first one, we will talk about music and sounds, and how to use them to create the right atmosphere, how to enhance your game. If you understand a little about how to use that to influence the emotions of your players and to illustrate a scene, then you can probably have a much more immersive game. And if you want to find out how to do that, come to this workshop. The second workshop is going to be a workshop with 2 professional authors who will talk about how to develop the personality of characters. So in other words, if you are fed up with 2-dimensional characters in your game and you want them to be basically at a level at which they could star in a movie or in a good novel, then come to that workshop, because these authors will have an interactive workshop. They will let you actually come up with ideas and challenges, and they will then together with you develop these personalities of these characters and show you how that's done and what's important and how professionals do it. And so I think every role player can really benefit from that.
Yeah, really cool. And then again, games, and we will have more demo rounds of role-playing games.
Yeah, we have the Aventuria card game tonight.
Yeah.
Or this afternoon, or tomorrow morning for the Americans here.
Wherever you are, we had a question last night, last day. I'm confused, in the chat, where we asked where people came from while they were watching, and they were from Australia, the Netherlands, Wales, England, the US, Austria, Germany, from all over the world watching GaryCon, and this is brilliant. This is so lovely to see all you guys from all over the world coming together for the best hobby in the world.
Yes, I totally agree. So last thing we forgot, and we should have mentioned that too, we also have a designer talk today with one of the core designers of Symbaroum, which is also another really great role-playing game from Sweden.
Yeah.
And, for those of you who have never heard of Symbaroum, this event is a must, because this will give you an impression of what that game is about and what it's like. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity to get to know a very modern, streamlined, and very well done role-playing game.
Yeah, and we will not only talk with him about Symbaroum, but also about all the other wonderful Free League games. Free League, an upcoming, growing, so good role-playing company from Sweden.
Right.
Looking forward to it.
But now let's do some trivia. And once again, those of you who know a little about gaming history, who know about the different gaming worlds, you are invited to join. There should be a link at some point in the chat. Just join us on the Discord server, which we use for streaming.
I hope there will be a chat.
The moderators will set you up. We have 2 games ready to go, and all I can do is wish them good luck now, and let's go over to the Jovial Joust game.
I'm out because I'm not so good at that. I leave it up to you, Ross. You're much better.
We'll see you later with the next artist.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
I have been playing D&D my entire life, but now we are seeing D&D is having a new resurgence. I spoke with the staff at Wizards of the Coast about why this is happening right now.
Dungeons & Dragons provides 2 fundamental human needs.
We, ever since we were primitive sitting around campfires, we've been telling stories to each other and listening to each other tell stories to each other.
Humans have always been storytellers, sitting around the campfire doing that. We want to tell stories, and this gives us a framework.
There's really nothing out there that can perfectly emulate it digitally.
Whether we like it or not, we crave human interaction. We're not all very good at it, and a lot of people need some help. And Dungeons & Dragons gives you this safe environment to communicate when you're not necessarily the best communicator. And so it fills these needs for people who maybe are having anxieties over it.
Storytelling is complicated. It requires intuition and improvisation when you're doing it orally. And when it's shared storytelling and the players are contributing to the story, there's a sense that you don't really know where the story's going to go. That's a wondrous thing. To see this story evolve in the moment, in live time. It's like watching The Lord of the Rings. If The Lord of the Rings didn't have a script and the actors were just in the world reacting to real situations, you don't know where it's going to go and you don't know how it's going to end. Those things are decided by the players and the DM in the moment or by the fate of the dice, and that is compelling. D&D's resurgence, I sort of attribute to 2 big things. Neither of which is me. One is The people who grew up playing earlier editions of the game are now in very influential positions and are sort of the leaders of cultural movements now in the world. They're running companies that are driving game experiences that are getting out there to millions upon millions of fans. There are people who work at Blizzard, there are people who work at Cryptic, there are people who work at BioWare and in Hollywood.
A couple of years ago, we celebrated our 40th anniversary. And with that, we really re-energized and recharged Dungeons & Dragons and started telling these really big annual stories set in the Forgotten Realms.
A theme that we embraced in our work on the system for 5th edition was finding what's best, not only in 3rd and 4th edition, but also 1st and 2nd edition, and also basic D&D.
With the advent of technology now, shows like Critical Role, which is on Twitch, have demystified the game. The live games that we do at the PAX shows have demystified the game and shown that D&D is, above and beyond anything else, entertainment. And the barriers to entry don't seem as high anymore.
My favorite thing I've ever read about Dungeons & Dragons was a mom who wrote this op-ed piece about how Dungeons & Dragons taught her how to communicate with her autistic son because it taught her the framework and gave her son boundaries. And for the first time ever, they were able to sit down for a couple hours and really communicate back and forth. And Dungeons & Dragons enabled that. And I think when you have something that is so special and touches people on such an emotional level, it's always going to be popular. And I think right now people are just craving more and more of that connection with other people. But at the heart of Dungeons & Dragons now, in this generation, it's really just storytelling, these big, epic adventures, and how friends are going on and being successful together, and the stories and the memories that you form doing this, and also the bonds of friendship that kind of get formed along the way.
All right, so we are back for Jovial Joust. The players are still getting ready, and while they're getting ready, I will explain the game. Okay, just give me one quick moment to make sure they have everything. Okay, there we go. So while they're setting up, I'll quickly go over the rules of the game. Basically, Jovial Joust is always played in 3 rounds. But before players get started, they will get to choose what we call a category of obscure gamer knowledge. This is something that you should hope that your other team doesn't know. Right? And because we have a full round of of questions with that topic. And that's your advantage of winning that round, basically. So 3 rounds and 3 questions per round. So the first round is going to be the first obscure knowledge topic. The second round is going to be the second obscure knowledge topic. The third round is going to be a category called Name That. And I will get to the details in a bit. So in the first round, you will have a question and 4 choices. Only one of these choices is correct. And you have a timer at the top of the screen, which runs down. And when it's down, it's over. And you should have picked the answer before the timer runs out. You just pick it by clicking the right answer. And anyone of your team can click that answer. It doesn't matter who. The first one counts. Remember, though, that you cannot change your answer after you have first clicked it. Right? So if one of you is too quick, then that's the answer you're stuck with. So that's for the first 2 rounds. In the third round, the game works a little differently. In the third round, you basically need to find either a name or a title or something like that. For instance, it could be something like name that RPG. And then you get different facts displayed. First fact, second fact, third fact, and so on. There are 10 facts in total. And at any point when you think you know the answer, you can hit the buzzer and then give me the answer, right? So the first team that hits the buzzer can answer this one. Now, what we do is in the first 2 rounds, we will see who has the most right answers in the round and who wins the round. Winning a round gives you 10 points. If both teams have the same amount of correct answers, you split the points. Every team gets 5 points. The last question gives you points according to how many hints are left uncovered. In other words, if you answer after the 3rd hint, you will get 7 points because 7 hints would be left. Okay, so that means even if you lose both first rounds and it's 20-0 for the other team, you still have a chance of beating them, but it's a very, very slim chance. You just have to answer really quickly then. All right. I think it's pretty much self-explanatory once we go into this. Just remember, when you've selected a question in the multiple choice answers, you also need to submit that question. There's a button there, which you will see in a moment. Okay. Question to both teams. Do you have your screens in front of you? Are you logged in and ready?
Yes.
I see. I see category selection.
Yep.
Okay then. So, can you select your area of obscure gamer knowledge?
Yes, I can. Oh,
yes.
Okay. Listen.
Oh, wow. So, Dungeons and Dragons 3.5 core rules. Are you sure the Doomed Rollers don't know this one?
Well,
okay.
I'm not great at the other categories, so we could try
You're afraid of the other one. And Spelljammer. Wow, that's really obscure knowledge. Good luck with everything. Let's start the game. Here comes your first question.
Character classes in the player's handbook.
I hope you. Here it comes.
We'll try that. Maybe that one.
I don't see the question on my screen, guys. Can you see the first question?
Yeah, we're on question. We have a second question that I'm trying to submit.
I'm sorry. Then yeah, you just focus on your screen. I need to quickly fix something here on my end. Okay.
I can't submit the second one.
Right back. Please focus on your questions.
Apparently, this is not my area of expertise either.
Thought I gave you an easy one, huh?
Okay,
well,
so by now I have it on the screen. So the first question, and sorry, I hope this works better now. The first question was, a cleric walks by you. Her shield bears the image of a unicorn. What religion does she belong to? And both answers were Ilona here. That is absolutely correct. So you get a trophy.
Whoa. All right. You Paul. It sounds like a unicorn.
Okay, great job.
Who named our unicorn Obad High? That sounds gonna work.
Okay, let's go. Let's go to the next one.
Dwarven War
So,
Axe.
how much damage does a Dwarven War Axe do? 1d10, 1d12, 2d4, or 2d6?
Okay, let's go with that.
Timer is up there at the top. I can see about 20 seconds left.
I guess I didn't take my submission. There we go. Did you get my-
Okay, Hairless Wookiees says 2d4, Doomed Rollers 2d6. I'm afraid both answers are wrong.
Oh, sadness.
1d10.
Ah.
Don't play dwarfs, right?
Should have played a dwarf.
Okay.
Dang.
All right. Okay, let's go to the next one. What effect does a critical hit have?
Oh.
Lost our host, maybe? Video?
I think
Do that one.
It's 2 or fewer hit dice. It is instantly slain, or no changes for the critical hit rules as normal.
You think it's that? All right, let's try that.
I'm doubting myself. I wouldn't have said that.
Yeah. All right, I think I submitted.
Yep. That is not good. That is really not good. But I am.
We can hear you though.
That is good, and you can probably see me again too.
Oh, you're back.
Yes.
Yeah, there you are.
You're back.
Good. Here we go. Sorry about that. I don't know why. So, all right. So, the Doomed Rollers say it is immune to critical hits and takes normal damage. And Hairless Wookiees say no change. The correct answer is, of course, it is immune to critical hits and takes normal damage, which means the Doomed Rollers are taking the first round. 10 points for you. Congratulations on winning the first round. Let's go to the second round.
Oh, yay.
Spelljammer.
Oh, no.
Okay. So, if a person is infected with lycanthropy on a planetary surface and then leaves the planet, when do they assume their were form? Whenever there's a full moon on their native planet, whenever they come across a full moon, whenever there's a full moon on the planet they were bitten on, or they won't until they next enter a planetary surface.
Look at that.
This is really obscure knowledge.
That is super
And you kind of have to get.
I'm going to pretend I know the answer to this one.
Remember that. Even.
Oh, this is
5 seconds
Spelljammer.
left. At least guess something.
I should have submitted. Did you get my submission?
It doesn't look like you submitted that one. I mean, Hairless Wookiees did, but Doomed Rollers didn't. You say whenever they come across a full moon. The correct answer was whenever there's whenever there's a full moon on a planet they were bitten on.
Okay,
that makes sense.
Yeah. Does any of you play Spelljammer, or have you ever played Spelljammer?
I know what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Does that count?
Yes, I have played Spelljammer. I have played Spelljammer.
Okay. For how long?
I ran a short Spelljammer campaign, actually, probably 15 years ago.
Wow.
But it's a fun campaign. I love Spelljammer. So the thought of having the ships in the air just really brings that pirate out in you.
Okay. Let's go to the next question. What ship are many spacefaring nations noted to be willing to attack on sight? A Drakkar, a Dragonfly, a Hammer ship, or a Nautiloid?
What do you think? About that? Okay. We have made a choice.
Good. 20 seconds left. All right. Two different answers again. The correct answer, though, is the fourth one, a Nautiloid. Yes. I am not. I also used to play Spelljammer. I think those were the ships of the Mind Flayers.
They were the ships of the Mind Flayers.
Right.
Makes sense.
So definitely those. Let's go to the next one. This one is the decisive question for this round.
We hope.
Good luck.
Or
What
else it's
happens
going
if
to
an
be
item
0
is
to
thrown
0.
off of a Spelljammer? It goes in the direction thrown until it leaves the ship's gravity plane, where it then bursts into fire, or it will go into orbit around the Spelljammer, or it moves a number of feet equal to the thrower's strength score, then stops and floats in wild space, or it floats perpetually until it collides with another object. Yeah, the rules of physics were fun in Spelljammer.
Yes, they were.
Absolutely. And this one actually goes to Doomed Rollers. It will go into orbit around the Spelljammer, correct?
Because the plane is right through the middle of the Spelljammer.
Yes,
if I remember
yes,
correctly.
you remember that correctly. So if any of you guys out there are watching us right now actually remember these things and are good at this, please join us. I think the Discord link is posted somewhere in the chat. Just come over to our room and we'll set you up for another round, because we can play a second round if you want to. Otherwise, I might have to drag Jens back in here and we just talk.
Sure, let's.
Let's go ahead.
Boy.
So,
Go.
third round. It's 20-0 for Team Doomed Rollers now. You are probably experienced trivia gamers. But nothing is lost yet for Team Hairless Wookiees. Because in this one, you can get a lot of points. You just have to be fast enough. Let's go to the third round. Name that. Remember that you can only hit the buzzer once for your team.
Name that artist.
Name that artist. So we're looking for an artist. Here's the first hint. He was born in Los Angeles. He was awarded a Caldecott Honor Medal for an illustrated children's book. He illustrated many Magic the Gathering cards. His art is featured in a line of Dark Sword miniatures. He illustrated books written by Peter Beagle and Greg Bear. He illustrated an entire Dungeon magazine in 1996. Is featured on box art of some Ralpatha miniature sets. He illustrated Dungeons & Dragons Planescape campaign materials. Doomed Rollers.
Oh.
Tony DiTerlizzi.
Yes. Yes, correct.
Well done.
Wow. Really cool. All right, let's go to the next one. Oh, sorry, that's 6, 7, 8. 2 points for you.
2 points.
These are all the same
Points.
answer.
Yeah, no.
Nice. Next one.
Serious.
Yes. Name that city. It's in the Forgotten Realms. Members of many races live here.
Oh.
It's noted for its craftsmen. It's on the Sword Coast. Doomed Rollers?
That would be Waterdeep?
No, it is not Waterdeep. So you are out for this round, but Team Wookiee can get these points. You just hit the buzzer at any point. We'll continue with the hints.
Okay.
Its original name was Agastor.
So it could be Baldur's Gate. It could be.
Even
Which one?
after his death, its citizens worshipped Tyr.
Is Candlekeep the other one?
The city is home to the many star cloaks.
You think it's Candlekeep?
It is
Oh.
home to the House of Knowledge and the Hall of Justice. It's called the Jewel of the North. Yes?
Okay, so the one that's up north is not Candlekeep. I guess we'll just go with what is the one up north?
Where's the one with
Icewind Dale.
I need an answer now.
Is Icewind Dale the name of that place? We'll go.
You
We'll
say
go with
Icewind Dale?
At least that's north. I know that's north.
Okay.
Probably wrong.
That's wrong. Yes. The correct answer is Neverwinter.
Ah, right. Okay.
I knew it. This is
The
in
other
the
one.
background of my brain. I so
You should have
forgot my
known that
first
one.
thing was Neverwinter.
Yeah. All right. Last question.
Okay.
Name
Name
that
one.
D&D monster. It's an aberration. It lives in the Underdark. It has many tentacles. Feeds on psionic energy. Its society is organized in cloisters. Hairless Wookiees?
Okay, let's go with Mind Flare.
All right, it's not the Mind Flayer. Now it means that the Doomed Rollers have a chance to get this point. Its society includes priests and abbots. It's lawful good. Helpless if turned upside down. Yes.
Is it a flump?
Yes, it's the Flump. How did you guess that?
Exactly that one. The upside down and lawful good and many tentacles. I was like, I know exactly what it is.
Wow. Wow. 2 points for you. Have you ever encountered a Flump in your campaign in any way?
Never, but we have
not
a
me.
wild mage sorcerer that can, if they get a lucky roll, or unlucky roll, I guess.
All right. Cool. So that means we have a final score of, wow, 24-0. Let me find out if we have another team. Just stay with me for a moment. Actually, while I check, maybe you can tell me what your favorite games are, what you guys are playing, where your actual area of expertise lies.
Clearly not this. We're playing D&D 5 now, and we're playing Pathfinder 2. Yeah, my expertise, I would say, is probably more in the board game area, but I've certainly been playing role-playing games since the 80s.
Okay.
Every edition of D&D and a few others here and there. But yeah, board games is an area of expertise, I would say, for Hairless Wookiees. Clearly.
All right.
And
So,
Disney theme parks, we'll take that as an area of expertise.
And what about you, Laurie and Alfred?
Alfred, why don't you go first?
Oh, okay. I'm currently playing 5th edition and Cyberpunk Red, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I been playing for a good probably how long would I say? Probably 9 years I've been playing like role-playing games. Started at 3.5 of Dungeons and Dragons, then quickly moved to Pathfinder, and Pathfinder became like my favorite role-playing system.
Okay, nice. What about you, Laurie?
I am currently playing in a 3.5 game, and I'm running a 5th edition game, which I'm not an expert at. That is something kind of new to me. So, but it's fun learning it. Some of my other favorite systems are probably the new Modiphius Conan system. I really like the combat in that with the momentum and doom. I've been playing for, I guess, about 35 years, maybe a long time. So
Oh wow!
started with Buddies and Burrows and Car Wars and First Edition and all those old systems, and just kept on playing.
So no wonder your team is so good. You've seen it all, basically.
It's been a long trip, and a lot of fun though.
Very cool. So I think you kind of intimidated the people in the chat because nobody dares to challenge you. So we could go back to just talking about games and stuff, but I would rather offer you or offer the Hairless Wookiees a chance of a rematch to, get more than 0 points this time. Do you accept that?
I'm happy to give it a shot.
Okay,
Sure.
Let's go again then. Let's see if you can get more than 0 this time. I know
I can handle lots of
doomed rollers are. I mean, they might be bad at their rolls, but they are pretty good at trivia, as it seems.
I think they're just on a roll.
Exactly. Let's reset the game. Let's go through these 3 rounds again, and let's start again by choosing your area of obscure knowledge.
Okay.
Okay, First Edition, or Vampire the Masquerade, or Knights of the Dinner Table.
Wow.
I'm going to go with that.
Yeah. Laurie did not mention that she played Vampire the Masquerade.
I don't.
Well, Knights of the Dinner Table is great too. First edition, huh? Oh, versus Knights of the Dinner Table. Great.
Yeah, that should be fun.
Oh, God.
That should be fun. Let's go to the first question. First round. And for those of you in the audience, feel free to guess as well. Let's see if you get this right. What kind of weapon does Dave's character, El Ravager, wield? Is it a Hackmaster +1? Is it a Hackmaster +8? Is it a Hackmaster +10 or a Hackmaster +12?
I'll go with that. Let's do that.
Both of you say Hackmaster +12. Wow, that is correct. Well done. Next one. The game master's name is BA. What does that stand for? Boris Antonio, Boris Alfonso, Boris Andy, or Boris Alexander?
All right, I'll go with that.
Half. He's mostly just referred to as BA, so either Boris Alfonso or Boris Alexander. So the right answer is Boris Alfonso. The point goes to
Wow.
rollers.
Oh.
That was a guess.
That was a guess?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it was a correct guess.
It was a correct guess, yes.
That's all that matters.
Those are the best guesses. Let's continue. Next one. Who is the godfather of gaming? Is it Pete Skipowski? Is it Weird Pete? Is it Gary Jackson or Edmund Finley?
We all know that one.
That's an easy one, I would say.
What do you want to pick? This one? All right, we'll go with that.
They said it too.
Yes, both of you got that one correct.
Yeah. Luke Gygax talked about that during the one of the intros and in our streaming. So.
Oh, really? What did he say about that?
That he mentioned Knights of the Dinner Table and how there'd been the Gary Jackson. There was a combination between Gary Gygax and Steve Jackson. So
Yeah,
I remembered that. Whew.
That makes sense.
This entire convention's name, GaryCon, is really based on that name from Knights of the Dinner Table, because Luke told me that when he thought about starting this convention in honor of his father, that Jolly Blackburn, the creator of Knights of the Dinner Table, came to him and said, "Why don't you use GaryCon as a name, because that is kind of established in this comic?" And he took the name. So that's where that comes from as well. Cool. once again, the Doomed Rollers take this round. Let's go to the first edition round. Okay, the book Legends and Lore was originally published under which title? Was it Lords and Ladies? Was it Creators and Creeds? Was it Deities and Demigods? Or was it Master Myth? You're too fast for me, but you both.
It's one that we actually knew.
Do you still have that book? Anyone?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But not the original version with the Cthulhu chapter.
Yeah, I don't have that one either. I'm kind of sad about it too.
But at least you have it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have that too. I also don't think I have the original version, but I'm not sure. I have some gaming stuff locked away in somewhere in boxes, and I haven't looked at it.
In boxes, that's shameful.
I know, it's very shameful. The problem is I built this huge shelf space because I thought, hey, I could display all of my books there. And then it filled up so quickly that I ran out of room. So I had to put some stuff away. But yeah, that's how
I'm pretty sure the law of gaming is that your collection will expand to exceed your shelving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just have to get rid of the area that guests would normally come and sit in your house and just put more shelves there.
That's a good idea. I never thought of that, Laurie. Is that what you did?
No, not yet, but I may have to soon.
Okay, good. Let's go to the next question. According to Unearthed Arcana by Gary Gygax, the god Bervanus is which of the following? The gnomish god of adventure, the orcish god of strength, the dwarven god of safety, or the halfling god of thieves?
You want to go with that?
If you want, sure.
For those of you who know Unearthed Arcana.
We'll go with that. All right, we locked in a choice.
15 seconds left. Is it the gnomish god of adventure or is it the dwarven god of safety? It is actually the gnomish god of adventure. This point goes to
no.
You may get some points.
Yeah.
That's all right.
All right. Next question. Which of these adventures are set in the world of Greyhawk? Is it Treasure Hunt? Is it Destiny of Kings? Is it the Forest Oracle? Or is it Against the Cult of the Reptile God?
What was that?
So know your old adventures.
That feels right to me.
Okay.
Still have 20 seconds.
Okay.
All right, so you say Treasure Hunt, and Doomed Rollers say Treasure Hunt, and Hairless Wookiee say the Forest Oracle. The actual answer is Against the Cult of the Reptile God. Have you played any of these adventures?
The only one I've heard of is the Forest Oracle.
Really?
I think I actually have all of these adventures.
And you've never
but
played?
It's been a long time since I cracked them open.
Okay. Well, it's actually this. Well, no, I have to correct myself. No, I have actually played both Treasure Hunt and Destiny of Kings. I think Treasure Hunt was an adventure that was special because it was for 0 level characters, and you got to play it and then choose your character class during the adventure.
Yeah.
It was kind of for, it had a neat concept. This Destiny of Kings was definitely a Forgotten Realms adventure, if I'm not mistaken, with that one. But I remember many years ago I played that one too. I don't remember what happened, but I do remember that I played. I've never played Against the Cult of the Reptile God, but that's definitely a classic. So I have it, just like you, Laurie, somewhere locked away. But maybe it's time to open those boxes again for me. Right, so that means end of the round. And this time, this round goes to the Hairless Wookiees. 10 points for you.
Nice.
Yay.
Yeah.
My mission is accomplished. Got a point.
Mission is accomplished, but now you're actually in a position in which you can win this match. Let's go to the Name That question. Here we go. Name That RPG. It uses a variety of dice. It uses a class and level system.
Man, it's so hard.
It's a medieval fantasy game. Many companies have made material for it. It has multiple editions. Doom Brawlers.
Okay, I've got to try the obvious one, Dungeons and Dragons.
That's actually correct. Sometimes it's the most obvious answer. So 5 hints left, which means 5 points for you.
Woo.
Ooh.
Okay. Let's go to the next one. Name That D&D monster. It is in every edition of D&D. It can also be found in many other games. It is sentient but very dumb. It comes in many colors, including orange, red, and green. It lives in a tribal society. It enslaves other creatures. It's usually neutral evil. Yeah, Doom Brawlers.
Is it possibly hobgoblins?
No, it's not hobgoblins.
That's a shame.
It is a shame. This is the chance for the Hairless Wookiees to get this point.
They're gonna sneak in.
Let's go
Take
on.
us down.
I think so. You have any more, or do we get any more? Okay.
Wargs are known to associate with it.
I see how it is.
It is small. Yes.
All right, let's try regular goblins.
Correct. 1 point.
Okay, 1 point. We'll take our point.
Too many letters.
Hobgoblin was so close. But right.
I didn't know they came in colors either. Yeah, that was what threw me.
Okay. Yes, of
Well,
course.
they do have mites, but they're blue, I thought, or I don't remember what color mites are.
Okay. So 15 to 11 for the Doom Brawlers. We have one more question. Let's see. Name that publisher. They're based in the United States. They are a subsidiary of a larger corporation. Video games have been made from their RPGs. They closed down their shops to focus on game design. Hairless Wookiees, yes?
Okay, I want to go with. No, it's not gonna be that. Let's go with Wizards of the Coast.
Wizards of the Coast, and that is correct. And you
Whoa.
said the answer before that last one showed up.
snuck
So
in.
6 hints were left, meaning you're taking the lead. And you
Wow.
won this match. Congratulations.
Nice.
Close.
Oh, congratulations, you
Yeah,
guys.
go for it.
Very close this time. All right. Cool. Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, thank you. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. So
We got the easy one for the second round.
we do have a few minutes. I don't have to throw you out immediately. Let me ask you a few more questions. So are you guys mainly players or are you DMs?
Oh, I cannot dungeon master at all. I am a player. But it's something I'd like to learn one day.
I do both.
Uh-huh.
So, and I guess I enjoy each for their individual reasons. I enjoy playing because I really enjoy the challenge of getting into my character and thinking of creative solutions, and I enjoy the game mastering part because you get to create some really beautiful, interesting environments. So both of those are fun.
what's actually your favorite game world? I mean, I asked you about the games you play and stuff, but when it comes to the setting, is there something that really appeals to you that is maybe even more immersive for you as a setting? Or do you have your own?
For me, that would I enjoy Dark Sun, which is kind of interesting because you wouldn't think I would because I live in the desert. So, but I enjoy it because it's such an unusual setting and very harsh and difficult and something that's very challenging.
I'll go with lately we've been into horror games. So we've been doing Mothership and Aliens. And so kind of those have been my favorite recently. But generally I've been probably 60-40 a GM most of the time and a player whenever I can for a long time. And recently I've got the rest of my players to start GMing, so I've been playing more lately, which is great.
Well, as I've said before, Pathfinder is probably my favorite for many different reasons. I just like how really deep you can customize your characters in Pathfinder. Another one I've actually been enjoying a lot recently is Cyberpunk Red, because my DM for that game, he's really been making a lot of good, interesting rules to kind of change it up a little to make it so some classes aren't too easy to play and have an interesting twist on them. So, and it's a really good world. I mean, it's pretty immersive when you really have a good DM.
Right. Okay, guys, thank you so much for playing. We will end this game here now. It was a pleasure to play with you, and was a great game. Thanks for basically saving your honor in the second match and winning that one.
Thanks for giving me the easy, making it easier.
We will get accused of like shaming people on the show or something. So that was
right. I'm used to lots of humiliation.
Thanks for
and thank you to our opponents, because that was really fun. So
yeah, thanks for
very
playing.
Good, very good.
So,
staying up late in Las Vegas.
Enjoy the rest of GaryCon and good gaming at all times.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it.
We'll be right back after this commercial break. See you.
See ya.
Welcome to GaryCon 13, everybody. I'm your host, Luke Gygax. I'm joined by my sister, Heidi Gygax, and the GaryCon chaplain, Derek, the Geek Preacher White. First things first, I want to thank our sponsors for making this possible. Epic Encounters by Steamforged Games and my good friends at Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. They're making the stream possible. Possible all throughout GaryCon, all 4 days. We have several Twitch channels going. This is GaryCon Gaxmore. We have GaryCon Blighted Lands, GaryCon Greyhawk, and GaryCon Loch Geneva, all filled with content all 4 days. So plenty to watch in between your games. And again, GaryCon 13, just like GaryCon 12, is all virtual due to the coronavirus. It's been a tough couple years, but thank God for technology. Thank God for streaming. Thank God for Zoom and Discord and all these other pieces of technology we have that keep us together. So we're able to keep it going, keep the celebration going. Next year, though, 2022, we'll be doing it live in Lake Geneva, which is great. And we will continue doing the virtual GaryCon for those who are around the globe and can't make it into Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Not the easiest place to get to, as anyone who's been there can attest. No direct flights into Lake Geneva. But for those of you who maybe don't know what GaryCon is, let me just give you a quick breakdown. GaryCon grew out of a very sad event. My father, Gary Gygax, the co-creator of Dungeons and Dragons, passed away March 4th of 2008. And we had a funeral for him. And afterwards, so many people had reached out to us. Those who maybe even didn't know my dad directly, had just were impacted by his work, or he had corresponded with by email or on forums, felt moved to come to Lake Geneva and pay their respects. So we had an event, a wake, a memorial gathering, where we got together, we played games, which is what my dad loved most in life, is playing games and sharing camaraderie with people. We watched D&D, the D&D cartoon and the Futurama episode that we was on. And everybody had such a good time. And it was so cathartic for our family that we decided to carry it on. And I don't know if my sister Heidi can kind of attest to the spirit that we felt during that event.
Yes, it was, while it was a very, very sad event for our family, it was just the outpouring of love and support that we got from the gaming community and the people that came by was just really fantastic. And, it continues. And I just wanted to thank each of you who participate, whether or not you were there that first time or not. It just really means so much to us, whether or not you knew our dad, but you do honor his memory by continuing to get together and gaming and having a great time. And we really appreciate it.
We do. It means a lot. And it's GaryCon is a family reunion, and that includes those of us who are close to us, many of whom were designers and artists who worked with my father when we were young, or that even my brothers and sisters may have worked with when they worked at TSR. But it's become more than that. It's become a way for us to honor those early pioneers who are still with us. And many of them come to GaryCon. Many of the classic designers or designers from that era come to GaryCon, and we play their games. You can sit down and chat with them. And it's really a wonderful opportunity because these guys are all our old friends. And it's just wonderful to be able to see them and have a venue where we can all gather together and reminisce and play great games. But my father isn't the only one who has passed away from that era. As each year passes, unfortunately, time takes its toll, and we lose some folks. And I do want to take a moment just to say, memorialize them and say that they are not forgotten and show our appreciation for them as well. Dave Arneson, creator of Blackmore and co-creator of D&D, Professor M.A.R. Barker, Empire of the Petal Throne, John Hill, squad leader, John Eric Holmes, the Holmes D&D set, Bill Hoyer, International Federation of Wargaming, one of the founding members and Castles of Crusade Society, Don Kay, who started Tactical Studies Rules with my father way back in 1973, I believe, Tom Moldvay, Keith Parkinson, the artist, Jim Rosloff, a well-known artist, and I believe he's art director for TSR for a period of time. Dave Sutherland, nice guy, had a lot of, he's done a lot of great work, obviously, and just was a really nice guy. I remember he always treated me well as a little kid running around 723 William Street, the first headquarters for TSR. David Trampier, who worked right across, had drafting board right across from Dave Sutherland, and had all sorts of cool Wormy cartoons and stuff like that. He was a very interesting character. Jean Wells, the first female TSR designer, also a maker of fantastic Southern fried chicken. So I ate that with great joy on many occasions. Lynn Willis from Chaosium, Lauren Wiseman, Eric Woodzik, a guy who was really a good friend and lived next to him for a while, just a real nice guy. Uncle Duke, Bruce Duke Seyfried, passed away in 2018. Darwin Bromley, and then just last year, another person I was lucky enough to reconnect with from the past, Len Lakofka, Leoman's Tiny Hut. He passed. I wrote some iconic early D&D adventures. I was just fortunate enough, just kind of dumb luck. I'm in the National Guard and I was stationed in Long Beach, and that's where he was living. and he contacted me and said, "Hey, I have some things," and he passed on some Rel Partha minis and some other things. And he said, "Well, I'm moving," and I think he knew he was sick and he just wanted to pass on some things to people who might appreciate them. And so I had an opportunity to talk to him a few times, and that was really great. So, tip of the hat. Keep those folks in mind during GaryCon as you celebrate, as you have a good time, which is what it's about. And we got plenty of great guests that are here, both from old school and newer school. So guys like, we've got Tim Kask and Jim Ward and Tom Wam, Zeb Cook will all be here participating. And on the newer side, there's, Mike Merles, Chris Lindsay, we'll have Satine Phoenix running some events, Elisa Teague, Stephen Radney McFarland. So there's just a wide range of people running games, designers, as well as just you and me who are here playing games. And of course, as I mentioned, our streaming events. Thank you again to all of our sponsors, our vendor sponsors, as well as our title sponsors for supporting us so that we can bring this content to you and keep the celebration going. Just to highlight a couple things, on Thursday at 8 p.m. Central Time, we'll have Beetle and Grimm, the Beetle and Grimm crew running some D&D. On Friday, we'll have another episode of Maximum Mike Pondsmith running Cyberpunk Red for Team Monster, which I'll be fortunate enough to play in along with Matt Lillard and Beast and Jason Azevedo and Nora Ibrahim. So, and John Tutal from Monster Fight Club will all be together. Saturday, we have a very special event. We're going to be continue to raise money for Extra Life, but this is our big push, is that same time, 8 p.m. Central Time, Saturday. We'll have Andrew Cosby, the creator of Eureka and writer of Hellboy. He'll be running for us. High Plains Drifters, and we'll have the pleasure of David Harbour, the actor from Stranger Things. Matthew Lillard will be back. Deborah Ann Wool will be returning as well. She's great, played with both of those folks before. Alicia Marie, a very talented cosplayer, and me will be there on Saturday night. Can't wait for that one. And then Sunday, we're wrapping it up with first edition D&D classic adventure from Stefan Picorni, the CEO of Dwarven Forge, founder of Dwarven Forge. So we'll have lots of beautiful terrain. And it's about it's like the 9th time I've played Bingo Shortwick, my halfling thief. We'll have Marcy, the talking sword from Old York, will be back, as well as Elisa Teague and David Baxter playing again, and Thor Nye, and of course Peter Adkison, another one of my good friends. So just some great content coming up. We'll be raising money for Extra Life. Please join our team, Team GaryCon 13. Donate if you can. Just post up on your social media to help us raise money for an excellent cause. Extra Life supports the Children's Miracle Network of Children's Hospitals. We're going to be supporting the Wisconsin Hospital in Milwaukee, Wisconsin Children's. So anything you can do to help promote that would be greatly appreciated. But for now, let's get GaryCon started officially. We'll have our chaplain give us a blessing, and then we'll continue.
Thank you, Luke. As always, it's an honor to be a part of GaryCon and the GaryCon family. And so receive this blessing. May the dice roll in your favor. May your fellow players always have your back. May the game master rule fairly, and much laughter and joy surround your tables. And until we meet again, hopefully in Lake Geneva, may the Creator hold you safely in the palm of their hand. Amen.
Amen. Well, thank you for that great blessing. Thank you for joining me, Heidi, and thank all of you for being at GaryCon. Sit back, grab some snacks, grab your dice. It's time to have some fun. We'll see you later.
New Glarus, if you can find it.
Oh yes, if you can get a spotted cow, I'm jealous. I don't have them out here in California.
Yeah.
Good luck, everybody. Yeah.
And welcome back to Worldwide GaryCon. Welcome back. I'm Jens, your moderator for the next hour. And beside me, under me, near me, somewhere on the screen, you will see Melanie Fantagraphy, a wonderful illustrator from Germany. doing fantastic stuff. Hi, Melanie.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. So you've gotten really famous in the
Am I?
German-speaking role-playing scene. Maybe also in the English-speaking, but I've seen a lot of you in the German-speaking role-playing scene, especially in one corner of role-playing, the LARP scene. You got really famous because of a really, really cool piece of art, or should I say many pieces of art. You've made a card deck,
Yes.
right?
Yes. It was a crazy idea that I had 2018 on Conquest, and yeah, I never ever thought about doing this in this way, this big, but it just exploded when I offered it to the community. I had no idea that it would be this cool and what the community would make out of this. Yeah, I just wanted to do this for myself, for my own LARPing pleasure, to sell frivolous cards on the convention, IT as my character. But as soon as I thought about searching models for the cards, because I wanted to be them characters that you can play with these cards and you can see, oh, who's that? Oh, I know this person. And that would make a lot of play for everybody who is involved around these people. Now I lost my sentence. I thought that I could do this to make more play out of them, and asked on Facebook to have models for the cards. And in between 2 or 3 weeks, my Facebook site just exploded. There were
I've seen it.
hundreds of people, and they wanted to be on the cards, and I was overwhelmed by all the good feedback of this idea. And I immediately thought that I have to do a Kickstarter or something, a crowdfunding campaign, because my own money is not enough to get everybody involved who wanted to be involved in this. So printing costs money, so I had to make crowdfunding out of this, and I was scared as hell about this thing because it gets so big. But it went really, really well, and I'm very happy about it. And I'm still doing illustrations for cards now in a special other way with Burgschneider, the biggest LARP hoster in Germany or in the whole world. They do the conquest of Mythodea. And
for the people out there not knowing it, because we have guests from all over the world, and of course there are people from all over the world visiting the conquest of Mythodea.
Yes.
There are several 10,000 people. Last I heard were about 50,000, 40,000. Is it right?
I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly. I thought about 5,000 or so.
No.
It's not thought it was that big.
It is really big. It's over 10,000 people.
Wow. Okay.
Taking part on the biggest LARP experience in Europe.
Yeah.
And
yes,
this is
great.
This is huge.
Yes. And and now I'm doing something with Burgschneider together. I'm drawing for another project. I'm drawing a tarot deck. I don't know how to spell this in English. I don't know.
I think it's tarot. I think it's like that.
Telling, yes. And also with characters again, but now more connected to the plot of Mythodea. So
really cool.
Yes, I'm in contact with the people from Burgschneider who are responsible for plot and stories, and now we will do something really, really, really cool for all the players for the next convention, for the next Mythodea. I don't know when it will take part. Nobody know, but maybe 2022 or 23. That's the goal to hit, and I want to make even more play for everybody.
Let's hope 22. So
Yeah.
coming to Gary Gygax, you already started to do something for us and for the people out there. This looks like one of your playing cards a bit.
Yes, it's actually the frame of the playing cards. I just thought about doing crossover. Gary on a playing card. And maybe I will make this available for somebody. I don't know yet, but yes, I did this yesterday a little bit to make the sketch to have at least something here before we start. And I thought about getting people involved there in the chat. You can maybe help me to finish this painting in giving me something that can sit on his shoulders or surround him.
Great. So
Creatures from D&D, but I have to say I have no idea of creatures of D&D. So you should explain to me how they look.
let me be your GM for today.
Give
For
it to
this
me.
picture. So, folks out there all over the world in the chat. First of all, sorry for talking so much to Melanie and not talking so much to you, but this is much too interesting for me. So, please write down in the chat for us what you want to see. Let's say about 3 creatures. Is it good? 3, 4?
Yeah, maybe that will fit.
Okay, 3 up to 4 creatures that surround Gary Gygax on this card, who, by the way, states your favorite
Quote, yes.
quote of him. Okay, we will need
My favorite quote of him. It's so great. It's my own RPG philosophy this year.
Yeah. So give us 4 fantasy creatures. Best would be D&D because it's Gary Gygax sitting there. Just give us 4 creatures that should surround him. One we already have is a tiny, cute beholder.
A tiny beholder, okay.
So a beholder who should not be dangerous and tough, but tiny and cute.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the first, the beholder. We take it. The second one that is in there is, of course, and you feared that as we talked before, the Mind Flayer.
No idea how they look.
Yeah, you have no idea how they look. But we will help you through that. So, as I said, I'm your DM for today. I will describe you things. You enter a cave. Water is dripping from all above the ceiling, and you feel this a bit too warm, a bit too moist atmosphere going on around you. Breathing is a bit hard. And then you see this creature standing before her. It's wearing a dark, black, purplish robe.
A robe.
And you first think that must be a priest, but when he turns around to you and looks right into your face, you see that as his belt buckle, he has a creepy skull. His skin is bluish pale. He's got 3 tentacles going from his face down, as it's not a mouth you see, but these 3 tentacles. His head looks a bit like an octopus. The top of his skull looks like if the bones are missing, and you are directly looking at his brain, and he's watching at you from his dark, black, and gleaming eyes.
That sounds creepy.
Can you imagine a bit of a mind flayer?
Imagine an octopus-like head. So I will draw this first.
Yeah.
And
is the audience satisfied with my description of a mind flayer? Do you think this
I will need
this
more.
fits a mind flayer?
I will need more. Is it like human?
It is
body?
humanoid.
Oh, humanoid. Okay.
It is humanoid. It has a head with 3 tentacles instead of a mouth. They wear robes with high collars.
Okay.
Like
So I'll make them.
these fantasy magician thing going up with high collars.
Okay.
And it's a palish blue skin because they live in the Underdark.
Do they have hands?
They have hands with a bit of clawy, long, thin fingers, spidery fingers.
Spidery fingers. Fingers with hands with 5 fingers.
I think that let me take a look.
Audience, help it out. Help
There
it
are
out.
4
Four
fingers, 1 thumb and 3 fingers.
Okay.
So yeah, 1 thumb and 3 fingers, long, stingy fingers.
Okay, I will make him sit
but
on
not
Gary's
jazz hands, as Monty Dot says, not jazz hands. And I should tell you, it's a bit like Emperor Ming from Flash Gordon with a squid head. So
If I knew Emperor Ming is what would help me. I'm sorry.
okay, so we have 2 creatures. We have a baby. We have a mind flayer, and it looks good the way you paint it. It's going in the mind
direction.
flayer direction.
Okay, good. I make him sit on Gary's shoulder because it's his creature, so
Yeah, and there are 2 other creatures.
yes.
We will still need a baby beholder.
Baby beholder. This is the eye, I think. Yes.
This is the thing with many eyes. It's like one big eye with tentacles, and on the tentacles there are all eyes.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's red.
It's
most
red.
of them.
But
The classic.
the sclera is white, or
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I will do this beholder over here, I think.
Yeah.
So we have
And
one shoulder left.
there are 2 more, if it's okay.
I don't know if maybe down there somewhere. I will try my best. If it's
Okay.
not too big, it will maybe fit.
One should be a baby dragon,
Baby dragon. Oh, I really love dragons. So
and the 4th and last one should be a mimic.
what's a mimic?
Just draw a treasure chest
Okay.
that opens the lid, and there are all teeth, and the lid is the mouth of the mimic, which is one of the most usual. A mimic can be anything. It can be a chair. It can be a treasure chest or something else. But the iconic mimic is the treasure chest,
Okay.
and a tongue sticking out of the treasure
Cool.
chest.
And I'm like, baby dragon, which color?
Which color should the dragon have? The baby dragon. Just we're waiting for the chat. Gold dragon, a golden dragon, a red dragon. So we have gold and red now. Any more suggestions?
Maybe
You
my-
know, in D&D there are 2 groups of dragons. There are the ones with metal color, so gold, bronze, silver, and the ones with the chromatic colors like red, blue, green things.
Okay.
And normally the metal dragons tend to be the good ones, and the
Mhm.
other ones tend to be the evil ones.
Oh, that's a question for everybody out there. Good dragon or bad dragon?
Yeah. So right now we have everything from gold, red, green, chameleon dragon, purple
Chameleon?
dragon, So
I just have power, people.
we can't do all of them. We just can do one of it.
Maybe we can
I think
count
most people write down right now a purple dragon.
purple. Okay.
The gold and silver dragons tend to be the good ones.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of assignment, there was a question in the chat. One missed that. But they don't have to. They tend to be the good ones. But as always, this is role-playing game. You can do whatever you want. There is no purple dragon. Manfred is writing. Cool. So let's
I will
see.
make a poll in the chat.
We make it. First of all, just write down a 1 in the chat if you want to have a metal dragon, or a 2 in the chat if you want to have a chromatic dragon, a colored dragon. So write down a 1 for metal, like gold, silver, and a 2 for the others. Help us with it. Do the poll. We have more people, more I demand numbers. So if you read it, we don't need any rules. Yeah, Elderon, you're right. First of all, I said we don't need any rules, and then I said there are no purple dragons. Great. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times the colors and just 3 times the metal. So we tend to be red, green, blue.
From an artist's point, I have to say green would fit good in this all over yellow place because it's a contrast, but you can choose whatever you want.
Okay, just to make it easy, we have to come to a point. Green, red, or blue. 1 is green, 2 is red, 3 is blue. Just write it down. 1 is green, 2 is red, 3 is blue. Yeah, this is overwhelming green.
Green. Okay, yes.
A green dragon, which are poison dragons, we have to say. They are not spitting fire, but acid breath.
They are Western dragons, I think, not the Easter version.
Yeah, the classical dragons, not feathers, but
four-legged,
scales.
Four-legged,
Four-legged, classical, the classic European dragon, we have to say.
Cool.
Western dragon, as you said. Yeah, 4 legs, leathery wings, no feathers. Cool, thank you, chat out there. So, Melanie.
Yes.
What's your favorite role-playing game?
Ha!
And you don't have to say D&D, just your favorite ones.
My favorite one is that this one I play actually with my own group. So normally in no COVID times, we play The Dark Eye.
The Dark Eye, yeah.
Yes. But the group is that what is really counting. So I would play everything with these people. So at the moment we play online because COVID, Shadowrun, because Shadowrun is better fitting in like a camera sitting at home and technical stuff and everything. Because I really like for my Dark Eye play the person in front of me to describe what I wanted to do. And yeah, I have a big campaign that is running through 3 years now. And I couldn't finish it because of COVID. We were at the least last point. I just thought, heck, 3 or 2 more sessions, then it will be done. The big showdown will be there. But then COVID hits and everything was off.
So you're the DM?
We make this in everybody does DMing, but I do mostly DM at the moment because I have this big campaign running.
Is it your own campaign, or is it in the Dark Eye? There are many pre-generated campaigns.
It is at least some kind of pre-generated campaign, but I made it fit to my group. So I changed a lot of things and made a lot of other things doing what will work with my group, because we don't like fighting that much, and I had some issues with some NPCs, which I really like, and I didn't like the way that they were treated in the campaign.
Okay.
I made some changes for us, but mostly it's a campaign that will fit in the lore, and the end will be the same as it is in the books, and there will be you don't have to retcon anything when you go to other players and play in the same timeline, so it will be the same in the end, but the way is another way to get there.
Okay. Yeah, as always, dungeon masters they always try to make an adventure their own, even if it's pre-generated. So for all you guys down there hearing that and asking yourself, what the hell is the Dark Eye? Tomorrow, I think, will be a demo of the Dark Eye happening here on GaryCon. So if you want to see this game tomorrow, you can see it. And maybe if there are places left, I don't really know if there are places left, you can even join as a player, which is great.
Ooh.
But I don't know if there is if there are any places available for the Dark Eye demo.
It's a cool thing. I really love the world. The world is really big. Everything is described. You can know everybody you want in some kind of little village. Somebody says it's too tight and you have no freedom to create something. But I like that. I like the depth of the world, and I like everybody. You can look in a book and you know how the major in this village is his name and what he likes, and if he has children or wife or something. It's amazing. I love that.
Yeah, and this is what's so cool on role-playing game. There's a game for every game type. So no matter what kind of game you want, you find your special game that seems to be designed for you. Once in my life, I just played Shadowrun.
Once in your life, okay.
All over. There was a time in my life, not once I played Shadowrun, but there was a time in my life where I only played Shadowrun. So throughout years, because I was one of the German authors for this game, and so I really loved Shadowrun, and then I changed to other games. And nowadays, I'm fan of open games that let there be space for me as a DM.
I started with Shadowrun. It was my first RPG ever.
Cool.
Yes, it was great. I was totally addicted from the first second. I thought, wow, what's this? This is amazing.
When did you start role-playing?
16, I think. I was around 16, and it was New Year's Eve, and we played with a bunch of friends. Somebody brought it there, and yes, I was the first second. It changed my whole life. Even like the first lab event, it was an experience that I will never forget, and that is influencing me for so many years now. I can't live without it anymore.
Have you been an artist, or let's say, have you been doing art before role-playing, or did you start inspired by role-playing?
There was a time in my childhood when we played a lot role-playing, but we didn't know that we played role-playing games.
Okay.
So we played, we LARPed cats, and we had a big amount of drawn cats with characters, because these criminal cats books where a cat is the main character and it's the detective and
Like Feliday.
Yes,
Of
indeed.
course I know this book.
That was the one. Feliday. I saw and read Feliday. Maybe I was too young for that because it's a bit gritty. But I loved it, and my friends loved it too. And so we played Feliday settings and drawn a lot of cats to make the setting complete. And we played a lot of role-playing games. So that influenced me in the beginning. Then came this anime phase everybody has in this age, I think, when I was 13. I loved Sailor Moon, and I tried to copy it and drawn a lot of Sailor Moon stuff and anime stuff. And
I never understood, and I'm outing myself, I never understood the thing about Sailor Moon.
No?
Never.
It's so
I
cute.
don't understand Sailor Moon.
Oh. It's nostalgic for me to see it again. I watched the whole seasons for, I think, 2 years ago again. You can't watch it anymore. Oh, it's no. It's just no. But if you liked it in your teens, so it is a kind of thing to watch it.
Yeah, it's hard to watch your childhood favorites nowadays with the development society took throughout the last 10 years. 20, well, I'm old. I have to say the development society took throughout the last 30, 35 years, if I want to talk about my youth. I recently tried to watch Captain Future again.
Captain Future. Okay, I know.
Yeah. I grew up in the time when there was no Sailor Moon, when there was Captain Future and anime was still Heidi. So this was the time where I grew up. I am so much older than you.
So much.
And I overwatched Captain Future, and I have to admit I can't watch it anymore. It was great in my youth, but if I see it today, I will have to admit, wow, we have really different role models this times than we have today.
Yes.
A point also Sailor Moon has to take, I think.
Really, yeah. I don't like actually the Sailor Moon character, the first character Bunny, because she's so clumsy and so girly and always screaming and over the top. Every time she does anything, she's over the top. So I was more with the clever girl with the blue hair. That was my favorite character because I liked it. I liked her to be clever and more calm and serious.
Okay. Where do you want to put the mimic on this card?
Yeah, I actually don't know yet. I thought about making a book maybe that is in front of the scroll.
A book as a mimic. Cool idea.
Yes, because all role-playing games came from books. So maybe I do a book here and get them some teeth.
Yeah, this is cool. A book with teeth will be also a great beholder.
Maybe here, because there's a bit more space left for a book than a chest, treasure
chest. Okay. So, people out there, as I did yesterday, I want to know from you, where are you from? So, just write down in the chat your country you're from. I'm so curious to see where all the people watching us right now are sitting. There's, of course, Manfred is from Germany. That was my suggestion. The USA, we have Germany and the USA watching us right now. Are there any other countries? Sweden. Welcome, Sweden. Welcome, Austria. Germany, Sweden, Austria, most of them are from Germany right now. The Philippines, cool.
What?
So Germany, USA, Sweden, the Philippines, Austria, great. So
Amazing.
welcome people all over the world. It's
Amazing.
4:30 p.m. right now in the Philippines.
Okay.
So thank you for participating here, Chameleon. So I think that's the first time I talk to a role player from the Philippines. Just say us, what's your favorite role-playing game you play? How did you come to role-playing? What's your favorite game? What's your favorite character, Melanie, by the way? Do you have a most beloved character?
The character type, you mean? Role-playing game character type or class?
No, your favorite character. Your character you most love.
My own RPG characters I mostly love. It's my priest. I play an half-elf priest, and he's a guy, but that's just one detail. And he made a big transition from being the evil one in one of my campaigns to be a character for me.
Oh, cool.
Yes. The group lost their hearts to him and made so much to change him to the good side, and now he made the decision to change from the bad one. He was in a contract with demons and everything, and he was very ashamed of everything later and made the turn to being a priest. So he made a big transition. I played him about, I think 6 years now or something.
Wow, cool.
It's a really big story with a big character development, and I really love him a lot.
That's cool.
Yes.
Chameleon is saying he hasn't even started playing role-playing because he doesn't find someone in the Philippines.
Oh no.
But yeah, I think a convention like this is a good way to find companions to play online. And this is so bad a pandemic situation like this is so much it helped us, if we have to be physical apart, to come closer together in another kind of way. So I hope here you will find players, and you just need some English playing people, and they will explain you how to play role-playing game, Chameleon. This is no problem at all. But every child knows how to do role-play. Every child does this every day when we grow up. I think the first role play every child in the world does is mother, father, child. As children are coming together and playing family, and they say, well, I'm the mother, I'm the father, and you are the child, and we play together. This is role playing. Exactly, that is role playing. And this is every child does, and when you grow older, it changes from doing mother, father, child to these cowboys and Indians thing, where the one are the cowboys hunting the Indians, or you play robber and cop and things like that. This is also role playing. So all you have to do is change the topic and the world of what you're playing just a bit, from, well, you're Luke and I'm Leia and he's Han Solo and we all play together, or whatever children today, I'm too far away from it, are playing right now. What are children's heroes today?
I think the Star Wars. My little niece loves Star Wars, and she loves Rey. I don't like Rey.
Yeah.
But she loves her.
Yeah, there are. I have to admit that a part of me went apart when I saw the last 3 Star Wars movies, and I'm totally opening a chapter that I close directly again, because there's no good way to discuss topics like that. But yes, I think still the Star Wars characters can be heroes for children. But yeah, if you run out there or be Harry Potter and Hermione and Ron or things like that. But again, I'm thinking of Ron, Hermione, and Harry, but they are also children that grew up with Harry Potter are grown-ups now.
Yes. Oh my God, we are old.
Yeah, this is when you say 10 years ago, you still think of the year 2000 or the 90s, and then you will see, no, that's not true. 10
Yeah.
years ago was...
I was at cinema for the premiere of Lord of the Rings. I remember that as it was yesterday because it was amazing.
Yeah.
And I've seen every film in a very long session, 3 films after another in the cinema. And I remember that, and I never thought that was 20 years ago.
Yeah, it's
It is 20 years? What?
ridiculous. Yeah. Kasaya says that her 8-year-old son is playing Among Us, the role-playing game.
Among Us?
Yeah.
There's a role-playing game about Among Us? Really?
There is no, but he is 8-year-old, and children don't need books and rules for doing role-playing.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's right. Children do role-play with all the stories and things they hear. Zoo, playground, Paw Patrol, no rules, just gaming. We should more look into this. I think
as Gary said, you don't need the rules.
You don't need the rules. You just need your imagination. This is all you need. So basically, her son has learned Gary Gygax's secret already. Yep, that's right.
Yes.
That's right. Chameleon says, most Filipinos don't really like role-playing, but I think RPGs are really underrated. I mean, this game has no visible walls. And what graphic cards can beat another imagination? You are right. You are so right. Nothing out there can beat the pictures in your head. Maybe the pictures Melanie is drawing can beat the pictures in your head to get back to the theme we have here right now.
The picture in your head is always better and bigger. And I really love it to paint the pictures in the head of my players. That's the best thing ever. I love it when they hang on my lips and I describe something really dense and really intense. And I see the emotion on their faces are growing, and I see what my words are doing to them. That's amazing. That's the best feeling in the world. Maybe I sound like an evil villain now, but I like it.
This is perfect. This is such a perfect feeling if you manage it to not telling your players what their character feels, but make the players feel.
Make them feel.
Yeah, I really love this moment. Happens not all the time when you're role playing. Some role playing.
The best time, I think, when you see that you're doing something with them and their emotions.
Yeah, you're so right. You're so damn right. These are always the things you remember the most.
Indeed. I really remember one scene that was really, really hard, really, really sad. A death of a character. Which
my gosh.
Never do without telling the player now what's going on. Your character is going to death. What should we do to make this as good as possible for you? Because I can't bend the world enough to don't make this happen. So I talked about the character's death with the player, and she wanted to stay emotionally by her side the whole time until the last breath. And it was we played, I think, to 4 in the night or so. We just were 3 players, and we were all crying at the table. It was the hardest thing I ever game mastered. Yeah, she died really bad death. It was through torture.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and she was discovered, and the other players know that if they would try to save her, they would die as well. So they had to just let it happen. And it was, oh my God, my heart's beating when I'm thinking about it again. It was so intense, and it was the hardest thing I ever did to my players. And it was a good experience to have that experience, but I don't want to do this again.
I totally know what you mean. Yeah. Sometimes there are things happening you will never forget, and this will be always part of your own legend. So yeah, and this is also a wonderful thing about role playing, that you are forming your own legend, not only the legends of your characters, but also the legend of your players. When we are all old, sitting down at a campfire, and we talk to each other and say, well, do you remember the theme when she died and we all sat around the table crying? Do you remember that? And everyone recalls the feeling that was in this moment.
I work a lot with music. That's a good point. Working with music makes so much difference.
As if you're giving me a cue, there will be a panel on using musics in role-playing today.
Oh, cool.
It will be after this panel here, there will be, I think, Janina Robben doing the next art hour. And after that, there will be the big panel on using music in role-playing at 11 o'clock Central European time. So in about roughly something more than an hour.
Oh, perfect. Cool.
And there will be great musicians. There will be Ralf Kurziefer, who's done so much music for The Dark Eye. There will be Erdenstern. They do music for LARPs also. And there will be Bismarck and Snow White. And this will be interactive like this one here. People, you all can participate in this workshop and help the people doing the music by giving your input. This will be so interesting.
I really recommend using music. It's a big difference to the play, really. When you have a theme that is connected to a special NPC or character, and you play this every time this NPC shows up, everybody will say, oh my God, the music started. Oh, I know what's going to happen. And that's something really great. So it can make the experience much better for your players.
So you have one special song for returning.
Oh, a lot.
A lot of special songs for returning NPCs.
I love NPCs and creating NPCs and the world around them and making them alive. And I often use themes for special NPCs. We have a special Inquisitor who's a big, I don't know the word in English, Vorbild. You know that, Jens?
He's yeah.
Somebody to look up to.
A role model.
Yeah, a role model. Yes, indeed, a role model. He's a big role model for my priest. He's just a priest from another church, but he's doing his priest thing so good, and he's so calm, and he's so sure of everything, and our whole group loves him because he's making very good decisions. He's really the good guy. And we have a special theme for him, and everything is connected to this theme. And I had this scene when they came on a boat over the sea, and the characters were desperate and didn't know what to do now, and they know there will be help, but who will come to help us? And then I switched on this theme, and he was coming with a boat over the sea to the castle where the characters were, and everybody was going to, oh my god, Gilboran is coming, and so I saw the water in their eyes. That was amazing.
This is great. This is a great trick. So people out there, take out your paper, write it down for your own role playing. This is all in the end. There will be a test, and this will be one of the questions. No, there won't. There won't be a quiz. Chameleon, but
Mind Flayer, have they eyes?
sorry, back again.
I'm the Mind Flayer.
Yeah, they have just these black. No pupil, no colors in the eyes. Just
small, or big.
Small, all over black eyes.
Small over black. Okay, and they have no nose. I think they just have this tentacle.
They have just have this tentacles, no nose, and the top of the skull is a bit bubbly, brainy thing going on. It's not smooth. It has bumps and things like that. Do you know Doctor Who?
I know it, but I never get caught of it. I just saw the first episode and it was so weird.
Okay, then again, we wanted to make you examples of how they look. The silent Eldaron says that the silence from Doctor Who would be a perfect or the oud should be perfect for a mind flayer. But I think it's what you do is totally perfect.
It's going in the right direction.
It's going absolutely in the right direction.
So it's not easy to imagine something that you really don't know and just have to describe it to hit the point. But I think your description was very good. I hope so. And everybody can see that this is a mind flayer.
Yeah, and this is an interesting experiment, I think. So all you people out there, even if you just tuned in. Melanie has never seen a picture of a mind flayer and doesn't know mind flayers. And as you see, there's a mind flayer sitting on the shoulder of Gary Gygax. Do you think this is mind flayery enough?
Mind flayery.
Yeah. This is I like about English. You just make something in the end and just mind flayerish. some kind of mind flayerish person. Chameleon says pretty accurate.
Hey! Woo!
And Manfred says it's a very good version of a mind flayer. So I think we had some kind of connection because you totally got the picture I've got into my eye.
Cool. That what makes a good game master.
Yeah, maybe we should do some role playing together sometime.
Maybe. I'm totally in. I love role playing games, and I never thought about making a role playing game on stream because I'm already I'm so wordy and I'm talking a lot, and when I want to describe things that are happening to my character, I'm very accurate and taking a lot of time for this. So maybe I don't know if it's good to do this on stream.
I think there's not such a big difference. There's the playing on stream is a bit more intense because you don't have any off time. When you play not on the stream, you have off times where you just do some chit chat.
Yeah.
This never happens on stream. You are more focused.
A little bit like LARPing.
Yeah, a little bit.
When you are on a convention that is 24/7, and you're IT the whole time, so it's really intense too.
Yeah, you can compare that. But like I said, there are no off times when you stream because you don't so much make role playing for yourself, but for the audience. And that's what's happening is that everyone is starting to do more describing of what he's doing, because you don't only want to have the players on the table understand what you do, but also the audience.
Oh, okay.
And you don't do in a fight, well, I don't do in my streams. So there are many kinds of role-playing streams out there that you do. I hit him. Well, I've got a 19 hit. Thank you, 4 points of damage. You shouldn't do that. You say, I take my great axe, swing it around my head, and with a battle-ish scream, I jump onto the dragon and try to hit my axe into his head. Roll your dice. And this is more the kind of play you do when you do streams.
I have to admit, I will find out soon because I will game master a stream soon. Nobody knows.
Oh, cool!
It, so please, everybody.
So you've never heard of it? Just promise us all out there you never heard of it.
You will hear of it soon if you are a LARPer and you are maybe connected to the conventions from Burgschneider and Conquest of Mythodea.
So cool. Yeah. And I'm more and more tending to ask you if you would be part of one of my streams sometime.
Oh yes, I really like that idea. I really like it.
I take this as a yes.
Yes.
I remember you.
Yes. We do something.
Cool.
I really like the scene. I never felt so connected to something than the role-playing game scene. I love the people. I love everything about conventions. Being there and chatting about some crazy, fictional, never existing stuff. I love that.
Yeah.
So I love going on conventions, and it's so sad that I can't now. But I will do it again if it's possible.
Of course, I will totally do.
I love it.
The first convention I get will be mine, just to jump into the crowd and greet everyone who's there after so many months, I hope, not years, but we will see.
Don't say it.
We will see. Knock on wood.
Yeah.
So I think we have round about 5 minutes to go.
Oh, just 5 minutes. Oh my God.
Yeah, the time flew away.
This picture is so busy that I don't think that I can finish it. Maybe I will finish it today in my own channel or something because I like it.
Yeah, and I'm totally sure that the GaryCon will come to you for that and talk to you about this picture. And so we want to show all the pictures tomorrow in the last round of Art Hour and present all the pictures of Gary.
I have to do some work on it. It's not
maybe. Yeah, we also had some great ideas. Yesterday, there was one picture of Gary standing on a poster in the MoMA, not the Museum of Modern Arts, but the Museum of Monster Arts.
Oh, cool!
And he was on the poster as a statue, and he was painted as Elminster, his beloved own character.
My goodness, that sounds amazing.
The wonderful thing about this was Gary, all his life, he was wearing these Hawaiian shirts. These colorful Hawaiian shirts. And we painted him with a magician robe in the pattern of a Hawaiian shirt. So it was
and the artist hit that in 1 hour. Wow.
Yes, she was so fast.
Amazing.
He even got a dragon tail in the end because one of his spells went wrong.
Wow. It's really hard to get something together that's so busy like this in 1 hour. So I see that.
But you totally nailed it. This is what you did.
Work to this.
So people out there in the chat, if you like that, just put a heart in the chat. Put a heart, give some love for our beloved Melanie Fantagraphy if you like this
Nice.
picture.
That's so nice of you.
And the second picture yesterday was Gary Gygax as a Tiamat, the five-headed dragon.
Ooh.
And there was all the heads of the dragon was Gary's face. And he was
Good
as
Gary,
a
good Gary, bad Gary.
he was as a DM. The center head was in the middle behind the DM screen, just talking to the players. It was not only heads; he had hands. The second one was eating. The third one was drinking. There was one head with hands looking up the rules for the group, and the last one was rolling the dice. So all the
rules.
Yeah, all the 5 things a DM has to have in mind when doing role playing: eating, drinking, rolling dice, describing it to the people, knowing the rules.
Amazing. Cool. I'm
And this
impressed,
was
really impressed.
also such a great idea. There are still hard things going on in the chat.
Oh
So,
my God, people are so sweet. Thank you.
People seem to like what you do for them. And
Good.
I totally do. This is a great picture.
Good, good, good.
Elderon is saying this is a terrible cute beholder.
Terrible cute. That's good.
So, we have 3 minutes to 10.
Wow.
I see that it went so fast. So, my dear Melanie, we have to thank you for letting us see your arts and letting us see this wonderful face of our great idol, Gary Gygax.
It was a
And
pleasure.
so I wish you a very nice weekend. Looking forward to see what happens to these pictures till tomorrow morning. And we are honored to have your head here as our guest on GaryCon.
It was a pleasure to me to talk to you and have so many viewers from all over the world. Thank you, people, for watching.
But this is far from over, you people out there. We are not yet done with you. Right after this art hour, there will be an additional art hour where you see a totally different way of dealing the task of painting Gary Gygax in a role-playish situation with one of his games. There will be Janina Robin, another fantastic artist, showing you her art. And after that, there will be Musics in Role-Playing Game. Is it a blessing or a curse? And then...
Spoiler, blessing!
And still today, we will talk to the people of Free League Gaming from Sweden, who've brought so wonderful role-playing games to the scene, like Tales from the Loop, Things from the Flood, Alien, the role-playing game, the upcoming The One Ring, the Lord of the Ring role-playing game that was just a landslide success on Kickstarter, collecting over 1.6 million. So stay tuned, don't turn off. Right now I'm giving off to our commercials. We do a short break. You just get yourself a coffee to stay awake all through the day. We will have a lot for you till tomorrow evening. And Raz and Janina will come to you in just a few minutes. Melanie, see you soon. Folks out there, have a nice day. Stay tuned.
Bye.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
I spoke with several people on the D&D team about where they got their start and what it's like to be shepherding D&D and see it evolve.
Since the launch of 5th edition, we've done a number of stories now, and what I try to do with each story is to take something that has been in D&D lore, that is part of D&D's history and past, and bring it forward.
Not speaking specifically of Dragonlance, but the future of other realms is we're always being very thoughtful about how we bring in other settings or other realms. It is a big connected inner universe. We're always listening to the fans. We know which ones are the most popular, and we intend to be as thoughtful and deliberate about the other settings as we have been with Forgotten Realms.
So in the case of the Giants story, for 5th edition, we found in ancient lore from an old book called Giantcraft, this idea of an ordning. It's sort of like the structure of giant society. And in Storm King's Thunder, the basic story is, well, what happens if that ordning is shattered? And the giants basically have to go out into the world and earn the respect and favor of their gods to create a whole new ordning. And what that does to the small folk of the world when the giants are stomping around doing all kinds of bad stuff.
Every book we release is a challenge because we're always learning something new each time, and we're running into different problems every single time, but we're finding solutions, so we're getting faster and better.
My cousin, who was much older, he was like 24, and he and his friends were at the dining room table playing Dungeons and Dragons, and it was the first time that I'd ever seen it played, and they'd been playing for years. And so I just watched over their shoulders and just thought, like, how cool and how crazy it is, all this cool stuff they're doing. And my mind just kept spinning on all the different characters that I wanted to make and all the different cool weapons and magic items they had and how I wanted to do it. And shortly thereafter, I weaseled my way into the table, and my cousin started letting me play with them.
I would basically volunteer and help the magazine staff pour through the magazine submission slush piles and kind of help them clear the decks. And so they got to know me. They kind of got to know my professionalism, and I got to know what they wanted. And eventually, TSR was bought by Wizards of the Coast in 1997, and a position opened up, and one of the first people they thought of was me. So they offered me a job. I came out west, and after fighting with the American border guards to get across, I landed here and have been here for the past 19 and a half years.
Some of I think personally, the most exciting thing about working on these books is kind of the end, when we start, like crunching, and we start getting everything together, and it just starts piecing together the art, the layout, the content. Like even as I'm reading through the content itself, when I'm just supposed to be laying everything out, it's just so amazing, and it's such a good feeling because you get this rush, like I can't wait for everybody to see this, because so much time and effort from everybody inside the building, outside of the building has put into this. And that's the most thrilling part, I think, when we're starting to do that final pass on it, and then Jeremy and Kate are looking it over, and I'm like, yes.
The math of game design is wedded to storytelling, is wedded to art, is wedded to beautiful layout, and it's when all those things come together and are sort of singing together, that's when I get most excited, because that really gets at what's special about D&D, is it's a little bit of all of these things working together, and toss in, people joking around and eating bad snacks, all of that, from sort of the heroic and the highfalutin to the low and the ridiculous.
Hello again, and welcome. Thanks for coming to this event. I'd like to welcome Janina Robben, who is a very talented artist. Janina, do you want to introduce yourself, perhaps?
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Janina. I'm a fantasy artist from Germany. And I'm working for German role-playing games since 2012. If you have played games like The Dark Eye, you may have seen some of my illustrations there.
Actually, we'll talk a little about that during this event. We want to get to know you a little better, but let me first tell people what this is about. Those of you who have seen the previous event already know what we're doing here, but those of you who just joined us may not know yet. So since GaryCon is all about celebrating the life of Gary Gygax and remembering him, we thought it would be a wonderful gesture to get our talented artists to draw Gary in some kind of role-playing situation. And we later on we'll publish these to all of you, and we were thinking of maybe making them available as little postcards or something to buy, so you have a nice memory of this GaryCon. And of course, the proceeds will go to the charity that GaryCon supports. In this case, it's the charity Extra Life. So you have already started drawing Gary and outlined him a little. Can you tell us what your basic idea for this drawing was?
Yeah, sure. My first idea was to draw him as a magician, but I didn't like that idea so much. And then I come to think he was an author, so why don't draw him as a scribe with magical powers? And my idea is that his writing is coming to life. So this is where I need the help of the chat, because I want to fill this book with some cool scene he is writing down that is coming to life in this book, and perhaps some creatures in the background, maybe a beholder, mind flyer, whatever comes to your mind.
Right, and you already added a dragon. So great.
Dragon has to be in Dungeons and Dragons.
You're absolutely right. So, question to you guys. We need your creative input. So, what comes out of the pages of this book that Gary is writing? We'd love to see some creative input here. You guys are really helping us create this image, and we totally depend on you here. So, hopefully we'll get some input here. Just write something in the chat. Tell us what your ideas are. Meanwhile, we'll talk a little about a few things, and Janina will be drawing. There's one idea here that says dueling drows.
Drow.
Yes,
Okay.
dark elves. And I'll tell you more as more ideas arrive. But meanwhile, while people are still thinking and start trying to be creative, I mean, I know it is really, really late in America, middle of the night. So if any US viewers are still with us, we really, really appreciate that. We like having you here. And we're hoping that we can help you pass the night away. If you're still creative at this hour, show us your creativity. For those of you who are in Europe, I think you have woken up by now, so, you know, it's a great time to be creative.
So night owls from the US and morning birds from Europe.
Exactly, the night owls. And well, it's not so early anymore here, right? I think so. I don't know what time. It's past 10. Yeah, right. So while people are being creative in the chat, let me ask you a few questions. So how did you get into drawing fantasy art?
That's a very interesting journey, how I come to this. I always loved to draw when I was a child, but I drew characters from comics and from movies, especially Disney characters.
Okay.
And I had a vocational training in graphics designs, and after that I didn't want to work in any creative kind of space because I was afraid I would lose drawing as my hobby, because I really hated this vocational training. I'm not the only one who felt like this. I learned some great stuff there, like how to use Photoshop and something like that, but it had nearly nothing to do with the creative workflow, how it really is. And after that vocational training, I studied social science, something completely different. And I just drew my characters from role-playing games or those of my friends. And one day, a friend of mine asked me, hey, I know one of the editors from The Dark Eye, this role-playing game in Germany, and they are looking for illustrators. And I really love how you draw our characters. Just come with me, take some of your pictures with you, and talk to him. And this is how I became an illustrator. They really liked my work.
That's how you got drawn into the industry.
Yes.
And they never let go of you anymore after that.
No, they didn't.
All right. So dueling drows is the only idea people have. So I think people still need some time to wake up. Right. The things are, I mean, you don't have to take any of these suggestions. It's always the artist's decision in the end, but maybe you can let yourself be inspired by them.
I really like the dueling drows.
Mhm.
The only thing I wonder is if I put a drow in the background who's standing behind Scary and is watching what he does, or really take this to dueling drows down in the book.
Okay. Yeah, question
One
for
thing
the
I put,
audience.
yeah.
Should the dueling drows be in the book or in the background? What do you prefer? So, meanwhile, let's talk about that dragon a little. So you said that a dragon has to be there, of course. I mean, dragon is so iconic. So, without the dragon, you don't have fantasy role playing, basically. But did you already think of what kind of dragon this would be, what color the dragon would be, or is that something that you want to leave to the audience as well?
I thought about making it a red dragon, because the dragon in the Dungeons & Dragons logo is often depicted as a red one.
Absolutely, yes. So we have some input here. Coming out from the book, like Ethereal, since it was my idea for drows, I'll keep my opinion to myself this time and let someone else decide. So, kind of the idea is letting them come out of the book like ghosts, maybe, like an apparition that appear from the pages or something like that.
That's a cool idea too. I added a small mimic to the mix. It's an
yes.
inkwell. I thought you need an inkwell, and when it's an inkwell, why not a mimic?
Absolutely, that's kind of a tricky thing. So I guess that's your challenge now, making these dark elves come out of the book.
Still dueling, or just dark elves coming out of the book?
Dueling was the idea, but I mean, eventually your decision. You're the artist, you're the professional, so you know how to compose such an image. If you say, well, let's take the dark elf, but let's get rid of the dueling, do it, whatever fits. So I know you are very involved with the Dark Eye because you were introduced to them and they basically paid you for drawing for them. And they never let go again. And I assume you probably play the Dark Eye too as a role-playing game, right? Or don't you?
I used to play it, but I haven't a group now that's playing the Dark Eye. I'm playing more of Dungeons & Dragons and Splittermond. That's another German role-playing game.
All right.
And Cthulhu.
Okay. I assume if you more recently started playing Dungeons & Dragons, it's probably 5th edition, or which one?
It is 5th edition. We started playing The Curse of Strahd. It's a really scary setting, and we really love our characters, and we think we are all gonna die. But that's the way it goes in Ravenloft.
Part of the appeal, definitely. But are you also DMing these games, or are you a player?
I'm mostly a player. I DM'd some Cthulhu games. I DM'd My Little Pony game. That was very interesting, especially because I tend to do horror games as a DM.
My Little Pony games are horror games for me. But
Yes, they are. But it was funny how invested the players became because they made fun of the game and about the ponies. It was just a short decision to play this game because we had nothing different to do. And they really got invested. That was really funny.
Yeah. So what kind of character do you usually play? Or what's the character you play in your D&D campaign?
In our D&D campaign, I'm playing Tiefling, a Cane Trickster.
Okay.
I like to play my characters with little kind of voice acting or different accents, and this character has a Spanish accent. So she's kind of a Spanish tiefling who has some problems because Strat, the big bad vampire, is very interested in her. That's the creepiest thing that ever happened to me, that the big bad guy took interest in my character.
Right, I can imagine. So did you choose an arcane trickster because it kind of represents your own personality somehow? I mean, do you see yourself as a trickster somehow or not?
Not really. I like to play characters that aren't very close to my personality. To try to be someone else. This sounds a little strange, but it's fun to try different things and to be someone else in the situations. And for example, we have a Game of Thrones role-playing game, and there I'm playing Knight, who isn't often in a very good mood and can be very cruel at times, and I'm glad that this isn't me.
All right. Because you're usually the person who's in a good mood?
Yes, I think so.
Even in the morning?
In the morning, I am a little bit grumpy, but I don't tend to kill people because of that.
Right.
We have the Dark Elf here coming out of the book.
Yeah, very nice. What else do you want to know? What kind of input do you need?
Something for the background. Perhaps some creatures or monsters or humanoids, whatever the chat would like to see.
Yeah, what should be in the background? And do you have any idea for something that actually relates to Gary in some way? While people are thinking about this question, let me ask you, have you ever played an adventure written by Gary Gygax?
I think I haven't.
Okay.
I'm not very sure. Most of my DMs tend to make their own adventures. So they don't use any written adventures. They make up their own. And No Curse of Strahd is the first one that comes to my mind that really isn't done by themselves.
Okay. But I mean, that's a very good adventure, I think, actually. If you get the setting right, if you get the atmosphere right and everything. And the way you talk about it sounds like you have a very intense game there, right?
Oh, yes. I had the worst nightmare in all of my role-playing. As I said, Strahd took an interest in my character, Lavinia, and from her backstory, she wasn't a tiefling all the time. When she was a child, she was a human kid.
Okay.
And she met the wrong people and became a tiefling. And because of this, her family wanted to get rid of her. And she really has problems in finding trust in other persons because she thinks they will hurt her or will want to get rid of her too. And our Game Master used the possibilities of Roll20 really, really mean in this one session. So I start to explain how my character really saw this, how as a player saw the situation. So the other characters begin to talk. Our Dragonborn Warlock says, yeah, I really think we should get rid of the Tiefling. She's dangerous for our group, and I don't want her near us anymore. Other player says, yes, sure, I think so too, and the others join in. I had no idea what's going on. I didn't know what I did wrong, and it became really scary. We all stayed in character in the situation, and don't know how we did this. But my character then said, okay, I will go. I really knew that this will happen to me. I leave. Shoshi left the house and met Strahd outside, sitting on his flaming mount, reaching down to her to give her his hand, and she woke up. And what our Game Master did, he wrote to the first player, you don't know if your mind is controlled or if you're dreaming or whatever. You are sure you want to get rid of Livinia, this tiefling character of mine. The second player he wrote, the Dragonborn Warlock will say something on the kitchen table, and you will agree. And this is what he wrote to the other players too.
Mhm.
I haven't seen anything of that. I only saw what the other characters were doing. And it was really hard to watch and hard to play. But it really was the cruelest and coolest nightmare I ever experienced as a player in a role-playing game.
Nice. So that it sounds like your group is actually playing at a level at which you keep information from each other as players, in which you have your little secrets and stuff like that, right?
We do.
Do the others know about your background?
A part of the background, because my character began to talk about this a little. They don't know everything, but they know a part of this.
Okay. So I need to call out to you guys. You're kind of abandoning us here. You need to tell us what should be in the background. We need some ideas at least, because there's still some space in the background. What kind of creature could be in the background, or item or something like that? Do you have an idea of something that we can put in there that kind of relates to Gary in any way? Some symbolic things, something that is just very cool, something that is very typical of the old Dungeons and Dragons games or something like that. Just share your ideas with us. Just write it in the chat. So before you did the professional artwork for Ulysses, you started actually sketching the characters in your home campaign, right? That's what you said before?
Yeah. I drew my own characters and those of my friends, and sometimes NPCs.
Okay. Do you still have those?
I actually do. I found some of my illustrations.
From your younger days?
I think they were from 2004 or older. Speaking of draws, I have one from 2003. Don't know if he is visible.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah.
This was a draw assassin I played in 2003, and there are a lot characters here.
That's impressive. And meanwhile, people were actually starting to add some creative ideas. So, ideas for the background. Maybe old bookshelf? Maybe a dungeon setting in the background?
I like the dungeon setting. Or dungeon setting with bookshelves.
Yeah, and with some other artifacts on the shelf, with some books. And there's another idea here, maybe the 4 elements from Temple of Elemental Evil.
I think I go with the dungeon. So we have a dragon and we have a dungeon, and I think that's perfect.
That's very good, actually. That's very symbolic.
Put the shelf on the right side because there's much going on the left already.
Yeah.
Oh, let's start with some books. So, artifacts. What artifacts would you like to see in the shelf?
Yeah, good question. I hope you can come up with some artifacts. Here's one idea. Elminster's Pipe. The Hand and Eye of Vecna. Wow, that's a classic.
Look it up, but it's a good idea.
All right. So when you started with your art career, were there any artists that you really liked, that really influenced you in some way, or did you always just do your own thing?
I did my own thing, but of course there are many artists who influenced me. John Howe, one of those. German artist Mia Steingräber, I really love her art. And not really in the illustration parts. Junji Ito and Naoki Urasawa, those are 2 mangaka, and I really, really like their style.
All right. Other ideas here are fire elemental in a jar and the fire salamander in a jar.
Sitting there angrily because he's in a jar.
Yeah, of course. I would be angry too if I were locked in a jar.
Some more books.
But so far, you have never really done any illustration or painting for Dungeons and Dragons, right?
No, I'm not working for Wizards of the Coast.
But
That's of course one of the biggest dreams I have. But I think I have to.
Actually like a big aspiration for artists, and like, I mean, you probably know a lot of other artists.
It sure is.
Talk about that. Is that kind of reaching a certain level if you've been hired to illustrate something for Wizards of the Coast?
Be extremely great if to reach this goal. I know of some artist friends of mine who really wish to draw for Wizards of the Coast too. I mean, as a fantasy artist and a fan of Dungeons and Dragons, that's sure something you want to a goal you want to reach someday.
All right. So this would actually be a good time to call out to people, to the Wizards of the Coast people who are watching us, guys. if you're interested, maybe you can tell us where you can find more information about you. Like, do you have a website or social media channels or something like that?
Yeah, sure. I've got a website. It isn't translated to English yet. That will happen in some weeks, I think. That's janinarobben.art. And you can find me on Instagram as Soul Huntress.
Right. So we'll share that in the chat, hopefully. There are some other ideas here. A pair of elven boots. Gary was a shoe cobbler while writing for a period. That's true. He did that in his past, so that might be a really nice symbolic thing to put there. And yes, the links are in the chat. And even if you don't work for Wizards of the Coast, feel free to click them and take a look at the website. But yes. So when did you start playing role-playing games? At a very young age, or was that later?
Started, I think, when I was 16, and I had a very strange way to get to pen and paper games. I started in chat role-playing games. I one day stumbled in one of those old chat homepages. I don't know if they exist in these days anymore. They do, great. And there was a role-playing part, and I really loved it. Without any rules, just the pure fantasy and ideas we had in our heads, and I really loved that. And I made friends with a LARP player there, and so I started LARPing. And I was in LARPing about 1 or 2 years when I heard there is this strange thing called pen and paper where you don't have to dress up and run through the forest, and you can do adventures with your friends without getting muddy and without getting hurt by those strange weapons you use and stuff. And that's how I started to play pen and paper.
All right, makes sense. And how did your art influence your role playing, or did your role playing influence your art, or was it just on the same level and they both influenced each other?
I think it was on the same level. I learned new things when I was playing pen and paper games. I learned more about armors, for example, and weapons and so on. And because of that, I learned to draw these things better and more useful. Not those giant anime swords you can't probably wield, but merely realistic weapons. And from the drawing, from drawing, I had ideas for clothing and armory and the appearance for characters and NPCs.
As a comment here to what you said, hey, Cloud can wield his sword like plastic.
Perhaps it is plastic, who knows?
Right. So you do, I know you attend role-playing conventions as an artist too. Do you like draw characters for people there, or is that in your past and you don't do that anymore?
Still do this, and I really love to do this. Because of Corona, I didn't attend many conventions in the last year. But if I have the time and I finish this Gary piece of artwork, I may have time for some character portraits for the GaryCon.
Oh, wow. Hope you heard that. So people can contact you through your website, I assume?
Through my website, or I will be on Discord when I have the time for the character illustrations. Okay. And I will post my pricings and how the illustrations will look there.
Perfect. So, yes, we do have several rooms on the GaryCon Discord server. And if you're lucky, you can catch Janina there and maybe get your character portrait drawn by her. But have you ever attended a convention in America, or are you more? Well, you're probably more German conventions, but have you ever gone to something like Gen Con?
Not yet. I really love to, but I hadn't the time yet for that. I hope when this whole pandemic stuff is over, I will have the time to do this.
All right.
I'd really love to.
So how many conventions do you attend, like roughly a year?
Let me count. I think about 4 to 5, sometimes less, sometimes more.
Mm-hmm. Because I imagine conventions are really a great opportunity to connect with other artists and see what they do, find out how successful they were, what kind of jobs they got, and stuff like that. Is it like that, or is it am I imagining it completely different?
Yes, it is. Sometimes those conventions are really like family meetings because there are some artists you really like and really love, and often you don't have the time to talk to them. And there they are in the booth, perhaps next to you, and you can just chat about everything, about the things they do, about they feel, and yeah, that's what I really miss now in the pandemic. That you can't meet with those people you come to know on conventions.
Yeah. So, comment from Luke Gygax. That looks like my dad.
That's great.
Right. Great to see you here, Luke.
Hello, Luke. I hope you like the picture.
Yeah. Do you have any other things you need input for?
There's this dark space here in the depth of the dungeon.
Oh, yes.
I think there could something still lurking there. If someone has an idea, I have an idea, but I would like hear what the chat has to say. What could be there in the dark behind Gary?
What's lurking in the darkness in this dungeon? Big question for you. Let's hear your ideas. First idea is an aboleth.
Ooh.
And second idea is the horrible monster of uncreativity.
That's a very scary monster.
Goblin.
Oh, I like the goblin.
And someone says Luke and his sister. Let's put a nice little fairy in the dark. An unseen servant
Fairy.
is another idea. So you like the goblin?
I like the goblin, but I like the fairy too, because we got this dark elf here and this mean red dragon. So perhaps something nice and shiny wouldn't be bad.
Right, and how ironic that the nice thing is lurking in the darkness of the dungeon.
Lurking fairy here.
All right. Fairies can actually be nasty little critters. I don't know. I've had my experiences in several adventures, I have to say.
Can be really, really mean if they want to have the fun.
Absolutely. Oh, what a cute little fairy.
Lurking in the dark.
Yeah. Probably needs glowing eyes or something. Yeah, Luke is saying good night. It is really late for you. I know it is now 2:40 a.m. for you. I don't know why you stayed up so late, but I
Wow.
hope you're not stressed by the convention. He's saying great artwork, Janina.
Thank you very much, Luke.
That sounds really good. Thanks for dropping by, and we'll send all that artwork to you later. Tomorrow we'll finish these sessions of artwork, of art creation, and you'll end up with a lot of nice pictures of your dad. So that's actually really nice that Luke stopped by, but I can imagine that he was really curious about seeing what you do to his dad.
I'm glad he likes the picture.
I'm sure he does. So, did your parents support you in your career choice, or did they say, learn something decent?
My mother was really supporting in becoming an artist. She was a little disturbed when I said after my vocational training that I don't want to do art as my work. But when I started being an illustrator, she was very happy about that.
All right. Because I can imagine that it's really not so easy to go that path, especially since I assume you're doing most of your work as a freelance artist, right?
Yes, I do. I always worked as a freelancer in art and as a social scientist too. Don't know, kind of my curse to be a freelancer. I don't know. Yeah, but I really don't mind. I really like this.
Did you ever have the opportunity to meet Gary?
Sadly, no.
Oh, right. Let me ask that question to the room. So, any of you guys out there, have you ever met Gary Gygax? If yes, can you share where you met him, at what opportunity, and how was that meeting? I actually had the honor of playing in a game with him once.
Wow.
But I died.
What happened?
He just, I don't know. It was like, he set up an elaborate dungeon and with traps and monsters and everything. And you kind of had to be on your toes all the time. And you had to figure out the mechanisms and how things work. And I don't remember it because this was many years ago. It was when I first, I worked for Wizards of the Coast for 7 years. I went over to the US in 2000. And I think that year, that was the year when I had the opportunity to play with Gary, when I met him at a convention. And he invited me to his game that he ran at night. And yeah, it was very entertaining, very fun, but also very, very deadly. I think half of the party died. So yeah. Oh, I see that Jens answered. And again, salt in my open wounds. We were on the same convention, but I missed him. Yeah. Oh, Gary was a really great person, actually a really sweet person. He was he was just, I would say, one of us. It really felt like he was part of the gaming community and not some celebrity who stood above it all. He loved mixing with people. He loved talking to people. He just loved being a gamer, and I think that's what made him so approachable.
Really loved what he did, and he loved the community.
Yeah. I always find it fascinating to watch how drawings like that evolve and get better and better with time.
Just by adding little bits by more bits, like the scales of the dragon now.
Yeah, and the shading and everything. So what are the best things about being a fantasy illustrator or fantasy artist, and also what are the worst things about it?
The best thing is that you can help bring a world that doesn't exist, or that it exists in the brains of the authors and of the players, to kind of bring to life. It is already alive, but to give it a visual form. And I really, really love this, to create something that doesn't really exist, but to help make it seem like it does exist in our world, or if it could exist in our world.
Right.
And this kind of is the worst thing too, because you have to think of how some creatures will work in the wild and stuff like this. And that's sometimes very much time of research, of finding out how it should be. For example, I had one commission of a plant wolf.
Okay.
And it wasn't very good described in the things I have had about this. So I got the information from the author. It was a plant that moves like a wolf, but it's still a plant.
Okay.
And that was the part I didn't like really much, because I had to think about, okay, I have this creature I have no idea about, and I should draw it, and I don't have very much time about this. But on the other side, it was fun to think of things like it can move its tendrils so they look like legs and they can move, and it has a jaw like a Venus flytrap and stuff like this. But I think the really worst part is if you have something in front of you, a painting you really like, and you don't have the time to finish it because it has to go to the printer in some days.
Okay. Do you also often have the situation in which someone looks at your work and says, change this and this and this, and then you feel like, yeah, but that makes it worse?
Sure, that happens sometimes, not often, but that's a thing that can happen, of course. Because every person sees a piece of artwork in a different way. For example, I really like this in this torch on the left side as a light source in the back, because it will make this rim lights. Rim lights are lightings on figures and on objects that kind of look like outlines.
Yeah.
And I had the situation that someone didn't like those rim lights, and I really thought it made this artwork great. But they have to like it, so I erased the rim light, sadly, but I had to do it.
Yeah, but torches are so cool. You know. I'm actually thinking of building my own torch for my home, but that's another story.
Don't burn your house down.
No. I want to build one that looks like a real torch, but doesn't use any flame. You know.
Oh, that's cool.
Using some high tech, and I've done some experiments doing that. But you know, let's talk again actually at the next Dreieichkon in November, and then I'll show you what I have come up with, if it's any good. But yeah. I think this is a very powerful image, though. I mean, you can really see how things are coming to life, and it's a very symbolic thing. So, yeah, great job there.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if I should do this in color if I finish it, or in some kind of black and white style.
Let's ask. You know, let's see what people think. Okay, guys. Finishing this image, should it be in color or some kind of black and white style? See what people think about that. I think both ideas have a lot of appeal. So the first answer is black and white. The second one is color.
Black and white would fit the old D&D
Yeah,
books.
exactly. It would have
That was my thought.
D&D style. You know, the modern ones are more colorful and stuff. So we have another one saying black and white. And another one saying color. Hard choice. So we're quite evenly matched here.
Black and white with some colored parts, perhaps?
Let's do a compromise. Yes, black and white with some colored parts. And that's someone here says muted color. Someone's saying maybe Gary should wield a magic wand in his hand, but you already drew something in his hand, and that's a feather, actually.
Yes, it's a quill
Mhm.
for writing.
It's a quill for writing, yes. So, and that is his magic wand, because Gary was a writer. He wrote all this magic into his books.
It will become a magic quill. I haven't added the effects yet, but
yeah,
this
you-
will
effects,
sparkle
magic
too. Yeah.
But you already added those lines there that show the movement from the book, you know. And here, here's an idea: black and white with just the magic stuff being in color, like magic aura around his pencil.
I like this idea too. Black and white and one special color for the magic stuff and perhaps for some parts of the painting.
Mhm.
what kind of color would you like to see? More a red or a blue or a green for the magic and for the details?
Yeah, the color of magic. More red, more blue, more green. So red might be too aggressive.
Hmm.
How about bluish? Are the comments here?
Bluish it will be.
Mhm. So we also have to keep an eye on the time and slowly wrap up the session. I think people really like your artwork here. There are some comments here. I'm really impressed. She's so good with painting in such a short time.
Thank you very much.
I admire people with such talents. So we posted your links again for those who want to see your website.
Thank you. And sorry for my rambly English. I'm not very good in multitasking. And my English is a little rusty. So I hope you understood what I had to say and it wasn't too horrible. I didn't want to butcher your language.
Your English was really good.
Thank you.
Yes, and we posted your website and your Instagram. So please check that out. Tomorrow we'll present all these images that were drawn in these art hours. So come by and see what has become of them. And I think if people are lucky, they might catch you on the GaryCon Discord server, right?
That's right. I will finish this illustration with Gary, and after that, I may have time for 2 or 3 character portraits if someone is interested.
Right. So in that case, head over to the GaryCon server. You'll make an announcement if you're there, right?
Yes, I do.
Perfect.
I think there is this self-promotion channel or something like that. There will post when I'm online and how my pricings are.
Perfect. Okay. So keep an eye on that if you want to catch Janina there. Thank you very much for coming. Let's end.
Thank you for having me.
The next session will actually be a really cool workshop on sound in gaming. So I hope you'll stay with us. I have to say goodbye for now, but I will be back later. Thank you for joining us, Janina, and thanks for your awesome work. And I even Gary's son Luke really liked it. So I can't wait to see the finished result.
Yeah, you're welcome, and thank you for having me.
All right. So see you later, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy. Hello. Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant. Further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
In the frozen mountains of the north, you have come to end the terror of the Grimfang King and his army of raiders. The biting wind has slowed your pace as you approach the mountain hold. The air is painful to breathe, the snow thick and unyielding. You draw close. Distant torches lighting the icy ground. A rank odor fills your nostrils. The shouts of orcs fill your ears. Great beasts roar and slam against their bonds. You ready your weapons and prepare your attack. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, play test, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.
So now we have sound, I'm told. I'm told we have sound. This is like one of my streams. They traditionally start with me not putting on the microphone. So welcome back, all you friends of role-playing enthusiasts out there, all you nerds and nerdy people. We are coming now to what I suppose to be the biggest panel throughout this role-playing celebration weekend, the GaryCon. And I am so proud and happy to welcome some wonderful musicians who are a deeply part of the German and European role-playing scene. So first of all, I welcome three people, Per, Eve, and Andreas of Erdenstern. Hello.
Hello.
And then we have the grandmaster of the Dark Eye music. No one ever has done more and deeper atmospheric music for this game than Ralf Kurziefer.
Hello.
Hi, Ralf. And last of all, we have one half of the duet called Bismarck and Snow White. Welcome, Roman or Bismarck.
Hi, Roman.
Roman, greeting Romans. So this panel is called Music in Role-Playing, Blessing or Curse. I have a bit of an echo of one of you, so maybe your music is put up a bit too loud, or I'm speaking too loud. So to make some kind of a spoiler, I want to ask the chat down there, give us the answer: blessing or curse. Just write down blessing or curse in the chat. And write us, do you like music using role-playing or not? So, while people do that, I come back to you. I was told that you prepared something. So, who wants to start off telling us about music in role-playing and how did you come there? Do you have a preferred order to talk, or should I just pick out one of you and start with them? Okay.
You should pick one.
I pick one out. So, as you're right in the middle, Ralf, you are a musician, a professional musician for so long. How did it come that you started doing music for role-playing game?
Yes, I made music long time before I started to play role-playing game. I play role-playing games since I am 30, so
30?
very late.
Yeah, you're
30. So I started music as a DJ, and some years later, yes, as DJ in a. I'm very old, yeah, in a discotheque, and later I tried to make music, mostly rap music. And then I met a friend. He married a girl here in Germany, and he in Cologne. I live in Cologne, and he came from Bremen, and he was a big fan of role-playing game, The Dark Eye. And now he was here in Cologne, and he wanted to play, and so I had to play with him to make him a little bit more happy. But my wife hated it. He said, "Okay, you can go in the kitchen on the table, play there, but I don't want to have something to do with it. I give you something to eat, but let me alone." And he has another friend, and he made a live role-playing game in Phantasialand, Western, and all the girls could make their own clothes. And since then, my wife is a big fan of role-playing games. The sad thing is, in this game, she killed me 3 times.
Cool.
Yes, and then I started. I saw all these beautiful books, and I thought always. I thought there should be a CD in there, an album for everything. It's so creative. For everything, you can also make music. For all the books, all the adventures, and so I started to write music at the beginning for Uhrwerk Verlag, and then later I disturbed Ulysses so much that he gave me some jobs.
And then you happen to be the star musician for the Dark Eye, one of the biggest role plays in Germany. Great, thank you, Ralf. Going to Erdenstern, you three, you are a role-playing scene without music of Erdenstern is not possible for me. So, like you've always been there, as I told you, like we as we talked before this, I remember long ago when I was just a little GM, I bought your music to enhance my role playing. So, are you also role players? Do you do role play? And how did it come that you are doing music in this special niche?
Yes, we start just a little bit of the older people, the audience. We just start with D&D in the 80s, and just was catched very fast from this idea. But the grand idea to doing music for role play is just for the idea of doing music for we're just working on films, and we're just working on literature. That was our first aim. And after a short time, we realized that something like the mixture between the drama and the story is the role play. And so we start in 2004. I think we start with the first project, doing music for a literature project, and then we start with music for role playing. And we was so surprised because it was role players, but we'd not known everything about the scene in Germany, how big and nice they are. And so we was overwhelmed by the first reaction of this. So it was great. It was a great start for us.
And is one of you actually playing role play?
It's hard. In the first time we are a lot of playing. We are Andreas and I playing D&D. I was a fighter, Zaris, and we make a lot of music, and so we have no time to play D&D or role-playing games, because always when we are we make the concept for our albums, we make a story for our. Oh, sorry, I lost the line.
No problem at all. No problem at all.
In a way, I'm the connection to the to the game table. So I still play quite a bit once in a while, one or the other. I've been playing the Dark Eye ever since the 80s. And I've been playing Shadowrun quite a bit as well. But recently, basically because the people I usually play with are these days a Cthulhu crowd. So this is what I've been playing for the last couple of years mostly.
Okay. One small note to our director in the technique. Would you be so kind to make Eva and Andreas a bit louder? So you don't have to shout. This will do the technique for you. Okay, so and last off, I would like to greet our Roman in the room. Let's greet Bismarck.
Hail
As I
Caesar.
can see on your piano, you must be a role player.
Of course, yes, of course. Music and role playing are two things I love since I was a children, and I started playing RPGs or pen and papers when I was about 12 years old with my older brother. And I'm getting older. I started the classy way of making music in a punk rock band. Go further on. Later, I played in some metal bands. I learned to be a studio engineer. And later on, as I start making soundtracks for PC games, especially adventures. And so,
Oh, cool. Which ones? Are there famous known one?
I don't think so. Actually, at the moment, I work for a small project called Innsmouth, Shadow of the Past. It's a classic point-and-click adventure about Lovecraft, Cthulhu, Innsmouth.
I'm of the age where I'm totally fan of point-and-click adventures. So you have time to play and are not rushed through a story, but you can concentrate on what you see. I'm the old guy, so I want to have time to see everything on the monitor. Cool. Really cool.
It's a very beautiful project. And role-playing games or especially pen and paper, is a part of my life forever. And not long ago, I started to combine these two. And I was asked by a friend of mine to play live music during a game session.
Live music during the session?
During the session, yes.
This is so cool.
It's a bit hard, but it's a lot of fun, and you can improvise so much. And especially when you're in the same room with the people playing, not on stream or so. It's a part of a big adventure because you don't know how the scene is going further on, and you don't know what happens next, and you have to be aware whole of the time. So
Brilliant.
Makes a lot of fun.
It remembers me a bit of well, I'm not that old, but I heard of it, of the times of the black and white movies where there was a piano player just playing
Like this.
to...
Like
Yeah.
this, yes.
And I'm not that old, so just passive knowledge. Okay, thank you for showing the people out there listening to us who you are and how your way into role playing and music was. It's always fascinating, so interesting people here on GaryCon to talk to. So then let's address the elephant in the room. This is about music and role playing, and I would like to hand over a bit to you. And what are the advantages and maybe also disadvantages of using music in role playing? Who wants to start off with that?
I think the first thing is that you get an idea of the roleplay you want to. That means if you decide to have no music in your roleplay course, then you have to be in you to control the roleplay. That means if you just of the maker, if you are the master of the ideas, you can choose what you want. If you choose figures, if you choose some nice dice for your people, or if you choose music, it's the whole concept that you're being when you're going prepared into a game. And so if you get a little bit the idea of the music you want to, if you know what you want to tell, the music being a part of you, like on every director who's trying to have a specially scene in a movie. And so you can try the things, and you can do it. You need a little bit proving. You need a little bit time to get the idea of what you want. And if you find the real music, it is important that you find that you know what you want to what's your aim. And when you started doing music and feel the games just working, I think the most important thing is that the music works for you and not for itself. So it's very important to find the idea what you want to tell to your gamers, and it's the same procedure you always do when you're doing work. And if you, I would say it's the same thing if you're doing art, because it's a kind of live theater you're just doing with your with the people. The difference is the audience is in the game.
Yeah, right.
Game. And so it's always a good show. Even with the right music, it can be more intense. It can be more the idea of all things you can't see. It just imagine in your head can do the music. It would create it not for itself. It's just the mixture between the telling, the music, and the story and the game you want to play. And I think this is the first thing when music can work. And if you got no idea which music could be right, or you got not a good feeling for music or something else, it's no problem. I think the best game is that you can do with the music you find, and the best thing is that you get the aim you want to tell, and tell the story you want to live.
Okay, this was a nice word for the end. I think everything is said. No, thank you. So you said something interesting. You said you have to put the pick the right music. Ralf, how what makes music usable for role playing? So what is the difference? What's good and what's not so good?
I think there are two functions that the music has. One is to make clear the setting, and the other one is to make the emotion clear. And my big tip for the community out there would be, I'm the do not loop guy. So my tip would be,
I've heard that once or twice from you.
Yes. So there was a story together with Jens that I would like to tell. So we made together an album about environment noises, and environment noises is for making clear the setting. Everybody knows now I'm on the farm, I'm in the woods, and I started, because I'm the no loop guy. Yes, I started the track with a loud cock, with some chickens and a cow in the background, and I thought, okay, in the beginning there should be everything loud, so for 2-3 seconds, and then the game master says, "You are on the farm now." So, and then I get a call from Ulysses. I don't know what it was. You, Jens, yes? Or
it was me. Yeah.
Nico, and then they say, "Ralf, you cannot do this, because every 5 minutes I will have such a loud chicken here, and I would get problems that would be so annoying. Yes, you cannot do this. Put the chicken out there." And it is because I would never loop something like that. I would let it fade out, because you can only concentrate on 3 things. There's a beautiful girl sitting next to you, the game master who is telling you something, and you have to roll the dice, and these are 3 things. So after 2 minutes or 3 minutes, the job from the track to know where you are you in the wood or something else, is done. So the job is done, so you can fade out the music. If you loop, then you have like this. Roman can tell you another story like this. Yes, you have toys like this that you have every 5 minutes this loud chicken again and again. Yes, and this can kill you your game evening. So my advice would be don't loop. But there's another thing that you can learn from this story with me and with Jens. You should never tell a nerd how to play the game. You can tell him that he's ugly, but you should never tell him how to play. So I told you, because I wanted to have the next job from you.
Yeah, great. There are several things I take out from this. One is the difference between music, and you are all musicians, and ambient sounds. So
yes.
Ambient sounds is just you have some wind in the background or something like this. This is something you can loop and take for a long time, but you won't never need a musician like the ones sitting here. And then there is music, which is not ambience, but atmosphere. And Ralf is totally right at what he's saying. Don't overstress the music you use. Don't overstress it. Don't let there be music all the time, but take it to amplify a special scene you have, and not use it as like in a shopping mall where there's always the music in the background, and at some point you stop mentioning that there's even music. So did I interpret that right, what you said?
Yes, totally right. Because with the environment noises, yeah? So in the beginning you want to make clear you are maybe in a forest, and then after 2 or 3 minutes you want to say this is a dark forest or is this a nice forest, and this is another track. Then you need music. In this moment you need music, and you should never overstress this, because if you hear some time no music, then the effect of the music is even better in this moment.
So Bismarck, he addressed you and said you also have a loop story to tell. I would love to hear it.
Yes, a bit similar. It's one of the first tracks I made. It was supposed for a round of the Werewolf card game.
Okay.
Played on a convention here in Karlsruhe, and I know this card game, and I know how long it took if you play it with 6 or 5 or 6 persons. So I made an ambient track, and at the end of the ambient track, it's a bit spooky. There you hear a horse riding through, very loud, and and in my mind, I had that the round is going up to 40 minutes. So the track was about 20-25 minutes, and I thought, okay, the horseman you only hear 2 times.
Okay.
And when the event starts, I was sitting in the audience, and they announced it, and the people who played the demo come up stage, and it was 5 people, 6 people, 7
oh my gosh.
people, 8 people, 10, and then there was a big round with 20 or 25 people, and I thought, oh my god, this will took about 2 or 3 hours.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And every 20 minutes you hear the rider, badam, 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 badam. Because they got only this one track.
Okay. Totally get your point. So write it down, people, in the chat. And this will be in the test at the end. No loops. Just use the music once. Use your music as an amplifier, but no loops. No loops. That's it. If you learn one thing today, then no loops. Yeah, and I would like to put something in because I experienced it just a few weeks ago as a DM. I used ambient sound, so I want to stress out your point that you even shouldn't use ambient sounds on a loop. Because I used it and I found it in an online database with where I have an abo for music, and I found the sound of a small English village, and that sounded really nice. What I didn't hear was that in minute 3 there was a car passing on, which didn't really match to Pathfinder 2. Pathfinder, there are not so many cars in Pathfinder, and that was, not so good for me. And so, know your tracks is another thing. Know the tracks exactly that you use. There are so many starting with Atmosphere 1 till second 30, switch to Atmosphere 2, and then again back to 1, which is difficult for most descriptions in role-playing, I think. How do you use your music, or are there special tracks? I think there are two ways Ralph just pointed out to use music. It's one, making the setting. You're in a bar, you're on a marketplace, or something like that. And the other one, he said, is not only you are in a forest, but you are in a dark forest. You are in a spring forest with nice birds flying around. So I'm coming back to Erdenstern just to let be everyone in the game. What are the functions of tracks? How do you use it, and what tracks do you take for what? Just can you give some examples for the people so that we are not only in theory, but people can see how would you use what?
I think one thing about music as a atmospheric backdrop is that you can also tell the players at which point of the story you are. So this is a special occasion. Maybe it's the kind of reception at the king's or at the shaman or something, and so you have just by using the music you can also convey information about the story you're taking part of. And I think in there are different ways you can use that. You can maybe have a certain theme for the villain, or for some characters in the story, or you can have certain pieces for certain places maybe you return to, so you don't have to tell a lot about the place you return to. Just play the music and everyone knows, okay, we're in the library again, or we're on the marketplace. And so I think the important thing when you prepare for an evening, you have to know what you want to do with the scene. I mean, you have to do that. You have to know that anyways, but this is also important for the selection of the music. So we have. Well, let's have a look. we have. I have a lot. We have prepared quite a long list. I have to look what we can. What would be a good example?
Yeah, for the people out there watching us and sitting in the chat and talking around, we prepared, not me, I'm just the jester sitting here around these wonderful people around me, prepared some musical examples on good music for role-playing, and let's start with locations. So let's start with the complex of announcing locations through music.
One thing would be this is probably not necessarily a place you'd return to in the course of an evening, but maybe in the course of a campaign.
Yeah.
We have on one of our early albums, Into the Blue, we have a track called "The Ship," and this is number 12 on the list, and so maybe that's a good start to play that.
I'm calling the ghosts of the internet. I'm yeah. Let me summon the might of the internet. Almighty internet, give us the music we want to hear.
Okay.
Okay, now. I'm hearing it right now because I'm watching the stream parallel.
I noticed your moving of your head when you're doing sound.
Sollten wir alle wissen so.
Or is it more?
This is a wonderful ship. This is a really friendly ship, I think, with heroic and friendly sailors waving to the harbor. Yeah, of course. This is just friendly, the start of an adventure where you go out, where the people are standing at the harbor, waving at the ship. Yeah, farewell, my friends. We know you are going to die, but you're not. very
Yeah, but
good example.
that's the point in the story where the ones on the ship do not yet know they're going to die. So-
Right. Yeah, really nice sound. People in the chat are writing, loving that music. So they really like what they hear. Very good example, but not so easy. Please take an example and don't tell the people in the chat what you suggest to do with it. Just select some example of your list. We tell it to our technician guy so he can play the music. And then I would like to have the chat telling us what this music is about.
Per,
Some
do
kind
you
of test for the musicians.
Andreas, Per, what do you think? A number one?
1 or 13?
I think number one.
Yeah, I would agree. Number 1 would be best.
You said number
So we take number 1 from the examples we have. Wow. Dramatic. So, what kind of suggestions we have of the audience right now? Let me see. We start off with Xtort saying dread and danger. This is of course this is really cool. Dread and danger. Tillis is saying a creepy vampire crypt. So yeah, also this will match. Something wicked this way comes. So going away, reaching out for some wicked stuff. Summoning a demon is also horrific. Interesting. Ancient battlefield with dead people that still haunted by things. It's getting more explicit. Some boss guy is entering the scene. So approaching a dark portal. So yeah, I think they nailed the atmosphere you wanted to show with this. This is but I find it interesting that there is also, yeah, one said the boss fight intro. So not the boss fight, but the music before the
Setting the
encounter
stage
starts,
for
setting the
boss.
stage for the last fight. A bit culty. So, what's the name of the track? Enlighten us.
Resurrection of Death.
Resurrection of Death.
Yes.
Yes.
It is from our Anun album, and it's really a scene, and everything you said, it was in the scene. Maybe more or less vampires out there, but in this scene is just the dead people just coming back. And
Creeping from the grounds.
creeping out. And it is one of the really one of the scenes where the big boss and the preparing of a big battle that is coming, and so it is interesting.
Really, really cool. I would also like to hear something of Ralph. I have so much music of you here in my bookshelf. So just tell us what. First of all, we do it. You say what you try to express with the scene, and we take your first example. Just we do it the same way Erdenstern just did it. You describe it, and then we hear the music. Or would you like to let the people guess?
Yes, it would not work with this track that I want to show you. Maybe you don't know it. Because Erdenstern was the first who made music for a role-playing game. I always had to think to come with something new. So I thought I made for the beginner box for the beginner box from Dark Eye. I made a track which you can play as the beginning of the role-playing evening.
Some kind of a trailer for your show.
Yes, to start in the evening and have a drink, and then you start with the game. And I get Robert Kausland to speak a little bit in English for this track. And this track is called Ralf Kurziffer Intro Aventurien English. Maybe you can play this.
So I'm once again summoning the mites.
Das ist Ralf Kurziffer Intro Aventuria English.
So our technicians guy is still looking. we can take the chance and talk to the chat in the meanwhile, while our technic guy is looking for this music. One guy is saying a Kraftwerk has made worst D&D music ever. Yeah, this is. I can sign that. I would never think of using Kraftwerk for playing D&D. Maybe for playing Shadowrun.
Yes.
Yes.
It would be perfect. Some of their instrumental things would be perfect for Cyberpunk and Shadowrun. But no, not for fantasy games. So I want to ask you out there, do you, people watching us, use music in your role-playing game? Do you use it, and how do you use it? Just tell us, are you the DM playing music in the background, collecting music for hours before you start the session, and why? And why do you use it? So there's only one answer, and you would not like it. Manfred says no, he doesn't. The chat is quite silent. Tillis is saying he's got 900 different music on and environmentals he's using. So usually he's not only using music, but 2 sounds at the same time. He's using the atmospheric and the music at the same time.
Ich glaube nicht, dass es im Erdenstern-Ordner ist. Ich bin ja nicht beim Erdenstern.
We're still trying to find the music.
Okay. Wie soll ich dir das zuschicken?
YouTube-Link? We are still looking for the music.
Also ich glaube, wir sollten es einfach dann lassen. Ich denke dann, wir haben ja genug Beispiele von Ehrenstern, dann nehmen wir die.
Okay.
Weil die Tracks jetzt auf einem anderen Rechner.
Okay, we just found that the tracks, and this is totally a pity, but you can find the music of Ralf Kurziefer. Some of your tracks are on YouTube, right?
Mostly on SoundCloud.
On SoundCloud, okay.
And yes. And for all my patrons, there is a server where you can download tons of music.
This is a good cue, and I it was so subtle. I didn't even notice the commercial in it. I just Technic God in the background. Would you please tell Alexander that he can put the Patreon links he has of Ralf and Erdenstern in the chat right now? Thank you. This would be so great. And the SoundCloud link of Ralf, if he has it. Great. So then let's pass over to Bismarck. Let's turn it the other way around. People out there, now it's up on you. We will change a bit, and not we presenting you music, and you have to guess what the musicians want to tell you with it. Please describe a role-playing scene. Do your best. Do your best. Not only say a wizard entering a room. This is not enough. Describe it in a proper way, if you can. As much as you would do as a GM, a scene. No bar scene is not enough. Just tell us what kind of bar, what is happening. Just give us some details. And we would, not we, again, not we, I'm just the jester, the wonderful musician Bismarck. Oh my gosh, this is just one sentence.
Okay.
But really interesting, and I'm really interesting on how you would settle this. Okay. angel dying by a cursed sword.
Okay.
Tough one. There's a okay. Let's give some flesh to the bones. There is an angel, not the small ones flying around like Cupid, but there's this war angel with a breastplate, burning sword in his hand, ready to fight. Against him, there's a demon. And the demon has the counterpart of the angel's sword, a cursed sword, and he pushes it in the breast of the angel who's dying. Let's see.
Okay. I'm working on it. 30 seconds.
You need 30 seconds. Let's see what's happening. Oh, and there will be a second example after that. Okay.
So.
This is, I've never seen music working this way. It's really interesting.
So. Now you should hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I will do my very best. So.
Goosebumps. there are goosebumps. Right,
So.
and there also, yeah. Wow, great. I could feel the sword going through the armor of the angel. It's always hard to answer a question like that, but you had this scene and you decided to do it that way. Can you take us a bit through these part? What happened in your head when you just
Okay.
made this?
Yes. At first, want to play only just a sad team, and then I thought, okay, the angel had to fight first, cause he's not just dying; he is getting killed through a sword. And so the first part was this and the drums that are giving some speed and some pressure to the music. And the second part was the dying scene.
Okay.
So in my head, I had just had to combine. Okay, fighting. That's so the keyword fighting and dramatic, and then the second part should be sad and a bit slow, and the string sounds are always perfect for this. Strings and toms are
so very cool and amazing to see some. This is an hour ago. No, longer. We already talk an hour. Great. So 2 hours ago, I had these art screen where it was not a musician painting, but an illustrator painting, and it's so fascinating to see art happening, and I know every artist hates it, but it's brilliant to see such talented people there doing things that enlighten everything we do as GM or players. I've got a second scene.
Okay.
This is brought up for us. Not so dramatic in a way, but not so aggressive. A woman goes through a dark chamber. You can hear dripping of water. She's in fear. Something is following her in the dark. You hear chains clinging together. You seek dark shadows everywhere, and everywhere an enemy lurks.
Okay.
Totally different setting. Not so aggressive, not so dynamic, but also very interesting.
So you can hear me?
Yeah, of course.
That's good.
The only problem is if it's too bassy, then the sound has a bit of a problem with it.
Okay. It's the moment when the danger comes.
Cool. Totally different than I thought it would end, but really cool.
The first picture I've got in mind was the woman walking through the cave, and then I got a bit stressed. Man, danger, danger! How did I get danger? But it worked out.
It worked out totally, and there was, and this was what I find fascinating. There was never said if it was a fantasy setting or some kind of X-Files, Cthulhu the 1920s. It was not said. So my first thinking was, because we were at angels and devils fighting, that it would be the fantasy direction. But role-playing is so diverse that it can go really everywhere. Ralf, coming back to you. Many people are taking movie soundtracks to play at their gaming table. What is the problem of taking the Titanic soundtrack or the Lord of the Rings and using it in your private gaming session?
Pick one.
just Yeah, there are these big blockbuster movies where everyone has the music in the back of his head. What is the problem about using that? Why shouldn't you do that?
As we discussed last time, if I said you always have the Hobbit on the table if you do this. There could be two problems. The problem we had adventure with pirates and something like this, and I put in the track of Pirates of the Caribbean, and everybody knows the track, and everyone I was in a dramatic scene, and suddenly there comes friendly music, and everybody was so this is the first problem. The second problem is when you do music for the film, then the music makes in the right moment we make boom, yes. But when you make music for the role-playing game, then you only make the background music a little bit, the emotion and the thing, and game master makes in the right moment boom. So this can be a problem if when you yes you have these peaks in this music from soundtracks that can fit, but also can be totally annoying.
Yes, you're right. So one thing on music, you stated before that when you use music for a special place where you come back, and you play this music over and over again when the players are coming to this place, is that our brain remembers the emotion from the last encounter. So when you describe the wizard's cave and you play music and you describe it so people have emotions, and you use the music and you come back again later and you start the music again, people recall the feelings they had. This is brilliant. But as you said, The Hobbit on the table, which is a brilliant example for it. People have strong emotions when they have seen a good movie. And as a GM, you have to counter the movie experience. And you have to be better than the movie to override the remembrance of the people they already had. But Erdenstern, isn't role-playing music a bit like a soundtrack for your own movie? Do you use it that way?
Yes, we make some tips for the users. I have a doubler in my.
Yeah, I hope the technical guys will check that.
We have the title, perhaps the river, and we make some tips how it works, the theme. Sometimes the feeling is for the river is a long or the brutal river, and so we have the feeling for some tips, and so you can make some themes for heroes. So you are back on the playground, and you are thinking about your lost heroes, and then you can put some tracks of us, and then you have the right feeling for your heroes or the places or the time.
Do you have examples prepared to show what you just mean?
We have
maybe track 14.
Yes.
Track 14.
That would be a good example, I think.
Okay, people listening to the track. heartwarming. This is I really love these choir things going on. This is great. This is always remembrance of childhood, glory, the old days. This is that's amazing. Someone wrote in the chat.
Thank you.
Speechless. Sorry.
I think it was an interesting point you raised about remembering the emotions, maybe from a movie or maybe from a previous game evening. I once talked to a game master who said, "Oh, actually, yes, I get what you say about movie soundtracks, but I use it the other way around. Because I know my players, and I know they've all seen Braveheart 10,000 times. And when I want to create a battle scene and want to tell everyone, oh, this is the really the big thing, I just play the battle scene from Braveheart, and they all know what's going on."
Okay.
I think that was a bit limiting yourself to just a few movies you knew your players had watched, but I thought it was a really interesting example to just use what we all would be working against. And as he said, it worked perfectly for his players, but I think, you can use that, or you can use memories you create yourself, especially when you're on a campaign, and you play a couple of tracks when you're at the start of the campaign, when everything is still beautiful and peaceful, and when you play those tracks later on in the campaign, when maybe your players, your heroes have witnessed friends die and have witnessed terrible things, and when you then return to those tracks you played from peaceful times, I think they have a really strong impact, emotional impact, because the contrast is so visible.
We have in our albums, we're just creating a color code for different sceneries. And
that's interesting.
Even those are, from the beginning, we got themes that always repeating or always been taking you back from the maybe in the dark, when you've been in the dark world, you got some rememberings on the green world. That means you can even go through some musical tricks. You find some something that is beautiful at the first place in the green. You find it sad at the dark scenery, but it's the same theme of the music. That's
great.
That's interesting, because you got themes that you always been gives you a companion for all those CDs if you try it through the way. And some of our listeners just realized that they found a theme that they heard a long time before, maybe from the green from our first album. They found on the last album we have there. And it is always like you find it's similar, like painting a picture of composing. You just have, after a short period, you just have a scenery made by a storyteller by your own, only in the music. And so it is very interesting for roleplay that you can use. You need not to use it, but you can use it. And if you got found a theme that is similar to the scene, you can even saw the same theme maybe in another mood you find later. And so it's very interesting to work with this.
You can't read the chat right now, but they are totally your opinion. I see that because they wrote, in either ways, that it's a green landscape, people riding on through the lawn, and low grasslands, comrades by their side, riding along. This is what they saw, but they also saw the elven folk coming back out of the hiding after the battle. So they've seen both you just described. They've seen the start where the heroes ride out, and they also seen coming back from the battle after winning. This is, yeah. So once again, totally nailed it. Ralph, coming back to you. As I said at the beginning, there's no one, I think, who made more special tailored music for special adventures, for the several regions of one game, and you have made so many different things. To give the people out there some help, what differs music if you make music for the Elven campaign? And what do you take to stress out that there are elves going on? And what is the difference on, I don't want to make it too easy and say pirates, but this is really clear, but how to differ some pixie things with fairies from the elvish part, so that people know how to music choose.
Yes, to make it easier, I would pick two things that I, as a composer, would think about when I do music about elves. The first one is music theory. So have a theory idea what can express something like elves. And for elves, I thought in the Dark Eye, the elves sings with two voices.
Okay.
So that could be a special thing that you can put on the whole record, to always put things with two voices in there. This is a theoretic thought that you can make. The other one is which instruments do you choose? So for pirates, you would choose totally different instruments than for elves. For elves, maybe a little bit more softer. For pirates and orcs, more drums. And so these are the things. And the third one is what I would say, what I think was very, very cool, what Ernstern, what Andreas even said. So to pick a theme, to make a melody, and then put this melody in different so in a happy track, and then the same melody in a dark track with different harmonies under that. Maybe the same melody with different harmonies will totally express something else, or you modify the melody in a more creepy way. So these are the things that I would think about first when I do records for totally different settings.
Okay. It's such a pity that we don't have anything of your great music to play here. I really love your soundtracks. One of my favorite soundtracks you did is one totally falling out of it. I've got two favorites of you. One is for The Dark Cat, which is a quite different roleplay setting where it's Puss in Boots. So this is not a bad word. It's called like that, and I really liked these to have some really subtle cat sounds in the back. there are not the whole time cats yelling at each other, and I've got cats. I know how that sounds. But there are sometimes there are chimes. There's music with pause, I would say. So you hear that soft like cat's tread. And the other music, which is, I would say, in my opinion, your masterpiece, are the soundtracks for Talk.
Yes, totally agree.
This is mind-opening what I heard about your Talk music going on. So great. And this is also very hard, or must be very hard for you, because I'm sorry, of the optic you get of, right now, Ralph and Per are in two windows at the same time, because we just lost Bismarck in our chat. I hope he comes back. Where was I? Okay, Talk. Like in There Is Your Talk. Which one is it? It's
the new one, the very new one. Blood on the Blasted Lands. I don't know. Do you have it?
Is it Orosh? Which Cosm is it?
Brand new. It's Blood on the Blasted Lands. It's very heavy metal.
Okay, Tharkold. So it's for
Yes,
Tharkold.
Tharkold.
Oh, great. Tharkold is wonderful. It's not my favorite Cosm on Talk. My favorite Cosm is the Cyber Papacy. And you also did some cool stuff for that. And this is the point. The right music for the right setting. So the point I want to make is, you can't, even if you know this setting is doing that atmosphere, you can transfer that to another setting. So if I hear your Talk sounds, then I directly know what Cosm I'm in. I hear it and I know where I am. And even if there are on each of these samplers, is it albums? Better word. On each of these albums, several atmospheres you paint. There is a lucky atmosphere for Isle, for Cyber Papacy, for the Living Lands, and this is this is one thing only music can do. This is one thing really only music manages to do. Erdenstern, you just said that you have the green album, where you have the one kind of music. You have the black album, where you have the same themes going on, but in another atmosphere. I don't know if it's prepared, but do you have two sounds with the same theme but different atmospheres, so that we can show them?
I don't think so.
What a pity.
It's just a part of the idea. Every album got its own structure and its own ideas and its own moods, but it's always a kind of looking back for the moment that there is a theme inside, maybe from introduction or into the green or something else. You find something. I can give you a description, or the beginning of Into the Red is a kind of beginning of the war. And it starts with a theme from Into the Green. So it is a kind of symbol that you get if you this beautiful green at the first part, and then there grabs the red dragons into the land, and it's begin with a very a known tune. It was for those people who heard the album first. It was a little bit surprised to have read, and got a reminder to green, and then it starts with a very bad and very heavenly sound in the beginning. And this is how I would describe the moods you find at reminders. But it's always if you creating music. Music is also an offer for the people. That means you not only have the description and you not have a mountain in the backside and on the left stand a red dragon. You can paint pictures and try to find something that very interesting. And sometimes it is humor or something else that you put into the music to give the GM another way to interpret a situation.
Yeah, I just write down. I'm still listening. I'm just write down a question in the chat. Please go on.
It's a special track, I think, Per Andreas, number 4 for humor.
Yeah.
So please start number 4.
It is a kind. I don't say something, but it's a kind of modern place where you have a different style of music. I wouldn't do for D&D placement, but it's interesting.
It's special.
The technician guy, just keep it a bit down. So we can talk over it, but keep it running. Just make it a bit down. Okay, yeah, totally seems like perfect for a Cthulhu. To get back in the time in the clubs in the 40s. If you play in the 40s, the club before the evil thing occurred. This is great. Yeah.
Or while the evil thing occurs. I mean, you can have a fight and you can have really dramatic, brutal music, or you can have a track like this, and you have a totally different fight.
Like Tillis is writing right now in the chat. A wagon with tons of goblins is rolling in the room, and they all spring out, start to fight each other, and you totally chaos.
Yep.
Yeah. Of course. This is nailed it again. Okay, there's a question in the chat. Many people have non-commercial, private homepages or news groups, forums, and things like that. And there is a SoundCloud plugin, and which links back to your talk on SoundCloud, for example. Are they allowed to use it, or is there any other way to buy your music to use it in that way? I think this, as we talk about talk music, this addresses you, Ralf.
Okay, so my talk music, all my music that is on CD, the rights are for Ulysses, so I cannot give you that. Then you have to ask Ulysses. But when you are Patreon from me, as I said, you have tons of cool music, and they are all gamer free. You can use it wherever you want it.
Okay, so it's an easy way to get music for your roleplay is to sign in the Patreons. We've already got the links here. Maybe we can put them in again. there is right now a Patreon for Ralf Kurziefer's music, and there is a Patreon for Erdenstern, and I hope so much. We talked about Patreon. There soon will be a Patreon from Bismarck and Snow White. And I can tell you there's a lot of cool music going on. There's already a lot of cool music from Ralf. There will be a lot of cool music from Erdenstern, because they just recently, yesterday evening, their Patreon started. So you can be among the first to support Erdenstern. And thank you, Andreas. There are all the links. There are the links of their YouTube links, Patreon links. There are links of Bismarck and Snow White, all in the chat right now. Just a hit of them on them. And you will have tons of brilliant music for your gaming sessions. So, time is running.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question in my mind. It's to the round. I'm interested in Erdenstern and Ralf. If you listen, do you listen to your own music when you're playing? Or do you listen more to the music from other people's?
This is interesting. So, start off with Erdenstern. When you
I
do
listen to my
games-
own music. I listen to my own music.
You have to say that. I'm sure Snow White will hit you in the face if you don't sell it like this. So, Erdenstern, start with you. When you do game,
it does happen. It's not just Erdenstern, but well, what can I say? There's quite a few tracks to choose from, so there's always Erdenstern among them.
Okay, Ralf.
When I have a new album out there, I put it in my car to listen if maybe there are some problems, and then I want that there will be problems. But I don't listen so much. In the early days when I started role-playing game and didn't make music by myself, I was a big fan from Erdenstern. I listened to a lot of tracks from them, but I do not anymore, because the problem is when you hear music too often, then you think it's your melody, and it was the melody from Erdenstern. So it's better for me to listen to hip hop or something like this, so I don't have problems with stealing something.
Yeah,
that's happened to us also quite a few times, that we spent quite a number of hours on composing a great track and then realizing, oh, we recomposed something that was already there.
But I got some strange encounters, I must say, because I encounter myself after a year sometimes. Because it's for all we got a lot of stuff in the playlist from us, because even like Rolf said, we put it into a car and listen to it when we produce it. After we produce it, I just it's a period where Eva just listened more to the songs. She knows everything about the cons and everything, where she listened to the music. And after a year, I got some strange encounters of my own music. Because it plays between sometimes a Jerry Goldsmith score or something else, and I listened to music and I forgot that I composed this, or I forgot that I was the composer at this moment. It just was. Sometimes it is shocking, positively. Sometimes I said. So, but it's interesting because there are phases where very often listen to music. When I'm just doing a complex new album, I just listen to my old stuff. Because the same problem Ralf said I got with my own music. Because if you got an easy way to compose, this is the way you do always the same, and there's a hard way to compose to try something absolutely new, and this is the same in art all the time. And so
Yes.
if you do not want to repeat some other artists, you have to be careful after I don't know 1060 minutes of music. You have to be careful to not to repeat yourself. And so I got my companions to tell me, this you do just the year before, I think.
I heard that one before. Yeah.
Okay, my friends, it was an absolute pleasure to have you here, to have those experts in role-playing music. I think this is the most expertise you can have in role-playing music market at one point at the same time. I really enjoyed talking to you, and there was really new things that opened up my mind. And just when also, if Ralf and I had discussions in former times, you told me, you convinced me, and I have to tell, you are great in what you do. If you want to listen to the music and use the music these wonderful people here do, just follow the links you see in the chat and enjoy it. Change your music from time to time, as you just heard it here. Don't use the same music over and over again. Keep your mind fresh, keep your mind open, and have fun playing. So thank you to all of you. Thank you for being with us. Thank you, Erdenstern. Thank you, Ralf Kurzsiefer. Thank you, Bismarck in Snow White. Bismarck, greetings to Snow White. And I give back to some words of our sponsors. And right after that, there will be the next panel where you can enhance your character play. There will be Robert Corvus and Bernhard Hennen, two monoliths of German role-playing, talking to you about how to enhance your character and how to make not a 1, not a 2, but a 3 or 4-dimensional role-playing character to play at your table. I'm out for now. I come back again later. I wish you all have lots of fun. Stay tuned. We will soon be back to you. Just go to the bathroom, get yourself a drink, and come back again later for Robert Corvus and Bernhard Hennen. Peace out.
Bye.
Bye.
The scent of sulfur is thick in your nostrils. The stalactites shudder above you as the huge red dragon beast rises from its pile of golden treasure. Something you can only describe as a grin splits its elongated head. Enormous teeth glittering in the dull amber glow from the lava pools. You ready your weapons as it prepares itself to strike. Roll for initiative. Battle is about to be joined. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
The mighty red dragon swoops in over the battlefield. The wind beating from its wings nearly knocks you over. As you stand in its mighty presence, you realize there is no hope for any of you.
Well, I'm out of spells, so I'm just a 10th level dude.
And I'm still unconscious. So if one of you could please go into my bag and get my healing potion, that'd be great.
Then I smash the lizard. Raging, charging, power attack.
Roll your worthless attack. Your pitiful attack glances off the dragon's scale, and it opens its mouth, casting you in the molten glow of its inner heat as it prepares to release its fiery breath upon you all.
Wait, I haven't gone yet.
What weapon could you possibly have to defeat the great dragon?
The greatest weapon in all the realm, forged by Norse Foundry to defeat all evil.
No, it can't be.
Take up a fight against evil with the finest weapons in the realm at NorseFoundry.com. And be sure to watch Dragons and Things every Friday night on Twitch.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's further.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, Web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
Hello again. I'm glad to see you here because now we have a very exciting workshop for you. And this workshop is called Bringing Your Character to Life. And it's something that is so useful for every gamer. I'm sure you have had games in which you had very two-dimensional characters, but this time we want to give you the tools and the knowledge to make your characters more interesting. Whether these characters are player characters or maybe NPCs, because characters can do so much for a good story. And we don't have just anyone here to talk to you about characters. We have two true professionals here. And let me introduce and welcome the two best-looking fantasy authors of Germany. Bernhard and Robert Corvus. Maybe you can say a few things about yourselves.
Yeah, hello everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. We are here in Germany and we are very happy that we can be guests at GaryCon.
Yes, what will they think in future about Germans when they are we are introduced as very best-looking guys? I see a massive cultural damage, and yes, to say something before rumors are getting strong. I'm not Russian. Because when I'm usually on conventions trying to speak English, because of my very strong accent, there will come the moment people ask me, "Are you from Russia?" No, I'm original German. It's my accent. Yes, it will get hard in 90 minutes for you, but when we're finished, you will miss it.
We both started out as role players. So that's basically our origin. We were role players, we were game masters, and I still found my little D&D box here. So just let me.
So that's your proof, basically.
That's my proof. That's my proof. So, and even today, I have a dragon on my desk while writing, you know? So, this is my writing dragon here. So, very fearsome, and I have to be very good at my writing, otherwise, he will eat me. So, that's still Dungeons and Dragons. This is my writing dungeon, this is my dragon, okay? So, that's still what we're still doing today. So we kind of made a transition from more or less from the players to more the writers. And these days, we collaborate together on writing books like these. So this is in German only so far. It's the Filiasson saga, 1 out of 9 volumes out today.
It's based on a role-playing game I've written more than 30 years ago now. And yes, it will be 12 books until we finish. And it was very strange when I was asked to write old role-playing adventures, rewrite them as books. Which brought a lot of new aspects to the role-playing game. Maybe we can talk about it. That's the stuff, character development, and he is yes, my slave master. Usually, when we work together, we write first after a concept, and then we have very long meetings speaking about the text, what is plausible, what works well, what not, and so. I think finally it makes books better to write it as two persons and with this role-playing background, because a long time ago I have played all the things we are writing about, and that's one more dimension in writing.
And of course, one thing that there is in common between novels and role-playing games is fascinating characters. So if you have very fascinating, very good characters with lots of hooks for stories that you can develop for them, then you will have an interesting role-playing campaign, or you will have an interesting novels. There might be some differences between novel writing and role-playing as well. We can discuss this later if you want, but now we want to go into our workshop phase. So please look at this main screen where we have our presentation, and there we would like to give a short introduction to our topic and then move into the working phase. So there will be some polls during this workshop, something we might ask and where you can vote, and some things where we ask and you can write something into the chat, and we will do some character development. First question is, why do we want to do that? So what is the motivation for it? So first of it, of course, it's interesting. You do role playing because you want to have fun playing your character. Like, you ask yourself, what can you play? So where do you have some basic knowledge that you can apply? And what do you want to explore? So I always wanted to be a sailor or be an explorer or be a thief maybe for some time. So that's something that you can then bring into the role playing. The other aspect why you would do character development is that you would like to have an interesting party. I think that's even more important if you write novels than if you do role playing. Because in novels, you always want to have conflicts to make the story interesting. And some kind of conflict that you would apply is the conflict between the main characters. So they shouldn't be always best friends. There should be some tension between it. You have to be careful to apply this concept to role playing because you play with your friends and you should have a good friendship before you start. Then at least you will still talk to one another afterwards, not completely waste your friendship. Yeah. But still, it can be interesting to have some connection already inside of the party between the characters, and therefore you want to build interesting characters that then have the option or the possibility to connect to the others in the same party.
Yes, as Robert says, I prefer to bring together people in an adventurer group with a cultural difference between them. So I have a lifelong preference for bringing together barbarians and elves. If they go together on an adventure, you can be sure as a game master there will be conflict stuff, even if there's no enemy in sight. And yes, going through that, learning from each other makes things interesting. It works special good in novels. In live role-playing situations on the table, it might be sometimes a little bit stressful for the game master. But okay, it's getting too stressful. You can bring new enemies at the horizon. But I have discussions in my mind from 30 years ago between my barbarians and my elves, and they are just fun. They will go with me a lifelong time, and even the other ones, as role players, you know the situation. You are on a party, people are boring, and you meet the one other role player, and you will discuss all over the night about things the other guests of the party will think they're very strange. But you are in your world, and yes, these are experiences that go with you all over your lifetime.
In this aspect, it's also interesting what role-playing system you want to play. For example, Vampire is a role-playing system that's based on intrigue, and its entire setup is on there's the loyalty to the party, of course, but there's also the loyalty to the vampire clan you belong to, and those can come into conflict, and so it can add some tension and some thrill to your role-playing if you put in these conflicts into your party composition. And of course, you want to have hooks for adventure because that's what we want to go for. We want to play a great campaign, and you can have something like a push factor or a pull factor. We'll come back to that just to tease it a little bit, to have this completely cliche to save the princess from the dragon, right? But what if this princess is the sister of one of these characters? So then it becomes something personal. So in your character design, you have somebody who's really deeply personally involved in this whole quest. So this can make it more interesting as well. Okay. When we talk about character development, we have basically 3 phases, and you are now up to decide which phase we should look at first. So there's one phase where you would create a character, so basic character creation and role playing. Then you have where you play that character, so the entire time from the first gaming session to the last, where this character retires. And that might come as a surprise. You have kind of an aftermath. So there, for every character, there can be some kind of an afterlife. And we can look at that as well. So now it's up to you to decide which of these we should look at first.
Right, I have just posted a link in the chat, and you can go there and vote. And we will display the results here in a moment. So I hope you're all voting. Let's look at the results now. Maybe.
Meanwhile, maybe you can post into the chat where you are from. That would be interesting to us. So how many of you are from Europe, from America, Australia, wherever? So that would be interesting for us to see.
So as you can
the poll
see,
is coming up.
yeah, we have the poll now, and
oh yes,
50% of people want to go for character creation.
Mm-hmm.
17% for adventurous life, and the aftermath is 33%.
Okay.
Okay, let's close. It's changed a little, but with still character creation is in front. The other two at 29. Let's close it at this point. We'll have more polls in the future. Back to your presentation. Character creation seems to win out this one.
Great. So, computer.
You don't know?
Okay, I hope you can see what I'm doing here. So that's just kind of a sketchboard that I usually use for outlining or for gathering ideas for novels. We can use it for this purpose as well. So it basically follows the mind mapping logic if you are familiar with that. I hope you can see everything on screen. You can read what is written there. If not, I will zoom in. So, okay, my colleague tells me I have to zoom in. I hope that's better. Yeah, you have the character in the center, and you have.
May I ask something about one very basic rule?
Okay.
So with my role-playing groups, I always advise them at the beginning, try to develop a character they can imagine. Someone with aspects they have experiences or imaginations about. If they try to play Lizardman, this might get very hard because we are in our world very far away from lizards. You will get characters which are much more feel alive if you bring in your own experiences from life or experience you have made with good friends. So if you have a friend who is afraid because of extreme heights or even not so extreme heights, and you bring this in your gaming, this will be more real if you as if you have no experiences at all. So my basic advice to my gamers was play something you can imagine because you will play it better.
So let's go to the working phase of this workshop. So we want to get people to sweat a bit. You see here different categories. You can do others. It's important that it's where it works for you and it works for your story or for your campaign. So, for example, in Vampire, you would obviously put the clan into here because it's very important for them, for this gaming system. But here we go with some categories that I thought of, and we will detail them out now. Just to see how that works, I will start with this ethics thing that is on the top here. So I can put this in another color. So we are here now in the ethics. And you can think about what defines the ethics, the ethical values of that character. So, for example, one important thing could be, what is his idea about life? Is life something valuable in itself? Would he get nightmares from killing somebody? Or would that be something that he wouldn't even second guess. So that he would say, okay, killing somebody is part of an adventure. Life is hard, and if I kill you, that's it. So Conan the Barbarian is a completely different character from Samwise Gamgee. And that's not only because one is a barbarian and the other is a hobbit, so body-wise, but also because of their ethics, their ethical values. You could also say ethics could be derived from some kind of authority. So you could think about if my character comes to a town and there is some magistrate or some lord or whatever, just because he is a nobleman, does that mean that this character considers it unethical to work against him because he respects authority? Or maybe the contrary, maybe he's absolutely against authority. He says, if there is a nobleman, we absolutely have to play hard on him, right? This can play into, as we have seen on that slide, it can play into the adventure that you go on. It can also play into the dynamics inside your party. You might have a nobleman inside your party, right? Something like property. What is his idea of property? Is it something that he would say it's absolutely to be respected? Or is it something where he says, I can steal from somebody if it's foolish enough to let that happen, that's okay. So obviously that applies to thieves. It might also apply to elves because they don't have a concept of property. They have a concept of you use what nature gives you. And when they go to a city, it might be that they apply this principle of just pick what's on the tree to just pick what is on this carriage or whatever, right? So that makes different dimensions on how you can, different questions on that you can ask on your character or for your character to make him three-dimensional, to make him really cast a shadow, to really make sure that he's not just a compilation of values on a character sheet. And now maybe you can tell us something about family. So please just post in the chat what are questions or topics that you could cover for the family dimension. So I take away the color here and put it in here. That's what we would like to talk about now.
Right. So, time to wake up again, people. What are the issues that you could discuss concerning family? Would be great if you could add a few notes to the chat. Remember, you're not just here to look at things, you're here to participate in order to create better results. I think people are still a little shy at this point.
Okay, it looks like they are shy. One way.
We have some now. So, how does the character think about partnership and having children? And that's a very
right.
Schwammy.
You want to get on that?
I would. So that now that this is already an interesting thing.
Mm-hmm.
So partnership
and children
and having children.
Mm-hmm.
I take this in multiple facets. So let me put it here, partner as well, and I connect this to the family. Does he have a partner or maybe multiple partners in an exotic society as well?
Mm-hmm.
Does he have children?
Yes.
This one, let me make this precise as it was in the chat. Attitude towards. That's not so much a family trait, although it's connected to it, but it's more of an ethics trait because it's his attitude. He might not have a partner, but he might dream of this as the ideal form of living, to live in a partnership. He might have children, he might be a father or a mother, but actually he might despise having children. Maybe this combination, let me put it here and make a connection here. Maybe this combination of despising having children and actually having children is the reason to become an adventurer. Because he or she wants to escape his life as it is currently, or as it has been before his adventure life.
Okay, that's an interesting aspect. It's more complicated because usually adventurers go on adventure because they have no social structures like that. They have lost their parents. They flee.
Yeah.
They can easily leave.
Yeah. Think about it. Think about it. That's the usual thing that Bernard points out. So they don't have social ties. But what do you give up for that? And chances for your adventures and for your character play. If they have something like that, that might be a problem for your character, but it's an opportunity for you as a player. You can have here the push factor for why to go on an adventure. It's not because they dream about foreign coasts and about wealth or whatever, but they are pushed out of their life that they despise. They don't want to live as a family guy. So that's why they go on to an adventure, for example. And then you as a game master, you have always to be mean. That's one of the hints and tips I would give you. Be always slightly mean, okay? Not completely tyrannical, but be mean. Being mean means in the third adventure, when your player doesn't think about it, his wife and his child will come in, right? So they will confront him and tell him, what are you going to do? What are you doing here, right? Our house now burned down. You have to take care, right? So that's something that you can use then.
Yeah, and you can turn it around. You can make it the reason why they go on adventure. Maybe their family is the reason why they fight the tyrannic lord, to protect the family. So it gives a stronger basis to your decisions.
That's a point. For example, they could be. Let's go for the children. So I now expand on the children. The children can live a happy life, okay? The children can be miserable. So they are starving. That's why you go on an adventure to get some funds for them, right? The children could be imprisoned. Or the children could be dead. And especially for these later ones, you should ask why. Okay, so you can make up your own tree. I think you get the idea of how this works. So you just note down some words that will remind you on your course of thinking, and you can develop from there to there to there, and you can build an even more complex character. So if you answer this why, I won't expand this now further, but just for giving you an idea, you can have that idea of Bernard. You have the evil overlord that just rounded them up and put them into slavery. And maybe the whole purpose of the campaign is you have several characters. Their village was plundered. Some people were taken as slaves and shipped to a faraway coast, and they try to follow them. So your campaign, or some part of your campaign, might be the adventures to follow them to this faraway country and then to free them. And maybe then you transcend this when this either fails or is successful. Maybe in the course your character develops. Now we are more in the adventurous life section. Your character develops and he finds out slavery as such is a bad thing. Not only because my children were taken as slaves, but the institution of slavery is a bad thing. So now he is an experienced character. He has leveled up something. He's more capable than he was before. And now he generally says, I make war against slave masters. But then you have a complete backstory on why he became this kind of character. What is his motivation? And it all started because in this chat, somebody told me attitude towards partnership and having children.
Let's quickly run through some other things that people said here.
Yeah, that's what
quickly, because it seems like people have really woken up now.
Right. Tell us everything.
So, is the character jealous of other siblings? Is the question.
Yeah, we have siblings.
Yeah.
Siblings is really, if you think about it, your siblings, Geschwister, your siblings are those people that you probably will know for the longest time in your life. Your parents will sometime they will pass away. Your children will come when you're 20 years older or whatever. But your siblings, they are roughly the same age, and probably they will somehow be tied to you for your entire life. So siblings is a very important thing. And a good point from the chat, as I understood, Ras, is you could be jealous of your siblings.
Yes, of course.
You could be the second born to the Lord. You don't inherit the throne, right? And as you don't inherit the throne, you just want to prove yourself. That's why you go on an adventure. You want to prove to the world that you would have been the better baron or the better count or the better whatever. But you were not allowed to be. Depending on your setting, maybe you are not only the second born, but maybe you are the boy and the throne always goes to the girl. So then you have something to prove as well. The advantage of this second born scenario is eventually your brother might die. So again, you go on the adventure, you're successful as an adventurer, you like to live with your party, and then after 2 years of role playing, the messenger comes and says, okay, your brother died, you are now the baron. Interesting also for the rest of the party. Do you support your comrade? Do you try to go with him and go to the barony and build it up and fortify it against enemies and orcs and goblins and whatever we have? So then you have a completely different angle in your whole campaign and can do completely different adventures. Because in the beginning, at the character creation, you have a family that has now we go here, nobles. It has the social characteristics of being nobles, so you are a nobleman as well. And then you have this plot line of being drawn onto the throne. Or maybe even more interesting, your brother has not died, but vanished. Do you search him or don't you?
Right, and if you look at the chat right now, Robert, people are suggesting that you might help your brother with dying, or the brother may die on a very tragic accident.
Right.
No,
right.
you have not helped in any way. Never have. The arrow goes by accident.
Absolutely. So that can really, as you see, these can be hooks. These can be hooks for in a novel, plot lines, or in a role-playing game for adventures that you go on. It can be hooks that the game master can and should use, of course.
Quickly, 2 more things from the chat. So, did the character have a good or bad childhood? And is the character legitimate or a bastard?
Oh, very good, very good. That's very good. So probably all of us know Game of Thrones, where we have exactly this thing. So Jon Snow, he joins the Night Watch because he doesn't have a future at the court of Catelyn and Eddard Stark. He will never inherit anything, and Catelyn positively hates him. So that's also a push factor to go on an adventure, right? It pushes you out of your common day life. Okay. Maybe we continue with this why to go on an adventure. We have push factors. Let me put here bad family. You know what I intend by that. Or let's say bad family relations. That might be better. You also have pull factors that pull you into an adventure. So, if you have ideas for pull factors or for push factors, give them to us. Seuchenverwandtschaft, ja. Plague kindred. Maybe we just start a bit on that. A pull factor for a character, and I think that was in these early D&D versions. That what they put into the.
Get treasures.
Yeah, treasures. That's what we want to see. So pull factor would be wealth. Whoa, just a moment. Okay. So he wants to obtain wealth. Another one would be to obtain fame. So he wants to become famous. That's why he goes on an adventure.
Yes, but I guess that's something that's in role-playing reality not very deep anchored. Because when I look back on the most longer going role-playing games I did, I always missed after a few years these people have to get famous in their world. So they can't go in a town without being recognized. So you can't do any longer easily undercover missions because you're known. Everywhere you go, you are known. When you ride into a town, people will recognize, oh, this elf combined with this dwarf and this chivalry man, this must be. And then, yes, things start in the city. Maybe they are infamous, and they will meet the city guards very soon. Maybe they are heroes, and people will come to them, offer them drinks, eat something. But it's impossible to go to town without any consequences. You will recognize that's something I missed in a lot of role-playing games. It's of non-importance when you start with an adventure group, but if you have played for several years in the same area, you will be well known. What consequences has it?
We got something from the chat. We had help friends as a pull
Yes,
factor.
wanted.
So helping some friends would be a pull factor because it doesn't expel you from where you are. That's why it's not a push factor. It doesn't matter much. In the end, it's both motivation on why to go an adventure. But that's how I would model it. So you want to help some friends. Let's put friends here. As you see, you can expand this as you like. And of course, I have to put it here because it's so cliche. You want to help the princess that was hijacked, right? So you want to free her. You hear about great injustice in the world and you want to rectify it. We also had to defend your own village. I put here defend home. So that's a push, or could be a push factor if this defense means that you have to go on an adventure. And if you think about Lord of the Rings, that's essentially Frodo's motivation. So he has at some point early on in the story, he has this vision of the Shire being devastated by orcs and other dark creatures. So he knows his home, his beloved Shire, is in trouble. He has to go on an adventure to destroy the ring, to save the Shire. It's not his only motivation. So these are not exclusive. There can be many factors for it in combination. But it's certainly one of these the strong motivations that you would have.
There's also the theme here of personal growth in the chat. Several people suggested that. And maybe achieving some kind of dream or achieving some kind of ideal.
Yeah, I read something about a paladin in the chat, right?
And there's a question there for you. A paladin bringing justice in the world, is that push or pull for him?
Pull. Because the need for justice doesn't expel him from the point or the location where he currently is from his current life. It's something that pulls him into going to a specific quest, right? He knows that there is a holy war or whatever, so the orcs are coming or whatever. So justice. This, by the way, the paladin, whoops. Let's go back to the ethics section, right? The paladin is somebody who's deeply connected to the ethics of a specific religion. So maybe to him, something is very, very ethical, which is not ethical for us, for our idea, right? So for him, for example, if he is a paladin of the god of the sea, it might be that he would like to stop dams, right? So like he wants to crash all the dams so that the floods can flow freely throughout the land. So maybe that might be his mission. So it could be an exotic, which I also would recommend. Exotic religion, right?
You also definitely need to deal with the topic of revenge in all caps here.
Yeah, revenge. Revenge would be more like a push factor. It's not something too specific to a certain adventure. It's usually the background for a whole campaign. And it usually has a trigger for that revenge. So some wrong that happened in the past of the character. So he wants to revenge some injustice that has been done to him or done to some loved one, to his family, to his village, to his mentor, whatever. Push factor could be war, absolutely. War, hunger as well. Some kind of, get out of space here, natural disaster. So that paladin that we had, he really destroyed the dam and your village was flooded. Therefore, you now have to go on an adventure, right? Alien invasion, yeah. So I think you get the idea. So we have other things here, but maybe we want to switch because in the interest of time, we might want to switch into looking at the adventurer's life or in the aftermath of adventuring. What had the better rating in your Poilras?
They were the same, 29% both.
Okay, could you roll a dice?
All right. Two-sided die. I can flip up heads or tails, okay? You assign things.
Okay. So
right.
tails would be the aftermath.
All right. It's tails.
Right. So let me adjust the zoom factor that you can see it better. I hope that everybody can read that. Is that okay for everybody? Russ, what do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So the basic idea is you don't play that character anymore, right? So he's out of the game. There's no player who is assigned to that character. There are basically two reasons why he is out of the game. He's dead or he retired. In both instances, he still can play a role or can be relevant to your gaming. And that might be an alien thought for many people. But I think it becomes completely obvious if you think again about Lord of the Rings, especially in combination with The Hobbit. In The Hobbit, we have a main character who is Bilbo Baggins, right? So Bilbo Baggins also appears in The Lord of the Rings, but he's not the main character. The main character is Frodo and his party, Samwise Gamgee, and so on. So these are the main characters. Bilbo Baggins is an experienced adventurer at that point in time when The Lord of the Rings starts, and he still plays a role in there. He's still essential to the story. So he would be in this retired column. He would not be dead. He would be retired, but would influence the story. So how? Now you're again. I can see something in the chat, but I didn't read it right.
I think you need to give them a moment before they're there.
Right. So I can read here. He found the ring for the mighty battle, but he was only the before story. Depends on how you look at it. If you look from Bilbo's perspective, he is the main story, right? He's the before story for Frodo. But what you tell here is he found the ring. He fought a mighty battle. About the ring, nearly nobody knows in that world. But this mighty battle with Smaug the dragon, everybody knows. So this character, he is a legend, a living legend. You can still talk to Bilbo Baggins about his journey there and back again. And maybe if you think about you talk to him, he can also be a mentor. And he is for Frodo. So if you think about that as a role-playing game and you are the player of Frodo, then the game master would impersonate Bilbo Baggins, and Bilbo Baggins would give him some hints and tips on what he should take to this adventure, what he should look out for. And he would also be some source of, let me put equipment. It's not a good word. Maybe somebody of yours is a bit better. If you think about the sword. So Frodo gets his sword from Bilbo. So that's something that he gets from an already established character. And if you and your friends play for a long, long time, then maybe you get to the point where your characters have reached an end, like Bilbo did. So their story is told. There's nothing really plausible for them.
What I would say is you get a problem when you're playing long. You have to bring even more powerful enemies, and you always level up. But for me as a master, there is a natural border. If you once have saved the One Ring or brought it to the Vulcan, what will you do after that? What will you do bigger? So what has your adventure party? Yes, what's teasing them to go out? And it will be ever harder if you have played such a big adventure to settle a realistic, even bigger one. It's a kind of problem many fantasy novels have. So if you have told your one big story, And the publishing house says, "Oh, people loved it. Can you do it again? Please with the same characters." How often can characters save the world?
I like what they write in this chat. So, greetings, Janina. So, Fee proposes the retired hero of former days could now be the villain.
Yes.
For your new characters.
What's the outer perspective of other people to your adventure group? A kind of adventure I really like to play it with very experienced, long working together role-playing groups was switching things from the beginning. So adventure I really liked is they are all powerful, they are rich, and they are meeting in the Tower of the Sorcerer. And then something happens. Party of level 1 characters is having a break into the tower, and they realize these losers try to kill the magician, and there's no chance because they are all these high-level heroes accidental here in the tower as well. And they thought they would just meet the sorcerer and they have a chance, but there's no chance. And what the next step is, they realize something has given them this low-level group adventure advice, like they got at their beginning. So these losers are told, "Go to the towers. It's a bad magic guy. He is bad for all the land around. You have to kill him." And the next step is, who gave this advice to these low-level adventurers? And then it's a step to escalate the problems, making it really big. The next step is the old adventurer group, the high-level guys, will realize, well, they have given Kopfgeld a bounty to us, but we do not know who has given the bounty, but it's a very high bounty. So we have had luck. It's a level 1 group who has tried it first, but we have to think about really experienced assassins looking for us. And so they are getting the bad ones for the people outside, and they do not know why. And everything of their experience from the beginning of their adventurer career have been turned around. And bringing them in this situation was, for me as game master, always a lot of fun. So you can see how they get really paranoid when they go out, because they think, "Oh, wow, the most experienced assassins of the world on our heels." And probably from further adventures, they know some of them and know what they can do. And they have to think, "Oh, the drow we were going together a year ago. Yes, he was always a little bit tasty, and might be he's our enemy now. Oh, shit. How can we protect against him? And he knows so many things about us. He will get us. He knows what we like to drink, where we like to go. He knows our relatives. He knows too much. He has a lot of aspects to bring pressure to us. And if you turn these things around, you can handle to bring interesting experiences, new experience to adventurers who have think they have seen all an adventurer can see.
We had some points from the chat as well. So one was, is there resurrection possible in this gaming world? I added, there are two kinds of resurrection, good one and bad one. The bad one is you become a zombie. Then you should probably be a non-player character afterwards. The better one for you is to be on a second life. So to live a second life. Question here is memory loss. For example, if this is a possibility in this world, I would strongly recommend to make it rare. If you don't, if you say, okay, basically everybody can be resurrected at any time, that takes a lot of suspense and thrill out of your stories. Because if death is not a real threat, because everybody can be revitalized, then this takes away a major story plot element that you have. But if it is a rare event, then it can be another story hook or an adventure hook. That can be the purpose of the idea that the party pursues to bring back some beloved character. So that can be the goal of the adventure. We had something else. We had somebody telling, okay, this retired character could be a sponsor of the current party. So he could provide a safe haven, a castle where they can retreat and regroup at any time. He could also be the, was heißt denn jetzt Auftraggeber?
No, even harder. They might be the parents or one of them of the new group. It's very hard to grow up in the shadow of a hero. So you have to try to get bigger than your daddy or your mother.
For example.
So it's no fun.
Ja. Mir fehlt das Wort Auftraggeber, das gibt's doch gar nicht.
Oh shit, yeah.
I have to look up an English word.
Can I just translate it for you?
Auftraggeber.
Sorry.
Yeah, not employee. Sponsor.
Yeah, got some suggestions here.
Okay, let's put it here. Initiate adventures. Put it like this. So he could be the guy asking the group, the current group, to go on the adventure. So he might be the rich guy, he might be the mighty guy, he might be the guy with a political interest, and he might tell them, okay, go into that dungeon and get this problem solved for me, okay? And that might be very much more interesting than if you have some anonymous new character, a new NPC coming up, because your players can connect to this character. They might be more open to really take on that task.
Yeah, or maybe there's an old arch enemy, and the retired character never could get rid of him.
Right.
And he sent out the new group to try it again with a lot of advice, what they shouldn't do. And so you have connections to your old adventures.
Let's go to the other arch here as well. So if this character is really dead, and dead, not coming back dead, but really dead, is there some role that he can still play for your current campaign? A role model, yeah. He could be a role model, so everybody wants to be like he was, right?
Or even worse, you create his own living as a role model. So he was a bit stinky. He was loving drinking, but when the part of the group is singing about him, he's perfect.
So there can be songs and stories, like the bard singing about the dead character, and they can be true, or they can be false. And they can be good false, or they can be bad false. And you can have a lot of fun with your players if you tell them, okay, you walk into a tavern and there's a bard singing about that character that you played last year, and he's getting all wrong. And the fun factor in that is that your players, the current characters of your players, they don't know what was right. So they just have to believe it, although the players know it is all wrong. So you can encounter also some monuments. If he was really famous. So there could be a statue of that character in some town you walk into, right? But there's also some personal thing. So if you don't have really new generation of adventurers. If you still have the same party, but one of them died, then you could have something that like a heritage to them.
I will get a sword.
Right.
No, I'm much better on sports than you.
Like weapons, like this was the sword that he used, like some special items. This is the ring that I got from him.
Money.
Of course,
Treasures.
personal memory. Money is possible, but it's short-lived. So you spend the money and then that's it. But if you have an item like this is the doll of this that she always carried with her, or the comb or whatever, and this can go on and on and on, and you can have very small, minimal scenes in your role playing or in your book where you just bring it up again.
And if he was a paladin, he can get a saint to his church.
We get from the chat, we get some books or scriptures or something that he wrote that you can still read here. And the idea is could become a saint if he did something very special for his church.
Someone also mentioned the plot element, and so this character might actually be a big mystery if people don't really know anything about what he did. You know, maybe he saved the world and nobody ever heard about it. And discovering his history and discovering everything about him might actually be connected to him.
Absolutely, very good story hook. Let's put it here. It could be even a mystery if he is dead, or if he is just retired.
Or if he ever existed.
If he ever existed. That's a bit difficult if you have a player in your party who played this character before. But still, it could be. We all know it. Probably from my looks, you guess I'm 25, but I'm nearly 50. So I'm now in the age where you just experience from life that a player maybe just left the party because he took a new job and left town and he wasn't able to play again. So that usually results in the character not being present anymore. And you can take that as a story hook as well. If you know that this player will never join again, then couple of years later, you can say, okay, now we go on an adventure to explore what happened with Bilbo or whatever his name was.
Just as a small afterthought, your initiate adventures, I would call that one quest giver. I think that's probably the most fitting term.
Okay. I'm so flexible you won't even believe.
I believe it.
Another aspect with death might be if there's a special construction with this role-playing group, because they have something like a frontman. Someone who they push to the front because he's good looking or he's a nobleman or something like that, and many key informations about this group and their deeds are combined with this face. And if they lose it, they might lose future contracts, they might lose everyone if this one is dead, because he was a key figure, not because of what he did, just because of construction. So they are able to do things without him. But he was the man who was doing the contracts because he was a known face outside, and if he is out of the group, they might get trouble.
So then they have to find another justification why they are still eligible to get these contracts or whatever, right? Yeah. So we have until 2:00. Is that correct, Ras?
Yes, that's correct. So time is
So we
running.
have 20 minutes left. You have several options. We could do the Adventurers Live, which we didn't do so far. So that would be a very quick run through. We could also look at special parties, like party composition. Or we could try to scribble up one character. Like go through these things that we know, put on here and try to make a character out of that. So that would be 3 options. Making one example character, or creating one example character, thinking about party composition, or doing the adventurous life part.
Okay, give me a moment.
Right?
Ready. So I'm going to post another poll. And
Maybe I can show you something else.
yeah, you can already show us something.
No, I can't.
Und das suchst du?
Ich suche nach meiner PowerPoint-Präsentation. There it is. So I hope it works, that you now can see my PowerPoint presentation again. Yes.
Yeah.
So while you are voting, please go to the vote so that we do what is most interesting to you for the rest of the time. But in the meantime, I can tell you something about what our bread and butter system, so what we came from is the Das Schwarze Auge system, which is basically at the same rank as Dungeons and Dragons over here in Germany. And it's now available in English as well. So these are some products that you get there for the Dark Eye, which is the name of the system in English. And within that system, there exists, so sadly not in English yet, but only in German, the Filiasson Saga, which Bernhard created 30 years ago, as he described in the beginning. So, yeah, and you can see those 4 volumes here. They all contain 3 adventures each. And the 2 others on the right-hand side, they are the composition of all of them. So that's all in one. So the idea is that since for 30 years now, these adventures are being played. And now we are writing the novels. So these are the novels that are currently out, also only in German currently. And there are 3 more to come. So one of them probably in October. That would be the 10th. And then we still have 2 to go. So in the end, we will have 12 novels in there. So that was my advertising block. Back to our workshop. Ras, what's
Yes, let's see the results of our poll.
Right.
And I'm closing the poll here. So it looks like we have 55% for party composition,
Right.
36% for make a character, and 9% for adventurous life.
Right. Let's look at my notes here.
I hope
So Bernhard already
prepared this part. I said, I hope you prepared this part and not just the other part.
Oh, we are creatives. We will make it look like it is prepared.
Whoops. So you can start talking about our paladin if you like.
Well, no, I would prefer to talk about a special situation. To create a special party, one reason might be they are all in the same basic situation. So maybe they are all villagers and there's war coming to their country. And they have to think about how we can protect. And they all are not in their main job fighters or whatever. And they're pushed in a strange new situation. They have to fight. Maybe, like we spoke about at the very beginning, they have a problem with killing because they have a ethic conflict with doing it. It's yes, not a part of normal life. And now they might have to do it to protect the village, and it's a good reason. That's one of the key problems in a character group composition, how to bring them together. If they all start in the same small village, they will know. If they have all the same basic trouble, trouble. They have a reason to come together. And so this makes things more easy to go in, and you will create a very special character group. Maybe it's at the beginning a little bit a character group of losers, because you have one very strong man, the smith of the village, but he is not skilled in fighting. Maybe you have one good bowman, the hunter, but might be he has as well a problem with killing people. He just has killed deers and something like that, but killing people is very different. And so you start with a group of outsiders, and you have a very special party. And so you have to bring them together, and they have to develop new skills.
Absolutely. So basically, then you have, because of their backstory, they are all connected because they are from the same village. You could also say that you have the nobleman and his servants. That's more for the advanced role players, I think, because then you establish a hierarchy from the very beginning. But one of the players is the nobleman.
Yeah, role-playing groups hate this.
Maybe he's the count or whatever. Then you have the warrior. Then you have the mentor of this said count that goes with him. Maybe you have some kind of a prisoner. That could be that he knows something that nobody of his fief or of his barony or whatever knows. But he says, okay, for my freedom, I will come together with you, and I will lead you to where the dragon lives or where the riches are or whatever. And you have warriors in there, so they all have a connection to the nobleman. You have this. The first challenge is to have a good role playing in there. So of course, in real life, you are all friends, you are all equals. But you then have to play a role. And that, once I learned about a very special role playing group, that was the parents and their children. And guess who was the nobleman? The youngest child. So that had, for them, I don't think it always works, but for them it had an educational value, because in this gaming situation, you could educate the small child how it feels to have responsibility, to take responsibility for others. Okay, so that might be an idea for that as well. That's very special. Yeah, I think that whole thing is very special. But what's not that special? The Holy Inquisition. So all of your party is inquisitors. So Bernard, could you hand me that book there, that Schattenjäger book? There's a whole role-playing system based on that.
Yes.
On Warhammer 40k. So this is the German edition of where all players are inquisitors of some kind. So there are different kind of inquisitors, like technic experts, warriors, whatever, assassins, absolutely. But they all tweak their backstory so that it's plausible that they end up in the Inquisition for the Emperor, right?
Very hard to play. Usually, players fights Inquisition.
Right. But that makes it interesting as well. Usually, you are more or less the outlaws as the player characters. Usually, you have some dark power, and you are the outlaws fighting the dark power, like Robin Hood. It might be interesting, and even if it's only for a few sessions, to turn that around and to say,
no one wants to play the Sheriff of Nottingham. No.
Nobody thinks it, and then they do it once, and they never want to do anything else.
Yes, we want to kill Robin Hood.
That's also a special party, and that's also, I would recommend only for advanced players above 18, right? You play the bad guys. So your motivation is not to be heroic and to do something good. You are really the bad guys. You want to find out how you can plunder that village. So you go in there and you take some hostages and torture them and whatever. So
you go to the treasure chamber of this very bad nobleman, and so you're smart, bad guys.
no, you're bad guys. That's why I color this black here now. I don't have black. Okay. I have. So these are the really bad guys. They are so bad you can't see them. Bad guys. They are really bad. So that's also something special that you can do there. And of course, Inquisitors in extreme form, but you also can have your Paladins. So all of them are motivated by adhering to a common ethics, which we had before. Here. So that's our character creation sheet that we did in the beginning of our session. So basically, for many of these, you can say, I take one of these branches and make it common for all of my party members. All are from the same family, which is kind of the nobleman scenario. So let's say extended family. Same ethics, like they are in the same religion and therefore they are drawn by the same motivation. Same social characteristics. They are all the beggars who say, okay, we don't want to be poor anymore. We join together to a party and go on there. They are all driven by the same push factor, which is the revenge. So like there was an attack on their village and their loved ones were killed. And now they join together, although they don't like each other, but still they now have a common goal to find the villain who did this and take revenge. So that's basically how you create these special parties. Where you say, okay, we have, for example, there's a famous novel in the dark, I think, where some lizard men go to explore the world. 3 lizard men, undercover mission, right? But that, of course, has the prerequisite that all the main characters are lizard men. Okay, we're nearly done now, so maybe we should take the rest of the time, the remainder of the time, to answer questions, if there are any.
There must be questions, I'm sure.
Here. A bodyguard sent by the mother. Very great model.
What's that? My character was introduced as a bodyguard for another character in the party, sent by the character's mother.
Really great idea.
Yeah,
I love
perfect.
it.
we will all want to play that. Yeah.
So basically, can you quickly describe what kind of process you go through when you develop characters for your books? Is that the same thing that you did now? Are you handling it that way?
Yeah, it's the same thing. It has some different criteria. So basically, it's the same. You have some factors that differ, and I would say one of the 2 main factors are, in a book you're always looking for conflicts within the party. So you would have people who are not really friends, because the conflict makes the story interesting. So you have the interpersonal conflicts within the party, and you have it to an extreme. And in role playing, you have a mild version of it, because you don't want them to kill each other or to really despise each other. They should work together in the end. So that's the one thing. The other thing is balancing. In a role playing scenario, you want to be all of your characters to be somehow on the same level, so that all the players can get an equal share in solving the adventure. You don't have that in books. In books, you might have the one outstanding hero and all the others who just contribute to it. So they are not same level. For example, to make again the example of Lord of the Rings, Legolas is an absolutely top-edge bowman. Frodo is not. Frodo is nothing like that. The only thing Frodo has is a strong will, so that he can resist the powers of the ring. but that's nothing that you could use to really solve these situations. So Legolas would probably a level 12 elven bowman, and Frodo would be, I don't know,
Level
right?
1 Hobbit.
Level 1 Hobbit, yeah. Yeah, so that's absolutely okay for a book, and even good for a book, because it creates tension and conflict, which is good for a book. But it's not so perfect for a role-playing adventure. So I think we have to come to a close. I put a final slide on there, so you can see our English books on there. If you want to check it out, it would really support us. So all sales that we have on Amazon.com for these very cheap but extremely good books, that would be very beneficial for us. And
maybe you could quickly say a few words about these books. What are they about?
Yeah, perfect stories. So then, and you also would have a link that I put in here. Maybe we can put it on the chat as well. So that's where you would, right? So that's where you would, the first one of them, where you would find the sketches that we created here live. So give me half an hour, and then you can download them from there if you want to take a look at them again. So I will put them online momentarily.
Well, The Elven is a book of two elves falling in love to a woman, but she was taken away from world and time, and they start a search for her, which will last for 1,000 years. What's no problem for elves, but for the barbarian companion who is going with them. And it works where time slips. They are going forward in time, sometimes very fast. When the elves come back to their world, they come always in same situations, even meeting elves they are knowing, because elves are very long living in this world. But to the human, it means he will lose everything. Every time he came back, he's just seeing how his kingdom has changed, how his family developed from rural people to the ruling monarchy of his land. And so he is getting famous as something like a ghost who is coming to his ancestors sometimes, and getting stranger and stranger over the centuries. And yes, it's a big, long, tragic story. If you like something like that, it's in the German original 900 pages. I guess in English it's 700 pages. So a book really to go deep in.
It sounds like there's a lot of character development in that book.
Yes, right.
Right. Robert, did you want to say a few things about your book too?
That's actually only a short story, but it's the only thing I have in English. And it was created, or it was written because of a European convention, as my contribution to that European convention. So it deals a bit with the future of Europe from an outside perspective. So it's set in Africa, and we have a strange encounter of the populace there with the Europeans as they would have evolved in a couple of dozen years, maybe. So I think you will find interesting characters in there, and it's very condensed and a very dense story that you will get there on a very short amount of pages. Small but intense, I would say.
All right, thank you very much. And I would love to thank you on behalf of the entire community here for your very enlightening workshop. It was fun, and time just ran by really fast. I could see that you had so much more prepared, but maybe we have to do this again at some point. Maybe at Dreieichkon in November, if you're there. You're most certainly there, I think. And just let me say thank you, and see you soon.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye, Russ.
You have heard tell of a kobold queen with visions of a world made new in fire and rage. Driven by prophecy, she has filled her followers with the raging passion of her cause. Now, you step forth into her burning realm. Dark shapes move among the rising embers. Thick-skinned beasts belch gouts of fire. It's an ambush! Roll for initiative. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, playtest, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.
And a welcome back after these few short words from our sponsors here on GaryCon. I welcome you all back on this feast of nerdism and role-playing going on all around the world. And I've got two wonderful guests here with me. I've got Matthias and Anna, who are from Fria Liga, or Free League Gaming, one of the, can I still say rising stars of the role-playing scene? Because I think you're already a bright and up. So, yeah, but one of the stars. Free League is a company from Sweden, and you are starting to have more and more influence on role-playing scene all around the world. But enough of me. Welcome, Anna.
Thank you.
And welcome, Matthias. First of all, people want to get to know you a bit. So, Anna, start with you. What's your part on Free League, and are you a gamer girl? Are you into role playing? Tell us a bit about yourself.
Oh, what's that? That's so boring. Sorry, I couldn't help it. You kind of gave it. I began to LARP 25 years ago, so I'm soon celebrating 25 years as a LARPer. And then it went quickly before I ended up at a game convention and began to play role-playing games, because of course, like, LARPs is fantastic, but it's like sometimes 4 hours in a classroom is better than 4 days in the forest, because then you can like digest the experience. So that's when I got hooked on role-playing, and then 2 years now, I got to be event manager of Free League Publishing, which is, of course, the world's best job. So when it isn't pandemic, I try to bring these guys all over the world, and now in a more digital form to be on different events and plan that. So that's my background and role in Free League.
So you started off being a LARP person, and then you switched over to pen and paper role playing.
Switched over is too dramatic. Like, why switch when you can do both? I think I think I'm
totally
still,
right.
Yeah. So I still do a lot of LARP and do role playing game. So.
Okay. And Matthias, how about you? You're also a Swedish guy, and tell us about your role player history.
Well, I started playing role-playing games maybe 35 years ago or something like that, or close to it at least. And back then I was I was mainly into music. I had this heavy metal band. I was a drummer, and one day a new bass player started in our band, and it was something, I don't know if he smelled it or if somehow he sensed the nerd in me. So you can say that with Andreas, his name was, the nerd in me woke up, and I've been nerding it out ever since. So and actually I've been working full time making role-playing games since 4 years back, maybe.
Okay.
Going on 5. With Free League. So today I have this, it must be the second best job in the world then, maybe. Namely as a game director for Symbaroum. Also project lead for several of our products the last years. Also in the Coriolis brand.
Coriolis also. Cool.
Yeah. I was managing and editing the last Cyclade that launched, I think, the end of last year, if I remember correctly.
Time is a bit wibbly wobbly during Corona. You just there are no year-separating events anymore left. So I also, was it last year, 10 years ago? I don't know. When did it all start off?
You are absolutely right. It feels like everything is... Looking back, it feels like so much has happened, but in the moment, time is like compressed somehow because it's just the same routine every day. But I mean, as you were mentioning, it's things have happened during the last year for Free League publishing, and quite a lot of things has happened. So looking back, it feels like, has it only been a year? Because so extremely much has happened over this year. If we are still on the rise as a company, it's for the future to tell. But I mean, we are just clinging on with white-knuckled, trying to not lose the grip of this shooting star, but it's a hefty ride. I can tell you that. It's
I totally understand
we
that.
are quite happily surprised ourselves at about
So right now
what is happening.
Right now we imagine all stuff of Free League just clinging on a rocket ship outside, holding fast on the rocket ship on the ride to whatever may come there out there in times. Well, let's take our maybe there are still one or two people out there not knowing who Free League is. I don't think so, but maybe there are some people. How did it all start off? What is this Free League thing coming out of nothing and conquering the world of role-playing games? Who are you?
If you ask Swedish role players, they would strongly disagree with the description that we come out of nowhere, because in various shapes and forms we've been active on the tabletop role-playing game stage since the turn of the century, basically. It all started with a company called Järnringen, you can say, and through Järnringen we did only some Swedish games. Through those games, the guys that started Free League, which is Thomas, Costa, Nils, and Christian, they got to know each other through the games that Järnringen made. And Järnringen was made up of me and a couple of other guys, among them Martin Grip, who is one of our lead illustrators, or maybe our lead illustrator or artist, and also Matthias Lilja. And we sort of, Järnringen went out of business because it was a hobby business. We didn't have time to keep doing this on a hobby level. And then Free League started, and Thomas or Anna, maybe you know the exact year it happened, but was it like 2010 or 11 or something like that?
Not my time.
Gotcha. There's a question, what company is this? This is what we explain right now. These are two people from Fria Liga or Free League, you may know them, which is the rising star of role-playing worldwide, and won Emmys on nearly every game they make.
2011, Free League was founded.
Good. And 2018, the newly reformed Järnringen merged with Free League. So today we are like two. It started with Järnringen, but Free League is the thing. They started in 2011. They took the games to an international scene, translated them first Mutant Year Zero into English. and they built up sort of a really good resume and reputation and good contacts and everything. So the Free League we see today, we have maybe people know our games more than they know us. And if so, we should probably mention Tales from the Loop, the role-playing game.
Oh, yes.
We should mention Alien, the role-playing game. We should mention Mutant Year Zero, Coriolis, Symbaroum, which we are going to talk about today, mainly. Latest year, we released Vaesen.
Oh, I got to play a game of Vaesen yesterday.
Oh, with Matt. Did it go well?
Very well. We couldn't stop. We had to stop because time was over. But it was such a good thing. To discover this little kitten being something supernatural was, oh my gosh! This is I totally loved it. It was so fun.
It's Matt's adventure Summer in December that I think is available on Free League Workshop on drive-through.
Yeah.
Over back to you, Matthias.
Back to the news.
But did I forget any of our games? We are also publishing a game called Mörkborg. Or
there was one.
Morky Borky.
There was one you haven't talked about, which just everyone who's interested in
Forbidden Lands.
Yeah, Forbidden Lands. Yeah.
Forbidden Lands. Okay, then there are two.
Okay.
Everyone who's looking on the internet and what's coming up on role-playing has seen a bomb exploding a few weeks ago. When there was this small homepage called Kickstarter.com, and there was this quite unknown, there was this game who had a Kickstarter there, and it's called The One Ring. And it happened to be the biggest ever international Kickstarter on role-playing games that there has ever been. And there were quite a lot. But The One Ring, I was there watching the first few hours. And I watched on that. Wow, this is going strong. I watched there. I talked to a friend of mine and said, "Well, there's $100,000 just after a few minutes." And while we talked, he said, "No, you're not right. There are $300,000." And it was just so. What the hell is happening there? This you must have been celebrating 3 weeks, didn't you?
Again, we were clinging on by our knuckles whitening because it was. I can tell you that when I before the launch guessed where this Kickstarter would land in terms of pledge amount, I was very, very far from the mark. I think my guess was surpassed after a couple of days.
Yeah.
And we weren't. I mean, we are of course super happy with the game. We are super happy with the. I have not been directly involved in this. It is mainly designed by an external studio when it comes to text, which is sort of my area. Then we have the art direction and the layout and graphic design, and those things are done by us at Free League, and we are also publishing the game. But it doesn't matter how happy we are with the product. We can't. We always. I mean, nowadays we always get surprised that so many other people actually like it as well. And that's, I mean, that's a heartwarming feeling, and it's super inspiring, and it makes us super happy, but also a little bit shocked at times.
Yeah,
because that Kickstarter, it was unreal, and
it has to be,
again, in a very positive way.
Yeah, Anna.
We did a live stream during the evening, like the countdown, where we had Francesco, who oh god, I'm so bad with
Napolitani.
Thank you. Who is the designer? And it was like this really warm and nice because we were like sitting there, and we were already in goal, and I was like, yeah. So and he thanked everybody, and people thanked him, and I think I liked that. It was really like friendly, and yeah, it's on the Free League YouTube for anyone wanting to see it after retrospect. I think we're very like just happy.
Of course, you have to be. And this is I think what you're doing there is carrying in the fruits of your work on the other games you did, because Free League always delivered when it was on gaming, and for the fans out there, we will come to Symbaroum. We will come there, but maybe some people will see it. But I'm a fan of Free League. So this can be a bit of a fanboy talk here.
Yeah, I think I want to say that you said before that it's like you came from nowhere, and as Matthias was into like, because I remember when I began to go to conventions around 2000, it was like Mutant, and I believe anyone who come where Free League is has been around the scene for a long time. We all have done a lot of weird stuff, and so sometimes I'm looking at people who are, those people who go to all conventions, all LARP, participate in everything, and I'm thinking like, in 20 years, I'm going to keep my eye on you, because it's like, you just do a lot of stuff, and then you gather experience, and then
there's this one point where it happens. What I especially like about your books is I think best displayed by Tage from the Loop. It is speaking of the combination of design, artwork, text. This is a perfect example for what Free League is doing. And what I mean is the paper of the book. One special detail many people don't even notice. But if you open this books, which has the catchphrase of a game of the 80s that never have been.
See if I can find the book when we're talking about.
I have it about 2 meters beside me. I see it from the place I sit, but you are walking around getting it. Then you open the book, and you have a paper which feels like paper in the 80s felt in books. So you have the haptic, the touch. When you touch the book, you are directly in the time this game plays. Yeah.
This is it. One I realized, but yes, I can touch paper here to describe the feeling.
Yeah. It is, and this is compassion to detail in these books. This from the artwork of Stallenhardt. Not to talk about the beautiful artwork in this book, but this is some kind of love to detail that I really appreciate. You have totally, and to tell it all the people out there, it's not so like you take cheap paper in this book. It's more expensive to produce it on old feeling paper.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, we are basically a Free League and its predecessors. They were never started as businesses first. They were started by a group of nerds, if you will, wanting to produce and publish games. And then we have had to learn the business side of things. But I guess we are all nerds in our own special way. Some are nerdy when it comes to the art. Me, I'm super nerdy when it comes to text. We have Thomas and Matthias Lilja primarily, who and also Nils Karlén and Martin Takashi. Yeah. Did I get that right? Yeah. Who are very nerdy when it comes to the rules design. And then we have Christian mainly, but Christian and Martin in combination, and that are super nerdy when it comes to the graphic design. And we all, plus, we are a collective of creative nerds. That's how I like to describe Free League.
Cool.
And so it's, I mean, maybe if we had a more business-like approach to the production of these books, someone might have said, but that paper is too expensive, right? That doesn't happen in our collective, because
please never start that happening.
No.
Please.
And in this case, I wasn't involved in Free League when they designed the Tales from Loop book, but I have been part of the process in later productions.
Yeah.
And I mean, the paper quality to take that detail, it is always on the table and always something that is regarded with the highest, like something really vital to the product as a whole.
Just to bring some things up from the chat, they all love what you do. There are several people saying, we love your games. I want to state out, Anna and Matthias, thanks for bringing us so special RPGs. Thank you. I had so many hours of sadistic happiness when I killed my players.
Oh, which game?
Which game are you talking about? I think before that,
Merc or Symbaroum, I'm guessing.
There are Vaesen players out there. There are Tales players, right? Alien.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Alien is about playing, killing.
Very much in that game.
And I hope he meant with it that he had sadistic fun on playing on killing the characters, but not the players.
Me too.
Please.
Not the players.
Please.
And I hope sadistic fun was a I hope it was genuine, kind of standard, normal fun.
Yeah, I hope so. Well, anyway, Forbidden Lands, there's one saying, that's what I love about Vaesen and Forbidden Lands, especially the feel of the book in the hands brings you right into the world. Talking about worlds, let's come to the theme we originally wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
And we can come back to other Free League games later. Symbaroum. Maybe there are some people out there not knowing what Symbaroum is. And Matthias here, by chance, is the lead designer of Symbaroum. So take us into your world. What is Symbaroum about?
First, I should correct you a little bit.
Okay.
I am the lead setting designer.
Oh,
you could say. We are a team of lead designers when it comes to the game as a whole. Just to have that straightened out. Also, I am currently the game director for Symbaroum, meaning that I'm like in charge of what is happening with the game line now and going forth. So Symbaroum is a fantasy game. I think one of the best descriptions, if we start talking about the setting, and I believe it was a German player who once said that it's, to describe the world in a very short sentence, it's Princess Mononoke meets Game of Thrones.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So, and that, to me, it captures two of the main elements that define Symbaroum. It's Game of Thrones in the sense that it's not this fairy tale heroic fantasy setting with the clearly defined good and a clearly defined evil, and you are assumed to be the combatants of the bad guy. It's more Game of Thrones in the sense that it's about people that just happen to live in a world where magic and such stuff is real. It's about, I mean, in the setting you will clearly find people or NPCs or whatever that you would define as evil, but but it's more a question of perspective than alignment, if you will.
Okay.
There is nothing in that says that you have to play the game from a certain perspective. It's Princess Mononoke in the sense that the theme of the setting has been designed based around one core conflict, and that's the conflict or the meeting between civilization and nature. And the idea, what would happen if nature had a capacity to clearly react to civilization's drive to cultivate and structure and exploit nature. So there you have the basic ingredients of what makes the Symbaroum setting stand out from many other fantasy games. It has been described as dark. It has been described as gritty. It is definitely run with a rule set that is deadlier than most heroic role-playing games. What else do I need to say about it?
Let me guide you with a few questions, maybe.
Yeah, please. That's better.
You said it's fantasy, which can mean nearly everything. The technical level in the game, is it it could be steampunky and fantasy, and it can be Ice Age and fantasy. On which time period, technical development would you settle the world?
Focus for the description of the setting is a kingdom called Umbria, and I would describe it in most cases like late medieval times. But they are also a highly organized society, much because they have lived through several wars, which has forced them into becoming more efficient when it comes to communication and infrastructure and whatever. So that's one thing. These Umbrians, they have had to flee their ancestral homeland that was destroyed in a war. They actually vanquished the enemy, but this enemy's death magic had ravaged their homeland so much so that it is completely dying. So the queen, Corinthia, took her people with her and moved over the Titan Mountains to the north. And there also lives, because as technology level goes, the Umbrians have moved into a part of the world that is dominated by what they call barbarians, more fairly described as clan folks. So there is this massive, you can see a bit of it behind me. Maybe I could direct the camera to. This is basically the game world, and that green big blob is Davokar, which is a huge forest that would take you like weeks, or if not months, to travel from the south to the north. And Davokar grows. You have these clan folks living in 11 different clans at the border of this forest in quite a lot of harmony with the forest itself.
Okay.
The forest is covering an ancient empire that collapsed about a millennia ago called Symbaroum. And the remains of this old empire is now covered by Davokar and guarded by the Iron Pact, which is the elves of this particular part of the setting. They are organized in this Iron Pact, and their job is basically to keep humans away from the ruins of old Symbaroum, because they claim, I mean, this is clearly silly. They are just saying this to keep the natural resources of the forest for themselves and all the cool loot that is in the ruins. But they claim that the ancient evils of Symbaroum will awaken if humans come clamping about and rummaging in the ruins.
Okay.
So the Umbrians tend to ignore this to a large extent, because they want that loot, they want those natural resources, they want those furs and whatnot. that is in this rich forest. But it is kind of hard to ignore the warbands of the Iron Pact, because I mean, when you start playing Symbaroum, or you create your first character, and you will probably, during one of your first adventures, go out into Davokar to search for some ruin or some ancient sun temple or whatever, and you will likely meet these elves, and I think you could almost describe it as, the one way to set the setting apart from other fantasy settings. You have the orcs that are sort of the default enemy in several fantasy universes. In Symbaroum, that would be the elves,
which I totally love. Which is a really great idea. So you have 3 factions, if I understood you right. You have this kingdom, who are something between people fleeing and conquering. So they flee from their destroyed country and conquer another one to have place. You have these barbarians, as the people from the kingdom call them, and you have the elves, the Iron Pact. How are your elves in the game? Are these bright, shining light figures with light armors, or are this more the hunters?
It looks like Anna is looking for an illustration. Are you? I can show you. I have one here. I don't know if you can see it really well, but this is an Iron Pact elf, aptly illustrated by Martin Greep.
Cool.
The elves, and this is something that you will find out when you play the game. They live in phases, or cycles, maybe you can say. So the first life cycle of an elf is the spring elves, or as humans call them, fairies. They are very tiny and cause a lot of mischief for travelers in the forest. Then you have the summer elves that are like the elves in their prime. They are not very interested in having a discussion or debate.
Okay.
It's not like you come to the ruins and you meet the Iron Pact members and you sit down for a powwow. That doesn't happen. Not with the summer elves.
They will kill you.
They will most likely kill you if you don't turn around and run. Yeah. And that is
sounds legit.
Yeah, something that you should do a lot in Symbaroum when playing Symbaroum. Turn tail and run, because that's a sure way to survive. Fighting is not. Then you have the autumn elves, and they are, these more towering, possibly a little bit Celeborn, Galadriel-like, but not as mysterious in the form that they emit some kind of. No, but they can be more diplomatic. So if you meet an elf in the world of humans, he or she is probably there because there are a faction within the Iron Pact that actually think it worthwhile to try to talk sense into the humans. Then there are the other faction that has given up hope and think that humans are basically a plague.
Parasites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what you will find in, and this is also something that may be that you will find in Game of Thrones, for instance, or other more grown-up fantasy settings, that the factions of the setting is not composed of entirely identical individuals with identical goals and totally indoctrinated. That there are tensions and conflicts also within, and power struggles within the factions.
Okay.
So, and that is true for the clans, for the Iron Pact, and for the human, the Sun Church, the Umbrian Sun Church, and the noble families. It's a feudal system.
You
if I didn't
already
say.
gathered some fans in the chat already
Oh,
now.
cool.
One is writing, so there are elves who have enough of humans.
Yeah.
There are elves who just want to be alone, and there are elves who are going to kill humans, and elves who are making fun of humans. Is that summoned a bit in the right way?
Yeah, it's not an entirely unfair description. But
Okay.
I mean, to the elves' defense, if they are correct, and many things point in that direction, both about Zavokar possibly waking up, I mean the old evils of Symbaroum, but they also claim that this Iron Pact is a treaty that was signed several hundred years ago by elves and men, humans, and this treaty or this contract actually gives the elves the right to act violently in defense of the ancient ruins.
Okay.
So it's not like I mean, they are just doing their part of the Iron Pact, which was a pact between humans and elves.
How do elves evolve? Do they just... you said there are several cycles in the life of an elf. Do they go to sleep, wake up, and no longer a meter but two? How does it happen?
Yeah, but that's, I mean, we can't go into details too much here, but they go into like a larva phase, even though they don't pupate, but they go into a period of dormancy. And then part of them, some just drift away into eternity, but some wake up in their next life stage, and they will have grown physically. Not necessarily mentally, but their temper will have changed, at least, if we talk on a general level.
This sounds so really cool. So leaving the world a bit, and have a look at the characters. If you are a player who wants to play Symbaroum, who are the characters you play? What kind of characters are you allowed to play? How's this?
Okay. First, the rule set of Symbaroum allows you to basically create whatever combination of character you like. There are a number of first archetypes, which is hunter, mystic, wizard, and such, warrior, and rogue. So those four, and then there are occupations that are. But and occupations could be like, you can be a mystic witch or a mystic wizard or a mystic theurg, which is like a sun priest, maybe a cleric in other games, or a warrior. You can be a warrior Wrathguard or a warrior Templar or whatnot. But these are only examples.
Right.
You can use them to quickly create a character by using the pre-selected, attributes and skills and so on. But there is nothing in the rule set that forces you to take one of these occupations and run with it. You can start wherever you want in the rule set and build a character. Say that you find a really cool piece of equipment. I don't know, a repeating crossbow. And then you start building from there. And you choose skills to fit it, or and you can combine them in any way you like. So it's a very open system.
Okay. Talking about Sunchurch, you mentioned it several times. So religion is always an interesting thing in role playing. How mighty is this church? Is it an all overwhelming monotheistic block forming all the life around him, and with the Inquisition, and it's dangerous to not worship the Sun Church.
Here you have a Theurg of the Sun Church.
Okay.
A wizard mystic, basically.
Doesn't look like the nice guy.
That's your opinion?
It doesn't look like that. I don't want to oppose him.
No, you shouldn't. The Sun Church, I mean, up until the Ambrians has escaped this great war 2 decades ago, or just a little bit more than 2 decades ago. And before this war, the Ambrian society, down in the country called Alberitor, it was, and we will come back to Alberitor later, so that's why I'm mentioning it. They followed a pantheon of folk gods, to help them with their agriculture or their fishing, or their more or less a pantheon of free gods. They were called the young gods, and there was no state control over religion. But then the war came, and during the war, one of the things that happened was that, simply put, one of the gods, the god of the sun, called Prios, was elevated into becoming the one, as sort of a. And this was done with support of the crown, of the royal family and the noble houses, and this was done in order to counter the enemy that the Ambrians called the Dark Lords, and they were they were waking dead, and they were sorcerers and whatnot, and some say they were even undead themselves, this enemy. So Prios becomes the one, and the Sun Church becomes very tied to the crown.
Okay.
But what has happened now, to answer your question, when the game starts, is that there is a kind of a hefty schism within the Sun Church between loyalists and reformists. So, and if you want to be blunt, but fairly descriptive, you can say that you have the reformists. It's a little bit like the conflict between Protestants and Catholics in the Holy Roman Church, in our Western tradition, so to speak. But the Ambrians are more Calvinists in their interpretation of God. What matters to God, who is dying because humans have not done their part in cultivating his creation. So the Calvinistic touch being that the harder you work, the more you extract from creation, the more, the richer harvests you get and whatnot, the better it is in the eyes of God. So
I see.
It sprouts forth this really this work moral.
Holiness through work.
Yeah.
Work clears your mind.
If we are super blunt, we would say holy work through exploitation of creation.
Oh wow!
I mean, God loves you the more you harvest from, or the more you make of His creation. So that is
make the world your own.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've recalled to have read such things in a really old book. Yeah. Okay. The chat says they love seeing someone who is so passionate about what he's doing and speaking about something who is really passionate about the game he's created. And
it's also super hard talking, trying to be short and concise about something that you really, but what you are seeing is what I said before. We are a team of creative nerds, and the games are the passion.
Yeah, of course. Are you allowed only to play humans, or are you allowed to play elves, dwarves, ogres, centaurs?
In this the core book,
yeah,
you can create a character that is human from the Ambrian, this kingdom, or from one of the clans. You can also play ogre.
Ogre, you can play. Great.
Ogres are I can but first, ogres, goblins, actually, and changelings. So, very short description now. Ogres are very strange. They come wandering out of this enormous forest of Davokar without language, fully grown, but not knowing anything about the world. So they are taken in by, it can be by a small village that gives it a name and teaches them a craft, like pulling the what do you call it? The plow?
Yeah, the plow.
Yeah, on the fields or whatever. They can become the apprentice of a witch or whatever. And they are clearly, because besides elves, there are trolls in Davokar. And there seems to be some kind of relation between ogres and trolls, but the ogres are more tempered, and you can play an ogre. They are big, strong, and brutish. But
interesting idea of playing this character, and it makes an interesting story for a character, that he can be just seen as a machine or working animal, or he can just,
or a warrior,
or can be seen as a worthy being. And this can totally define the background and the story of the ogre.
So this is Garm, Wormwriggler, a very famous goblin. The goblins are, you can say in some sense, they are the hobbits of Zimmerum.
Yeah, and this one looked a bit like Gollum.
Yeah, maybe.
A bit.
Yeah.
Just not these nice and tiny hobbit, but a bit
goblins
stranger.
Mostly live in the wilds, but during the last decades, when the Ambrians have settled, they have also started employing goblins that have left the wilds for the safety of the Ambrian society. But you can guess what kind of work they get to do. It's like running around on scaffoldings, or emptying latrines, or all the dirty work that humans don't want to do. It's often, at least along the edge of Davokar, it's the goblins doing it.
Yeah,
there are some goblin uprisings and some individuals in the goblin communities that are not very happy about what has become of them. But most are, I mean, if you get to choose between scraping by out in a troll-infested forest or having a relatively safe existence on the lowlands, getting a copper piece for doing work for humans, then many goblins are quite happy with where they are. Others, not so much. And then finally, the changelings, they are a particular breed. They are normally, changelings are trolls, right? The trolls kidnap human children and put their own children in their stead. In the world of Zimmerum, it's the elves that practice this. So you have the elves steal human children and they put changelings in their stead, and these changelings, up until adolescent years, they look human, but then their elven features start to evolve, and there's a lot of debate of why the elves are doing this, and
that would have been my next question.
Yeah, what becomes of these children that are kidnapped. But I guess some things I will not talk about now, but rather let you describe, find out while playing the game.
I'm totally into it. I have to admit, you just made me curious on this world. So I want to see it. I want to explore this world. Let's look at the last part of the game. we have not yet looked at, and now it gets a bit technique. The rules there. Free League is famous for one rule set to rule them all. One rule set. This what you see throughout most of the Free League game right now. I don't know many Free League games not using the Mutant Year Zero engine. That I love, because it's simple, straight, clean, easy, done. What rule set does Symbaroum use?
First, I must say that the Year Zero engine, as it's called, depending on which game you play, it plays rather differently. There's so it's the same core mechanic, but it's really quite different rule sets if you compare, say, Coriolis to Tales from the Loop, for instance. Symbaroum is an original and quite different rule set because this game was created by the company Järnringen, that merged with Free League in 2018. So it's a D20 roll under system that is using the D20 for all success tests, and you roll against one of 8 attributes that can together be used to, used to overcome any challenge that you face in this game world. It can be the attributes are called strong, quick. I
have a list here.
Yeah, please.
I don't know. It's a German list, so it's called precision.
Accurate, I think that's
accurate
in English. Yeah,
it's a sharp.
I mean, I know this, but I got so stressed out just now, starting to talking the rules. Talking about the rules. I have them here. So, accurate, cunning, discreet, persuasive, quick, resolute, strong, and vigilant. So, if you are trying to sneak past the guard, you will roll against your discreet, probably, using a D20. And your value in discreet is between 5 and 15, typically. There is a way to raise it up to 18. And also, the distribution is never even. So all characters have their strengths and their weaknesses.
Of course.
It's also a fully player-facing system. So the Game Master typically doesn't roll dice. What happens when you encounter an enemy, for instance, is that you as a player will roll against your attack value modified by the creature's defense value. So if it's a really quick meerkat, for instance, you will probably have a negative modification on the value you are rolling against. But if it's a super, drunk farmer at the local inn, you will probably have an easier time hitting.
Yeah.
And if you do hit, you roll a damage die that is modified by a static armor value of the NPC. So that part is not very strange. But then what happens when this farmer attacks you? Yeah. Then you roll your defense value modified by his or her accurate value or attack value. And should this enemy hit you, you roll your armor value modified by a static damage value. So this way, the Game Master is free. I mean, it's super easy. If you, as a Game Master, want to roll dice, it's super easy to make it so. But to me, it has been such a relief to be able to, raise my gaze, focus on the narrative, focus on structuring the challenges, and it can be combat or problem solving or social challenges or whatever. And the players are always engaged. there isn't much downtime where you sit around waiting for your turn, or where all the players sit around waiting for the GM to roll for all those 500
really
kobolds. So it's been
good.
working like a charm.
There's a question in the chat. Compared to D&D editions, in plural, where would you put this game in speed and variety, talking about rules? Whereas 5th edition is very fast-paced in rules, but not very complex and with limits in variety. There was 3.5 that had lots of difference and variety for the players, but was a bit clumsy from time to time. Where would you, on this scale, where would you put Zimbarum?
Nowhere on that scale.
Okay, I love this answer.
No, Zimbarum, I mean, if you, to make a very clear example, if you have 5 player characters going up in a fight against as many NPCs that are kind of equal in strength, you are probably done with that fight in 30 to 35 minutes.
This is cool.
So it's super deadly. As I said before, I am the lead setting designer, so the rule set is not really what it isn't me who should be talking about it. It should be Matthias Lilja, and maybe you can have him on some other time. But what he has done is create a system where the fights are super decisive early on, and there are quite a lot of ways to positively modify the damage you do, the number of attacks you do, and such. But there is very little to modify your defensive capabilities and your armor.
I love that.
And yeah, because his philosophy is that what such a system does is that it forces everyone partaking in a fight to focus on combat skills and dealing damage and such. The other thing is that it only prolongs combat. So it's better to... it only prolongs combat. So Zimbarum is a game where combat is super intense. It is very strategical, tactical, if you have a GM and a playing group that likes that, because there are lots of different combinations of abilities. But it never is like we spent 2 gaming sessions on this single fight. That doesn't happen.
Looks to me like perfectly streamable. So many games. There are many streams out there today, and I experienced streams on several of the Free League systems, and I see a red line going through all of your systems that fighting isn't always the best idea. And no matter if I see Zimbarum, where you tell me that fights can be super deadly, and you never know the outcome of a fight, then for sure Alien is even more a bad idea to fight. And in Tage from the Loop, there isn't even really a possibility to fight, because and this is what I love on Free League systems, that you are, through the mechanic, in some kind of way forced to look for other ways than going the direct way and killing your enemy. Because if you try so, you will probably die.
Yeah, we try to, not only through the mechanics, but also through the story and the setting design. I mean, now we're talking about Zimbarum, picking a fight, and even if you win that fight, it will most certainly has some kind of social consequences, because that person had friends. And I mean, when you play Zimbarum for a while, you will come to have friends and enemies. You will have allies and these arch enemies that want nothing else than to give it to you. So yeah, and also trying to design the scenarios so whenever a fight potentially occurs, there will be alternative means of, problem solving, sneaking, social challenges in terms of negotiations or whatever. Because I can tell you this: if you meet another group of explorers in the middle of Davokar Forest, that forest there, yeah, they don't want to fight, because what happens if you get hurt 2 weeks out into that forest, and you will be hunted on the way back by trolls and whatever. I mean, no person in their right mind would pick a fight. On the other hand, you will probably come across some raging abomination or a horde of monsters, and they are less likely to parlay, maybe. But as long as it's cultural being, be it elves or trolls or in the Symbaroum Monster Codex, there are also other cultural beings that you can encounter when traveling these forests and wild parts of the country. So they don't want to fight.
Okay.
Who do? I mean, if you can solve a situation another way, you will, because it's dangerous. You can die.
Yeah,
and in Symbaroum you often do.
In most role-playing game, fighting is so deeply in the DNA of the game. So every dungeon crawler is about open the door, kill the monsters, get the loot, open the next door. So and
Symbaroum too. If you look at the rule set, you would maybe think that Symbaroum is all about fighting, but it's also a design decision. We think that most other aspects of playing a role-playing game can be handled without rules, negotiations and such.
Thank you so much.
Okay, but it's a question of taste. I mean,
yeah, it is.
There are those who love a complex rule set when it comes to social challenges. But to us, it has always been like that. That the rule set is targeting combat to make that tactically interesting and exciting and thrilling, and add that extra that thrill of chance. It is, I mean, it is a vital ingredient in the story that you tell together. Absolutely, but most other stuff we find it better to solve through role playing or preferably in character.
Let's take Anna back into our discussion. She's been listening for so long.
But it's also because Matthias is the expert on this. It's like,
and it's so good to listen to him and to hear someone talk about something he loves. This is always this. As a person coming out of marketing, I would always put the one in front who loves the games most. It's not so important if he knows most about the game. If he loves the game more than others, he's the best to promote the game.
I can pitch in something that I don't think you've talked about, because that's the reason why we're here, because there's coming a new Symbaroum book that's a pre-order. Now I'm doing the marketing thing here that you can talk about, because it's part 5th of a 6 episodes chronicles that are on pre-order on the right now, isn't it?
Yeah, right now. I've seen it on your page, and the link was several times in the chat to your pre-sale.
Cool.
The newest supplement of Symbaroum.
Yeah, so we have had a lot of focus on Symbaroum this spring, and it will continue. There are others major things to come. But we had the starter set release in January, I think, and then now we have the pre-order for Alberetor, the Haunted Waste. I promised you we would return to Alberetor. So the player characters will return to the dead lands of the south from where the people fled. And I said somewhere that it's like visiting the Simbrum version of Mordor, sort of like. And it's the 5th episode in a chronicle that's called the Throne of Thorns, which is, I would argue, maybe the flagship of the game line. You can play Simbrum we have quite a lot of adventures and stories and stuff out there by now. But and you can obviously use the core books just to make up your own adventures. But to me, as a writer and as a game director, the Throne of Thorns is what Simbrum is about. It's this massive adventure chronicle that will take you through some quite dramatic events in the development of the region's history.
Sounds really, really cool.
You can read about it on that site that you shared the link to. So
yeah. So if we started on doing commercial stuff, let's. I think you don't have to do any commercial more for Symbaroum in this group of 90 people watching us. They are all fans right now. So I think cool. they all said, we love this so much. It's on my bucket list. I'm going to buy this. This is everything I read down there. And they praise your source books and say you never get just a small booklet. You have something in your hands to deal with. Anna, so what's coming up? Tell us about Free League, the games of Free League, and what's coming up? What will you bring next to cramping up all role-play society in the world?
There's, of course, a lot of secrets I cannot talk about, but...
Just one secret. Just one.
Ooh, no.
Tried. I tried.
No. He's the big boss, or like he's one of the founders. But I can tell, like, we have maybe look after summer for Tales of the Loop, the board game, if you are more into board games.
I've joined the Kickstarter myself. So I'm just waiting for it to come.
If you're more into, we have Twilight coming out that we're doing a reboot of, and that's maybe autumn. I'm saying all of these terms are very broad because, of course, we all know things can change.
Yeah.
I worked for 1 year in construction industry, and then I got an expert on undecided time frames. So autumn.
When will it come out? Yes.
Yes.
we should specify, Anna, that it's Twilight 2000.
Yes.
Twilight 2000.
Not the Vampire Saga.
Yes, not the Vampire Saga. Yes.
Yeah. Someone in the chat wrote soon TM.
Yes. So not vampires this time. And then we have of course, the One Ring. That's the big thing. I think backers will get the PDF summer, and then until Christmas you should be able to buy the book again.
What localizations will there be for the One Ring? Can you tell something about that?
It's in English for now, and then I'm thinking it's being talked about.
Yeah, it's just being talked about. No concrete things coming up.
No.
Okay.
No.
I tried again. I'm just poking a bit.
Yeah. It's good to poke us because I'm guessing there is talk, or there is about what and how, and of course we want our games everywhere.
Of course, and you will manage it, I'm sure. Okay, there's Twilight 2000, there's the One Ring, there's the Tales from the Loop board game, which I'm totally hyped on. And what else?
What else? And what else is official that I can say stuff about? Yeah, this spring is going to be Symbaroum. So that
Yeah.
I think is.
Totally Symbaroum this spring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you that because it's no secret that we are working on, and this is also partly why I answered like I did when you asked about the D&D version.
Yeah.
We are working on an adaptation to the 5e OGL for Symbaroum. So the Symbaroum setting, and already now you can on DriveThru RPG you can look up Ruins of Symbaroum 5e, and there is a like 100-page PDF with the basic optional rules with some of the character classes in 4.5e. So that is also something that we will have news on during the spring of what is happening there.
There are people hoping for Spanish versions in the chat. There are people hoping for German versions of all this stuff. So I think you have really fans all around the world. One other question: we have seen Alien, Symbaroum, and Vaesen on Virtual Tabletop.
Yeah.
Are there more things of your catalog going to be there?
I think I said very vaguely in the chat, which I'm vague, but like, yes, we are looking into that. Things may happen.
Things may happen. And
that's what people want stuff there. So
yeah, as always, the answer, we are working on that.
Yeah.
No, and what you have seen for Symbaroum, it's only a fan-made module, I think, and we are working on a Symbaroum. I don't know exactly how far we have come with that one, but it should be announced soon. In that, TM, yeah. No, but we are absolutely, when it comes to licensed games that we license, we don't have full authority to decide what to do with them. So, but all the games that we can bring to Foundry, we will try to do it and try to do it as best and as fast as we can. So that we can promise. But in terms of exact
this is a
dates,
great answer. Yeah, we don't want to nail you on a specific date. It's just that people know you want to do it.
Yeah.
And this is so. And in the end, for some of your games, it's only a matter of time. In the end, when it will come.
We were talking Foundry, yes, or was it Fantasy Grounds?
It was just a virtual tabletop. In
because
general.
Symbaroum you can find on Fantasy Grounds since
Grounds,
a couple of years back, but we are working on a Foundry module as well.
How about Roll20?
Roll20, that's a question for Thomas, right, Anna?
Yeah.
There are unofficial, fan-made modules for all our games. You can find character sheets and whatnot on Roll20, but I don't think we're I know. I can answer for Symbaroum, and no Symbaroum module in the works right now.
The chat says that there is a fan-made character sheet on Roll20.
Yeah,
and so far this is it. And we don't want to stress you anymore in answering questions and bringing yourself into problems. We don't want that.
Maybe this is advertising too, but if you like listening to me, which you haven't done this much this time, but maybe Matthias, Free League has a YouTube channel where we try to put up things like this. So when something new happens, we bring people like Matthias on and like blah, 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 and we talk about whatever.
This is so cool. So that we will get your content even if we are not here.
Yeah.
This is so cool. We have some minutes left, and I want to hear something which is a bit loosen off your games, but I'm curious. How about the role-playing scene in Sweden? We see so many games coming from Sweden. And is it a really big thing? I think there are people from all over the world. Maybe they don't know how it is in Sweden. Are there conventions in Sweden? How is it organized? Is there organized play?
Yeah, that's a big question.
Yeah, but we only have about 9 minutes left.
I don't think like Sweden isn't like roleplay utopia. Like it's not like everyone roleplays everywhere. I don't know why Sweden has become, or Nordic countries have become so much. I'm thinking maybe in the 90s we did a lot. Like we have conventions, but it's not like they're huge compared to like European standard conventions. Matthias, do you want to pitch in, or I can say like explanations is that it's, you know, why Sweden is good with computer games. Sometimes it's dark and cold to sit in, like young people have a lot of autonomy, so we could talk. Like at least in the 90s where I grew up, role-playing games was seen as like, you know, your potential baby killers in the forest. So which gave you a kind of, you know, come together, like a weird state.
Okay.
So stuff like that. I don't know why it has gotten so big, particularly here, but it's not like everywhere. Like I'm out as a LARPer wherever I go. I'm like, say this is what I do. I play role-playing games, but of course it's still like it's not as common as football or something like that. Is that an answer?
Yeah, it is. It is. So it's a thing. There are conventions. How big are the conventions? We are here for the Dreieich convention, which is one of the biggest in Germany and has about 1,500 visitors. Is this something you deal with in Sweden? Are they bigger? Are they smaller? Do they compare?
Something around that.
Yeah,
Something around that.
Something around that. But role players on Gothcon is around 1,000, maybe.
Okay,
often,
yeah,
often a little less.
I call that big. We are not America.
That's the one. That's the only one today. But if you say 20 years ago, there were more of them. We had one in Stockholm and Uppsala. So it was livelier when it came to conventions back then. Absolutely. But I mean, the question you're asking is because you can ask the same thing like Swedish pop music. How come it's such a big thing? We're a country with like 10 million people. It's not even the size of London city, or I don't know about Berlin, but it's.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's bigger than Berlin here.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a super small country, but we seem to. And I'm not the guy to answer why, but pop culture seems to be our thing.
Yeah,
it's also Scandinavian crime with Wallander and all of these.
Of course,
it's also why Sweden is so small, but then there are so many crime novelists that succeed really, really well around the world, and not least in Germany, I would say.
I think you just somehow managed to aim the zeitgeist. You just the zeitgeist, which is the current mood of societies, and this is one says it's the accent. It's brilliant. So maybe it's about your Swedish accent when you speak English, why you are so successful. Maybe it's the Swedish folklore just coming through it all the times. It's just so rich culture in such a small country, and so maybe this is why you have such a great and big output on being creative.
Or maybe the culture is so bland that we have to use our imagination. It may be. I really don't want to go into a discussion about the reason why it is like it is. We're just super happy that. But again, we are a collective of creative nerds. We do stuff that we would like to play, that we would like to read, that we would like to, and then we are super glad to find that there are so many others that share our taste. If that makes sense, but
it totally does.
From the beginning, and that's if we seem enthusiastic or passionate about our games, it's because they are works of passion. They are.
So
Simple as
we are near to reaching the end. Is there anything more you want to tell the people out there I haven't asked you? Then this would be the time to tell people out there. Tough
I don't
one,
know,
I
Anna.
know.
No, I'm like, yeah, I've said the pre-order. There's keep on the horizon for more Simba stuff. Maybe even look out for more stuff. Follow YouTube. Be happy. Play role-playing game. Don't be sad in pandemic. Go in and play lots of role-playing games with your friends instead. I think that's my message. Like,
Sounds good. Sounds really good.
yeah. And
How
like,
about you, Matthias?
Well, I can't say it as brilliantly as Anna, so maybe I'm just gonna pass it. No, it's I think this has been very nice 90 minutes we have had together here, and it's cool to see. I will probably go back and look at the chat log later when this is, because it's so great. One thing that I miss enormously is the conventions and the physical meetings.
Yeah.
This is a nice substitute, but if there's one thing I want to say before we close shop today, it's like me and Anna and all the guys at Free League really look forward to coming to Essen, to UK Games Expo, to Gen Con, and all these other conventions that we usually try to visit and meet you guys and talk games.
And now I can say something. I'm the one who planned this. So if you feel we should be somewhere, send me an email at event@frialigan.se or contact me here. Anyway, you can probably find it somewhere and be like, hey, you guys should be here. Or now when I'm just trying to make us be digital everywhere, it's like, yeah, come be here. I'm just, trying to replace this lovely feeling you get when when you're walking around in Essen and it's super crowded and it's like, you just need to find that board game or whatever you're looking for. So, yeah.
So, thank you two wonderful guys, for being here. It was an absolute pleasure for me to have you. And for me, as this is my last chat today, I just want to sign my name under what Anna said. In this time of social distancing, I don't like the word. It's not social distancing, it's physical distancing. Just keep social warmth and social contact to all your friends out there. And thank you, Free League, for giving us things to escape the situation we are in with our imagination, and to giving us tools to for our escapism, just to flee the reality and explore great countries like the old doomed culture of Symbaroum, and try to awaken the evil in the woods. Or be some small school children in A Tales from the Loop, or an investigator in Vaesen. This is so great. Thank you so much for making these wonderful, beautiful games. Also, thank you from the chat who really enjoyed the time here. For all you guys out there, this must not be the end today. We will continue doing great stuff, not only today, but also tomorrow. Coming on after a short break with news from our sponsors, you will have a game demo of the Aventuria adventure card game brought to you by Ulysses Spiele. Eric will be there and showing you this wonderful card game where you can easily explore the lands of Aventuria. So stay tuned. You guys have a nice day. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
And thank you for all the guys out there. Just take this small break from the words of our sponsors. Get yourself something to drink. Go to the bathroom and come back in a few minutes. We are out. Have a nice day. See you. Bye.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant. Further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, Web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
In the frozen mountains of the north, you have come to end the terror of the Grimfang King and his army of raiders. The biting wind has slowed your pace as you approach the mountain hold. The air is painful to breathe, the snow thick and unyielding. You draw close. Distant torches lighting the icy ground. A rank odor fills your nostrils. The shouts of orcs fill your ears. Great beasts roar and slam against their bonds. You ready your weapons and prepare your attack. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, playtest, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.
Hello, everyone. So we're going to be playing Aventuria today, and this is a card game from Ulysses Spiel based on the Dark Eye role-playing game. Aventuria has been around initially in German for about 4 years now, and actually, no, I'm sorry, 6 years. And the English version has been around for almost 5 years. And this is just the base set, but it is available as a free mod on Tabletop Simulator in either German or English. Today, I have some players with me who are going to be learning it for the first time. That is correct, right? None of you have played Aventuria before?
No.
Never.
Excellent. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be playing through an adventure. It's a short adventure. So I'm going to teach you the rules, and also we're going to play the game. There are only a few things that I'll really need to teach you before we can get started. And then I'll also do a lot of teaching during the game. Normally, when you pick up the game yourself, you would start with the duel rules. And these give you the basic instructions on how to use your cards, use your hero, and the various mechanics of the game. And then the adventure rules then teach you how to use the enemies and special rules that are specifically for the adventure. Then, so the game can be played both ways. It can be played as a head-to-head game or cooperative. So we'll be playing cooperative today. So the first thing that I want you to do is both of you. So we have Jason, Clash of Steel, on the Elven Scout, and we have Manuel, who is now the Devil's Left Hand, on the Dwarven Blacksmith. So for those of you who are following the Dwarf versus Elf track, this game will probably balance things out. Unfortunately, you won't see a big advantage for either. Unless the half-elf counts, I don't know. I haven't been following this. Does the half-elf count? I don't know. Does anybody know? No. Okay. And then we have Daniel, who is not in the Tabletop Simulator game, but he is going to be asking questions. And if you have questions in chat, he will also pass those along to us as we go. So thank you, Daniel, for doing that. All right. So first of all, both of you should take a look at your hero board. And at the top, the first thing you'll see is that you have 2 hero cards. So I'm going to show the stream mine, and you can hover over them. And as always in Tabletop Simulator, if you hold down the Alt key while you hover over a card or anything, it will zoom in so that you can see it a little larger. So the first hero card that you see has your skills. This card is only used in the adventure. So you will be rolling against these skills. I will tell you that higher numbers are better because whenever you roll in Aventuria, as with the Dark Eye, you're going to be rolling a d20 and you're trying to roll low. You want to roll equal to or under the listed number. Okay, everybody got that part? All good there? Okay, then your second hero card is your main character card. So this is where the combat stats. Yes? Oh, thought there was a question. So this is where your main combat stats are. The left side has 3 numbers, which are your attack abilities. So the first one is your melee attack ability. The second one is your ranged attack ability. And the third one is your magic ability. And you'll see that I do not have magic at all, and neither does the Dwarven Blacksmith. but Laerial, the half-elf scout, does have magic. We're not playing with the mage. She is, of course, the best at magic, but she is very low on the other things. The number over on the right is your dodge stat. And we'll talk about how combat works once we get into that. But the important thing is that is the number you have to roll anytime you are attacked. And that is a way that you will reduce the damage that you take. It's hard to dodge in this game. Caroline, the half-elf rogue, has the best dodge in the base set. But yeah. Below that, you will see that you have basic equipment. This is the attack that you can always do without having cards out. You will also see that the attack has some symbols next to it. So the first symbol is a number, that's 0, because it shouldn't cost you anything to use your basic equipment. The second symbol is that you must exhaust. So if Caroline wants to use his knife, he has to exhaust, and then yours, yes, your costs are 1. I forgot. Caroline is unique in that his doesn't cost anything. So it will cost you 1, and we'll get to how you pay for things soon. But you will exhaust, which means to turn your card to the side, and then you make the attack. Choose a target and roll a d20, and you have to get equal to or under the stat that you're trying to use. So for Laerial, that's going to be ranged, and for Arbosh, it's going to be melee. And then you do damage. And we'll talk about more of that as we go. Below that, you will see that you have a special ability. You can read your special ability. It won't make a ton of sense right now, but the important thing is that it's there. And generally, special abilities are once per game. Okay. My cat pressed a button and moved my card. So we'll talk about the special abilities, but just be aware that you have one. And you may want to, once we get into the game, take a look at it occasionally and see if, is now the time when I want to use it. Farther along your hero board to the right, you will see a life point counter. In the game itself, this is done with cards. You can also buy an expansion that gives you very nice cardboard or even acrylic wheels for this. But you start at 40 life. You cannot go higher than 40 life. And when you're at 0, you're out. Next to that is your deck. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and start by drawing 5 cards. And I'm going to show you specific cards of mine to give you an example of how cards play. So the first thing, let's take a look at this one. So here I have, on my hero board, you can take a look, I have a sling. So this sling is a weapon. You can see that at the lower left. It costs 2. That's something you can see at the upper left. So the cost is something that I'll explain. The fact that it has a black background means that this is a permanent card. It means that when I play it, it goes into play. This is in contrast to the red background. So I put one of those on my hero board so you can see. The red background is a one-shot. That means when you play it, it happens, and then it goes into your discard. So the sling, you'll notice, gives me an additional attack possibility. And this one does cost me 1. And it is a ranged attack. That's important for me because and this will be important for both of you, especially Laerial. You may only attack with once with each type of attack stat. So you may only have one melee attack or one ranged and one magic per turn. So you can have up to 3 attacks as Laerial. Arbosh and I are stuck at 2 attacks, but we will also have Arbosh especially will have better weapons. So that's a big part of that. Any questions so far?
You have to pay for these cards over hands on upper left is?
Yeah, so I will explain how to pay for them next.
Okay.
Manuel, any questions about what I've talked about so far?
No, I think it will be when we run the game, then they came the questions.
Sure. Daniel, all good so far?
Yes, and also no chat question.
Okay, great. So then...
One short question. Can everybody see in the real life, or will be the cards being only for you?
You'll be able to see the cards that are played.
Okay.
Currently, we're not showing the cards in hand, but that's okay. Oh, everyone, say hello to my cats. There we go. Okay. All right. So yes, you won't be able to see them in our hands, but you will be able to see them when we play them.
Okay.
Now, at the beginning of your turn, so the last part of your hero board is over here, and at the beginning of your turn, you may choose to put 2 cards from your hand down as endurance, and the way you do that is you play it face down. So if you're familiar with Tabletop Simulator, you would drag it out and press the F key to play it face down. These cards are the cards that you will use to pay for things. So if I have 2 endurance here, then I can exhaust both of them to pay for a sling. And I will not get, and those will come back at the beginning of my next turn. So if I do this on my first turn, you'll notice that because the sling costs 1 to use, I have no endurance to pay for it. So I cannot, so I've spent 2 to bring the sling out, and I won't be able to use it until next turn. If you want a quick way to turn things for exhausting, you can use the E and Q keys as you hover over things. So if you want to try that now, Jason, go ahead and drag a card out from your... Oh, that's... Yeah, we won't be using the hero doc, but if you want to try it, grab a card from your hand and put it in the endurance area. Just practice doing that.
Okay.
Yep, and then you need to press F to flip it over, because endurance is played face down. And then if you hover over it and press E, it will turn to the right. If you hover over it and press Q, it will turn to the left. Yeah, I guess, if you need to change the rotation degrees, I have mine set on 90, but you can set it to whatever you want, as long as you can recognize. At the top of Tabletop Simulator, you'll see it's the far right of the set of options there. So to the right of menu, You keep going. You see
Oh, I
lift.
see it. The 50. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay, 45.
Yeah.
50. Cool.
So
Thank you. How do I center the table? I'm sorry. The view.
So there's no camera presets.
What space
So
bar?
yeah, and then your right mouse button will rotate the camera, and then mouse wheel to zoom in, and then the WASD keys will move you around.
Oh, okay. Cool. Thanks.
No problem. I realize there's also learning Tabletop Simulator as we go. Okay.
I think I have a question.
Yes.
Okay. When you go to your desk here and you press Alt, you never see the cards they are in. You only see the empty desk.
You have to make sure that you're hovering over the card itself.
Yes, but I want because I'm so more left, I have to go this way, and so I can when I take Alt, I think they show me my desk, but it is not. It's only it's the completely empty desk.
Oh, yeah. So the way that Tabletop Simulator works is you have to hover over the individual cards. So if you're pressing Alt to see the whole board,
Yes.
it just shows you the actual paper for the board.
It shows me the empty paper.
Yes. So yes. So you have to make sure that you're hovering over the board, the card itself, and that's when you'll be able to flip things and zoom in. I'll let you fiddle with that a bit. Any other questions? Daniel, how is the endurance mechanic clear?
Yes, and it's a refreshing and nice solution in my view to use your hand cards for all your resources.
Yes, it is. It is definitely a different approach, and one of the things that it makes very interesting is it becomes a complex strategy of which cards am I turning into endurance because I don't think I'll use them this game.
Yeah, and also you don't have any other fiddly bits on the board.
Yes.
So I have a question. Will be on my desk that this 30 cards will randomized every game, or will be always the same direction when you? Yeah.
Yeah, it's you definitely shuffle the hero deck before each game, and the other thing is, as you play adventures, you get rewards that you can use to replace cards in your deck.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons there's a hero doc, is because that's a way to keep track of what cards your hero is using, and you can decide before each adventure whether you want to put them in or not.
Okay.
But we're only playing one adventure today,
So one card per turn.
Nope. There, you will be able to play as many as you can pay endurance for.
And then we draw. I'm sorry, we draw one card.
Oh, you will draw 2 cards each turn.
Okay.
And you can play up to 2 cards in endurance. The first few turns, it's going to be very important to play 2 cards every turn because otherwise you're going to fall behind. But once you get to a certain number, you'll probably want to stop playing endurance, or at least slow down, because you won't need to keep playing more cards. You'll just want to use the cards that you have out. So that's also part of the balance. I will say for Arbosh, your number of endurance that you will want to have out is higher than most because you have some very expensive pieces of equipment.
How high do the numbers go on upper left? Like 6, 7?
Typically 5 or 6. For Arbosh, I believe he has a 7 and possibly even an 8. But yeah, it's
Okay. Okay.
yeah,
so
just
we'll
to
never
get
really need more probably than 8 endurance.
right.
So hovering probably around 5 or 6 endurance.
Yeah, and that's a lot of that will be if you see that you have something very expensive early on, but you also want to be playing other things, you may need to have more so that you can play 2 things at a time. And so that's tricky. But again, that's part of the balance. And that's really how most of this works. Yes, go ahead.
Are there only 4 character sheets?
In the base set.
In the base set. Okay, okay.
Yeah. We have many expansions with many more
Okay,
heroes. Yes. The Kickstarter that we have running right now actually has 4 mini expansions, each one with a new hero. There are also expansions that have both adventures and heroes in them, and some that are just adventures.
Okay.
Okay, so the last type of card that I wanted to show you is this one. And so if you take a look at my hero board, you'll see that Warfare says add 3 to your hero's melee stat. And I could just play this out and try and remember that, but there's a convenient thing that I can put this over here. And in Tabletop Simulator, it will actually calculate. Now I'm going to have to put Caroline on top of that. But yeah, so in the physical game, you would generally put that to the left so that you could see, oh hey, that's 12 plus 3. But in this setup, I can put Caroline right on top of it, and it keeps track right there. So that's kind of handy.
Multiple copies of each kind of card in your deck.
The maximum
Like
is
if I have
2.
if I have a bow. Okay, so
Yeah.
The
maximum
maybe
is
one other bow of that.
Yeah, you may have more than one type of bow. So I know that Laerial, for instance, has a couple different bows of different costs. Arbosh has quite a few melee weapons, so he does get to pick and choose. But yes, in general, if you have a good for Laerial, if you have a good bow, you probably want to hold on to that and play it as soon as you can, because her range stat is very good.
There's only one other one. And there's only one other one of that exact card. But there could be other bows, different bows.
I have a question.
Yes.
This card, like Warfare, if you can have 2 copies of it in your deck, can you also stack those on your attack stat?
You can, although none of these decks have more than one of the same named stat increaser.
Okay.
So they might have 2 melee, but they'll be different. And so that's something that you could do, for instance, in deck construction, and the game does have rules for deck construction.
Okay. And those stat increasing cards, have they a category name?
They are called talents.
Talents, okay.
Yes. Although talents also cover other things like carousing.
Very useful talent to have, indeed.
Yes. Okay. All good so far?
Okay.
All right, then I'm going to introduce you to our adventure. Today we're going to be playing a one-shot called Saving Sylvana. Would you like to play it on easy, normal, difficult, or legendary?
The normal one said easy. The gamer said legendary.
Of course, the game says.
I think a normal way will be the best for us.
Let's do normal. That's fine. That's fine. All right. So so the tabletop simulator mod has an automatic setup where you can pick your adventure and then the difficulty, and it will set everything up for you.
Okay.
There are some things up here. These are the specific cards that will come into play. But interestingly, we do not start with the cards. Instead, we start over here with the adventure book. After the adventure rules, there is... So most of the adventure rules are for setting up. And since that's done for you and the other things I will be teaching you, you don't have to worry about any of this. I gotcha. Instead, we're going to go directly to the adventure. And what's going to happen is there's going to be some adventure text, and then there are going to be skill challenges. And we're going to have to see what we can do about those skill challenges. And all right. So here we have the short adventure Saving Sylvana. A couple quick notes. This adventure is based on one of the early adventures from the Dark Eye role-playing game in the very first edition. So it mentions your friend Ulrich, for instance, who was one of the great heroes of the first edition of Aventuria, or of the Dark Eye. And also this particular adventure is very simple. So it doesn't get too deep into story. It's really here to help you learn. So this is a nice starter adventure. So I'll go ahead and read the text, and then we'll get to the skill rolls. So Havana in the year 993 BF. Your friend Ulrich has asked you to help him rescue his friend Sylvana, who was abducted by vicious pirates. He shows you some tracks that lead down a ladder and into a system of subterranean cellars. As you prepare to head in, Ulrich suddenly remembers that he had another urgent matter to attend to. He says a hasty goodbye before you even make it far enough to kick in the first door. When you burst through the door, you stare into the wrinkled face of a blue-skinned kobold in a bright yellow loincloth who is talking to a group of goblins. The kobold recovers quickly from the shock of your interruption. He yells at the goblins, "Go get them!" and quickly turns himself invisible. The goblins look at each other unsurely and take flight. You try to intercept them. So each hero makes a body control roll. So if you look at the first hero card, and see what your body control stat is. You're going to need to...
I have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
The adventure board. You don't have to worry about any of that.
Sorry, say again?
The adventure board, what you got to talk about. Yeah. The adventure
Yes,
board.
I will be talking about the adventure board. Yes, I will be talking about that. Okay. But we are, since we're in the text part of the adventure, we don't need to worry about those things yet.
Okay, perfect. Okay, cool.
All right. So everyone should make a D20 roll, and you're going to compare that to your body control stat. I rolled a 14, so I have failed.
I got an 11. I feel.
And your body control is
10. Yeah, I get.
So that is a failure.
So I have 6, and my body control is 10.
Okay, so Arbosh has succeeded. and the other two of us have failed. So let's read Arbosh's success result first. It says you catch one of the goblins, but he breaks away from your grasp and runs away up the ladder and onto the street, where he vanishes into the mists of the Undercity. One goblin's less for you to fight later. Failure. You are not fast enough, and one of the goblins escapes. For each hero that fails the body control roll, take one cowardly goblin from the henchman cards and place it nearby. He will take part in the next combat as an additional opponent. So on the adventure board, we have a stack of goblins ready for this. So since two of us failed, I have put two cowardly goblins into the set of enemies. And I'll explain how they work once we get into the combat. Okay, continuing on. You venture into the depths of the dungeon. The racket must have startled the other denizens because you don't see another soul. You discover abandoned quarters and a row of jail cells that turn out to be empty, apart from the crumbling skeleton of an unfortunate former inmate. One hero makes a perception roll. Decide as a group who of you will make the roll. So this is we only need one of us to make the roll. And we'd probably want it to be the person with the best perception. I'm just a 10.
Yeah, but 12.
10.
So it sounds like we would like Laerial to make that roll.
Oh.
So.
Good.
I don't think that rolled.
I'm right clicking. No, I know.
Yeah.
Here we go. It's going now. Here we go. 13. Oh, I'm horrible. This is my luck. I missed it by 1, like the other one.
It's okay. It's okay. So failure, there is nothing here, no effect. So in the adventures, some of the skill rolls are very good if you succeed and not so bad if you fail. And others are not so bad if you succeed and very bad if you fail.
Right.
So that's one of the ways that the adventures are sort of scaled. So the fact that this one is not so bad if you fail makes it not as hard. Okay, you look everywhere but cannot find any trace of Sylvana or her captors. The only thing that catches your eye is a big mural covering one of the walls. Behind it you can make out faint noises, as if there were a secret room. One of you should take a closer look. One hero makes a knowledge roll. Decide as a group of you who will make that roll. So we have one of us making knowledge. I'm at a 10.
Oh, I'm only an 8.
With skill? Knowledge 10.
Knowledge.
Okay. Arbosh, you and I are the same. Since you succeeded before, why don't you roll again and see if you can have the better luck of us.
Okay, a D20, 20 dice.
Mm-hmm.
So 1.
Oh, that is a critical success.
That's a good thing.
Yes.
Oh no.
No, the critical success is great. So after a quick search, you figure out that the eyes of one of the warriors depicted on the mural hides a mechanism that opens a secret door. You point it out to your companions and silently ready your weapons. You push the door open and storm into the room. At the beginning of the following combat, each hero may draw an additional card. As a reminder, each hero should now draw an action card and place it face down in front of you. We can go ahead and put it in our hands, so just draw it as normal. But we start we start with an extra card in our hand. Thank you, Arbosh.
Okay.
Just a playing in the beginning before the adventure, right?
What's that?
We weren't just playing cards in the beginning before the adventure. Right?
Correct. Yes. Yeah. You don't technically. Normally, when you're playing, you don't technically have a hand. Although I usually like to. Because of mechanics like this, I usually like to draw it and just kind of set it down on the table, and then some things might have you discard, and so I have them all face down and just discard them at random. And then some things might have you draw cards, which is great. All right. All of a sudden, you find yourself in front of a motley band of pirates, orcs, and the goblins that slipped past you earlier. They attack you immediately. Among ranks of enemies, you spot the kobold, who laughs at you mockingly and makes your life difficult with his vicious magic spells. You don't know why he is acting in this vile way. All you know is that he is protected by powerful kobold magics that block all attacks if you can't figure out his name. In order to do so, you can either try to make some wild guesses using your knowledge of magical creatures, challenge the kobold to a singing contest and trick him into revealing more information, or butter him up with charming words to get him to spill his name. Of course, the other villains won't leave you in peace while you do that. So, at this point, the game would now direct us to assemble the combat. So I'm going to put, because we are on normal, it says start with 7 time counters. So I'm putting 7 time chips on there. We also have a kobold. So the leader here is this blue card. And the kobold has no health to start because we don't know his name, and we can't attack him. So he cannot lose health at the moment until we succeed at an action that says guess name. So I'm not going to put any health there yet. We'll find out when he goes. The cowardly goblins each have 5. So we'll put... So the tabletop simulator just has the 1 token, but the game itself has 20s, 1s, and 5s. Oops. All right, so there's 5 on that. In addition, we have formed our henchman pile. So in the game, henchmen... There's a huge stack of henchman cards, and they have different keywords, and the adventure will tell you which henchman cards to include in the pile for that adventure. And we have a threat value of number of heroes times 5, it looks like. Okay, and so there are 3 heroes. So we have a threat value of 15, and technically the cowardly goblins don't count towards that. So here's how threat works. I draw the first henchman card, and it is an orc archer, and at the upper right you will see the number 4. That is its threat value. Since we have not reached 15, I keep drawing. I have an orc highwayman, threat 5. These are going to be nasty. And technically I should put the cowardly goblins after the others, because order does matter. Okay, so since we have not reached 15, we keep going. There's a Bucanian beachcomber. So now we're at 13. I draw another. Oh man, that couldn't have been worse. So that takes us to 19, which is 15 or more. Yeah.
You can always, of course, go over the threat level until you at least.
Yes, you have to hit or exceed the threat level with the enemies. Oops.
I think we are in the fourth party.
So.
Is that like the initiative order to the way you put the cards on it?
Yeah, that's the order they will act in. So what will happen is the enemies will act when it's their turn. We'll act when it's our turn. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Just setting all of their life.
So all of them will go, and then all of us will go. Or
yeah. We go first,
Okay.
thankfully. Although because we only have up to 2 endurance cards on our first turn, we won't be able to do much.
That's a great. Right.
Okay. Cowardly Goblins are set. Okay. So yeah, that's a lot of life to get through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Gross. Okay. Finally, on the hero board, you will see at the top this action, and you see this is a hero action. Guess name. Every hero can do this once per turn max. So that's what the first part of the text says. An action that costs 1 endurance, and then you take a skill roll. And so you can either use craft, knowledge, or persuade. So you get to choose which of your skills you want to use. And we're trying to remove the adventure tokens. And this is going to have heroes times 5. So it will have 9 on it. At the start.
You remove all of those, you pretty much win the adventure or the
Well,
objective.
once we remove all of those, this guy will flip, and we'll be able to attack him.
Oh, okay. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Right.
So yes.
Okay.
The victory conditions for this adventure is we have to defeat or put to flight all opponents.
Oh.
Yes.
All
opponents.
7.
And yes, and you'll notice on timescale 5, 3, and 1. So every turn, at the end of the enemy turn, they will remove a time token. Oops, we shouldn't have 8. We should have 7.
We have a time limit too to do all this.
Yeah, well, it's not a hard time limit in this adventure. In some adventures, it is. When you hit 0, you lose. In this one, the kobold just has twice as many actions as normal. So if we've defeated the kobold by then, we're fine, and we can continue fighting the others. But you'll notice that there will be 3 points during this game where new henchmen will come out too.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so it's not. Yeah, it's not easy. It is. This is normal. We are at normal, but you can imagine what legendary would look like. Typically the difficulty level changes the time scale card.
Right.
So
and probably the threat level too. Or is that always the same?
No, that's always determined by the adventure, and then the time scale will sometimes different things will happen, and also it'll be more urgent. So, okay. So what we're going to do is we are going to randomly determine the not Mirabed, the starting hero for the shuffle. And then okay, so it looks like it's me. So I'll show you sort of what we're doing. And then the last thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to put out fate points. Because there are 3 heroes, we start with 6 fate points in the game. So it's basically 2 per hero. There will be ways for us to get fate points, and then there'll be things that we spend them on.
Like a reroll or something?
Yeah, exactly. Fate points are used for rerolls, extra endurance, and extra card draws. All right. Okay, so I'm going to start my turn. So at the beginning of your turn, the turn order is you first draw 2 cards. So you actually, at the beginning of the game, you're going to start with a pretty big hand, especially because we got an extra card from from Arbosh. Everybody go ahead and draw their 2 cards right now, because this part we can all do at the same time. It's just the actions that have to go one at a time. So then you're going to look through and figure out what you're going to play as endurance. So I have a card called Pickpocket. You'll notice that some cards, by the way, have in an adventure at the bottom. So since we are in an adventure, you do that instead of the text above. Usually it's because the text above is about attacking a player, and we're not going to do that. So I have Pickpocket, which would let us draw some cards, but it's very expensive, and that's just not worth it. Since we already have a pretty good starting number of cards. I think I'm also going to use Treasure Hunt as endurance, because that one is also a card draw. Okay, so that's what I'm playing as my endurance. I think with what we have out, I am going to go. We will need lots of attacks, so I am going to go ahead and play the Sling. And that costs me 2. I cannot use the Sling right now, but because I'm Carolan, I can use my attack for free. So I will roll melee to attack. Who should I attack? Let's see if I can just get rid of some of these cowardly goblins and clean them up. Okay, so I have rolled a 14. A 14 is over my melee, which means I have failed an attack roll. When I fail an attack roll, I take a fate point.
Your calculation price.
Yes, exactly. And that is the end of my turn. Because I don't have any more endurance I can spend. I could theoretically spend this fate point for an endurance to use the Sling, but I'm not going to at this time. Okay, let's go to Arbosh. So you start. You should have a total of 8 cards in your hand. And then you pick 2 of them to become endurance.
What are those other card spaces on top of the player?
There are other things that, there are other things that can be played up there that can affect your. It's partially
if
for
it's like armor or anything, it still goes in the main turn.
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and put my fate point there.
Pretty much for this adventure, everything's played in that area down in the middle. I mean, left.
Yes.
Area. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So these are used often for things that happen between adventures. There are practice and training cards that you can get. So Manuel, how are you doing?
Okay, it's my turn. I think it will be. So I have to put 2 cards.
And make sure to flip them. Yep, there you go.
And I will use my throwing.
So that costs you 1.
Throwing hatchet. Test. What it says.
So it's a range test.
Yes. An opponent loses 3. This does not count on an attack. It's a range test.
Mm-hmm. So you would
Level
roll
1.
roll a d20. It costs you 1 to pay for that card.
Wait a second. Ah!
Oh.
15.
Okay, so you will also get a fate point.
Okay. And I have to put 1 card.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Actually, let's put fate points over there. This should, this will be your discard.
Okay.
So that is a 1 shot. So it goes here.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, you can have it face up. It's fine.
Okay.
So let's see. Okay, and then you have another point of endurance. What else would you like to do with that? Oops, sorry.
For for example, I have an equipment part. I can put it on my character. I have this
so
card.
that costs 2, so you can't pay for that this turn.
Okay.
So you could use your basic equipment attack, because that is a melee attack. Or you could try the hero action to guess the name.
Oh.
So that would
I think I can try. I can try the hero action because I have a 14 at crafting.
Yes, you're very good at that. So you would spend the endurance. So go ahead and exhaust that.
So?
Yep. We're not going to be picky, however you want it to be. It's fine. And then you, since you're rolling craft, go ahead and roll craft. Oh no!
It's gone.
Too much.
Here,
Too
have
much
another.
Can you bring it back?
Have another one.
That was awesome. I know.
16.
Okay, so you could take another fate point, or you could spend the fate point that you have, if you would like to hit.
I think I will spend the fate point.
Okay, go ahead and so we spend, and then you re-roll.
Stay here. 20.
Oh no!
Oh
okay.
So
I'm a so good player in rolling.
So this is a critical failure.
Yes.
So when you critically fail, not only do you fail the roll, but you also must discard a card.
So I must take a card.
Yes, you must discard one of your cards from a hand.
I could just on the left somewhere.
Oh no, not into endurance. That would be too strong. into your discard up here.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Good. All right. Now, if that had been your first roll, you could have avoided that by spending the fate point, or you could have gained a fate point while you did that. Since you've already spent a fate point on this roll, you cannot gain a fate point also. So fate points go in one direction on a single roll. If you have more fate points, you can keep spending them to re-roll, but you can't gain them also. Okay, is that all clear to everyone?
Reroll
yes.
Whatever it is you wanted to do with it. Can't keep spending fate points trying to redo the same thing.
You can keep spending fate points, but you can't gain a fate point. If your last if your last reroll is also a failure, you don't gain a fate point back.
Right. You just gain back into this wall.
Okay. So I believe that is all that Arbosh can do. We don't have a great start on our first turn, so let's see if Laeriel can help us a bit.
I am playing this. Look at it. Pick another card. This one. Flip it there. Okay. So spells. If it's got a red background, it's just one and done.
Yes.
Cast it and it's done. Okay. And if it's a talent and it doesn't have a red background, and it's zero, I can spell it and it just sits out there.
Correct.
I'll show you. Okay, I'm gonna put.
Yes, we definitely like to see that come out early.
I'm probably going to be using that very quickly. And then this guy here, I'm going to spend. That's one great. There's two.
Great.
And that is about all I can do on this turn. All my other cards are expensive except for my one-shot spell.
Yep.
I can still attack, right? Or no, I can't attack because I need to spend endurance.
Correct. Yeah,
Armor.
that's.
Okay.
But you have a helmet. So the way armor works, and this will be important for you as well, Arbosh, you'll see that it has a protection rating. So if you are hit, you can use one piece of armor against an individual attack. So if you have more than one piece of armor, you can't use them on the same attack, but you can use them on another attack. And if you exhaust it, then you get the protection value in damage reduction. And you'll notice that this leather helmet also has a discard effect if you want to do more than that. But otherwise, you can keep reusing it every turn to reduce 1 point at a time. So let's see how that goes for us. Yep. Okay, so the way that enemies work is they each act a number of times. Here, I'm going to get some d20s out for the enemies. So let's look at the enemy card. So the Kobold, for example, we have his health stat first. He has a dodge stat. Most henchmen don't, but leaders often do. So I'm over here. This is the Kobold. So his dodge stat is 8, which is very good. He's hard to hit solidly. He has an armor stat, which is permanent damage reduction. So his is 0, thankfully, but you'll see that some of the henchmen have some armor reduction. And then he has his number of actions. Now, for him, his number of actions has the symbol for number of heroes. So he takes as many actions as there are heroes. And when they take an action, they will roll a die and look at the numbers there on the left. So he rolled a 12. So he heals all his fellow warriors for 5 life. Okay, not a problem. They're all at full. So that was his first action. Oh, he rolled a 20.
13 and up.
Yeah, so 13 and up is nothing. He laughs evilly. Ha ha ha. Also, when an enemy critically fails, it loses one of its actions. Since that was his second action, he loses his third. So we got lucky on the Kobold. So then we move on to the Orc Archer. The Orc Archer has 1 action. Rolls a 12. The starting hero is attacked for 1d6 plus 2. So I'm going to go ahead and roll. I am the starting hero this round. So I'm going to go ahead and roll my dodge. I did not. Yeah, so I roll my dodge first.
Okay.
Because he just hits me. So I have a dodge of 8. I rolled a 19, so that is definitely not enough. Then I'll grab a d6 for his damage. It's 5 plus 2 is 7. So I lose 7 life. Okay. That's the archer. Next.
Only 5 more of those to go.
Yeah. Oh, there's my cat. She wants nothing of this. 17. Okay. Thankfully, the highwayman does nothing. He shouts an orc curse. And you'll see that the highwayman has 3 armor. He's going to be hard to damage. Okay, moving on to the beachcomber. So here we are. She rolls a 5. A hero chosen by the group suffers 1d6 plus 3. Who would like to take 1d6 plus 3?
Give it to me.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your dodge.
He's a dwarf, you can take it.
I have to roll with?
D20 to see if you dodge.
D20.
Ah.
Sitting on the game summary there.
9.
Okay, so unfortunately, the answer is 9. No. Because your dodge 5. Oh, his dodge.
That's you dodging nothing.
Yeah, yeah. Dwarves have a hard time dodging that, but he has a lot of armor. So hopefully he'll get that out soon.
Right now.
Right now. Luckily, I rolled a 2, so you lose 5 life points. So go ahead and on your life point counter, change it by 5. You see the buttons.
Going well.
Oh.
Yeah, that could have been worse. Sure could have. All right. Now we go on to Basil the Red. Ah, good. Okay. He rolled a 17. He also shouts a pirate curse and does nothing else. Then we have a Cowardly Goblin. Ugh. Okay, so that's an 11. He does nothing. The Cowardly Goblins are less likely to act, thankfully. So they tend to be just a nuisance. Oh, and then he rolls a 20. 17 to 20 is flight. Remove this card from the game. Do not shuffle it back into the henchman draw pile. So we get rid of one of those for free. Oops. Oh, right. Never mind. I don't need to put it away. I can just delete it. Okay. So that is their turn. They have all acted. And now we remove one of the time tokens. And so we are at 6. We check the time scale. Nothing happens on a 6. So that is the end of the opponent turn. So now I will pass the starting hero token to Arbosh.
Okay.
We all can refresh our cards and draw 2 more. So you can be looking at that while Arbosh is taking his turn.
Okay. I have to put first 2 cards away.
Yeah.
now.
So you want to play. Well, refresh your endurance also at the beginning of your turn. So you want to put that. So.
It's not the I like deck building systems.
Here, let me help. There we go.
Okay. First of all, I have to play. I take this one. Yep.
And then gonna, yep, there you go. Okay, so now you have 4 endurance to spend.
So 4 endurance. Okay.
Okay.
We don't go into overtime?
No.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay,
That's fine.
I take this one. A player of your choice draws 3 cards.
Would you like that to be? So that costs 3 endurance.
Yes.
So go ahead and pay for that. And then who would you like to have draw 3 cards? It can be yourself.
I take Jason. Jason, take 3 cards for you.
All right. You have so many more options.
Yes. Got a 5-cost bow I'm trying to get out.
Okay.
So
that
I have
now
nothing to do. I have only endurance cards level more.
So you've spent 3. You have 1 endurance. So you
I
could.
I can take my normal attack.
Yeah. Or the
Okay.
hero action.
I tried. Don't try the hero action anymore.
Okay. You got stung by that one.
We lost our confidence. In the first round, we have no more confidence already. It's awesome.
I attack the goblin.
Okay. So go ahead and roll a
Cowardly
d20.
goblin. Okay.
5.
It's a 5.
So that should certainly hit. With your melee of 14. So go ahead and roll a d6.
Four.
Okay. So the goblin has no dodge and no armor, so it just loses 4 life. Okay. So that costs your last endurance, and that means that you are all done. So, Leariel.
Take this card. Wait, do I draw 2? Already did that. We already did that. That's right.
Yeah. So you may play 2 endurance.
Let's see. All right, I'm gonna play this card here. Get rid of that. See, another one is endurance. Let's do. That's just again. All right, so now I got 4 endurance. Faster. Let's do. Sorry. I'm gonna play anatomy. At 3 heroes. Attack.
Yep.
Oh man, I got a delay in my mouse.
Yeah, unfortunately, this Tabletop Simulator is quite the hog, and so is Discord, and
It's killing me. Okay.
All right.
I don't think it added it.
It did. Yeah, so if you see it to the left there.
I'm gonna oops.
So yeah, so it's 12 plus 3.
Okay, cool. Okay.
And that costs
3.
Cost,
3. Yep. So I'm gonna hit the E button because I got. Leaves me with 1. I can use 1 to attack. Let's overkill that goblin.
Okay.
20. I just hit the R button. Should be. There we go.
All right. Well, you go ahead and roll your damage, although you cannot fail to kill him.
That
2. It's enough. That's all that matters.
That's all I got.
Okay, great.
Of my awesomeness.
All right. So I going to play some endurance. Okay. So then I'm going to spend 1 for carousing. Carousing comes into play exhausted. If anybody happens to own the first printing of that game, that is a change. Carousing used to come in normally, and since it gives you an endurance, it was basically free, and that was broken.
Broken in a good way.
Yeah. I'm going to spend another. Oops. To play athletics, which increases my dodge, because Caroline needs to be the dodgiest person possible. Then I'm going to spend 1 to try to do the hero action. Everything's a 10 for me. Craft, knowledge, and persuade is all 10s. But whatever. That's fine. It's fine. 16.
Oh.
I'm going to spend my fate point to try again. 14. Well, never mind then.
It's the story of our life right here today.
Yep. All right. Let's try and do some damage then. Who do I want to attack?
Let's get the weakest defensive then.
Yeah.
Probably the orc archer, maybe, probably.
Yeah, let's go for the orc archer. So I'm going to start with my sling, rolling ranged, which costs me 1. Hey, I got a 1.
Nice.
So that is a critical success, which doesn't do extra damage, but it does mean I draw a card. So when you're rolling, critical success draws a card, critical failure discards a card. So that's going to do some damage. It's 1d6 plus 2. So 5 damage minus the 1 armor. So I will take away 4 life points. And then because my attack is free, I'll go ahead and try that. And I will succeed at my melee attack as well. But 1 point of damage will not get through her armor. Oh well. Okay. And that is our turn. We're coming into. I'm going to go ahead. We're about to go through the next enemy phase, but I want to make sure we have time for questions. So, does anybody have questions at this time?
Coming out, or are you out for the latest game?
Sorry, what?
So you have a already out for the latest expansion of this game?
Yes. So our latest Kickstarter, actually, here I can go ahead and throw that in the Twitch chat. Give me a second.
I like the art. You got good artists.
Yeah, the art is gorgeous. It's because it's using a lot of the art, and a lot of the artists from the Dark Eye, the current edition of the Dark Eye. So here's the Kickstarter. There are reward levels for getting started, and also reward levels for people who are experienced with the game. This particular set of expansions is also very focused on solo play. So the 2 big expansions that come with it are able to be played with a group, but the adventures are specially designed for solo play. So they're particularly good for solo play.
It's a
So you can
base game. Is the base game solo?
Yes, all the adventures can be played with 1 to 4 heroes, and with expansions up to 6. But yeah, every adventure can be played solo. I will say that some combinations of adventures and heroes are a little more difficult solo, and some are a little easier with certain heroes. And that's just something you'll have to sort of explore. But yeah, so that is the basics of the game. Any other questions, Manuel or Daniel?
In the chat, Alizarin C asks who we are because whoever that is joined late.
Okay. So I'm Eric Simon. I work with Ulysses Spiel. I'm part of the North American contingent, so we handle the English language side of Ulysses Spiel. So this game is started in German and also has an English language version. And then we have Manuel. Do you want to say something about yourself?
Okay, I'm from Germany, also from Bavaria, and I'm a co-worker of Edition Dungeon Owl. It's a little gaming chapter. We have one game now, but the next one will come the next few months, and it's a family project. It's I think it will be. It's only in German, so I think it will be interesting for the German guys. And now I'm a role player and card gamer.
Absolutely, Jason.
Hi, I'm Jason Youngdale. I founded and own Miracle Convention. We do August in Arizona. I'm from Arizona. And also, written design RPGs of my own. But I'm a gamer. For games and RPGs. So video games. Yeah.
Okay, Jason, you were breaking up for me, so I don't know if other people got it better.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, is it better? There. Yeah.
Yes.
I've written a couple RPGs. Games, and I also founded and own MaricopaCon, which is a Kickstarter game in Arizona every August.
If you want to put a link, both of you, feel free to put links in the chat of your projects in the Twitch chat. And then Daniel.
I'm Daniel Weide, and I'm just here as a spectator, and I don't have any projects or work related to the hobby.
Okay. Anyone you want to shout out whose work you enjoy?
Yours, obviously.
Oh, well, thank you. So yeah, for everyone, I will mention that if you do want to try out this game, this mod is free on Tabletop Simulator. There's also a link to that in the Kickstarter page that I linked, so you can go there. There are also videos to check out. Kickstarter or Tabletop Simulator itself is not free, but I will tell you that the company, sort of because of quarantine, is having a sale right now, so it's half off. So it is $10. $10.
Good deal.
Also in Germany, we have the sale.
Yeah, good. So yeah, we have just a couple minutes left, so we could see.
I found an interesting question in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Jason, are you a celebrity?
No, not at all. No,
Pardon,
I've just been helping and volunteering at lots of conventions over the years, both in Arizona, California, Utah, Minneapolis. Yeah, no, I demo for a couple different companies too. But I'm not a celebrity at all. I'm a software engineer at Intel by day.
Is Ulysses also planning other card games?
So yes, I can't say too much about card games at the moment. I will say that I am also the line developer for the new edition of the Myth board game, which is something that we are developing now. It's we had picked it up from the company that previously owned it, and we're making a new edition. So I've done some talking about that, and that will be more in the news later this year.
Okay.
Yeah, I
you guys
think
have
that's
a demo team in North America?
We so we don't have a formal demo team at the moment. We have in the past, but currently our convention
Of course.
is presence is a little low. But that is there are certainly things that we'll be considering once conventions come back into play. So and also hopefully next month we'll be hosting our own online convention. So check our keep an eye on our social media and keep an eye watch out for that, because it was supposed to be our first North American premier convention, similar to Kaiseraucon, which Germans may be familiar with. And unfortunately, we could not do that. But eventually, hopefully in 2022, we will have our first Ulysses Con Vegas. Will be
Vegas. Nice.
Yeah.
Maybe I can bring you guys up to Maricopa Con sometime in Arizona and Phoenix. That'd be cool.
Yeah, we actually have
or demo for you guys or something. I can demo.
Robert Aducci, our social media person, is actually in Arizona, so
oh, cool.
I believe he knows other people at Maricopa, so I'll certainly put you in touch.
So Las Vegas gets a new football team, a new NHL team, and now you get a new conventions. It's very, very interesting.
Yes.
So yes, now I have three options to go to Vegas.
Yes.
Right. You don't need a lot of excuse to go to Vegas.
Yes, there's lots to do there. All right. I want to thank Jason and Manuel and Daniel for helping out today. And obviously, we couldn't play through a whole game because it's there's a lot to teach. But I hope you see that this is actually a pretty quick game to learn. And it has some good stuff going on. I've been Eric Simon for Ulysses Spiel, and thank you all for watching.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.